Support for the show, FYF Sports, is brought to you by Manscaped, who's the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped is trusted by over 2 million men worldwide. Join the movement for all of your below-the-waist grooming needs. Get 20% off and free shipping with coupon code FYFCREW at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code FYFCREW. Your balls will thank you.
Yeah. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. All know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.
All right, sorry, y'all. Technical difficulties, man. Technical difficulties. Salute to everybody. Doe Eyes, I see you in the chat, man. Lamaria said dope music. Yeah, salute to Epidemic Music, man. All of the artists over there, Epidemic Sounds, for providing the music for the NBA streams. Y'all should be able to hear now. Y'all should be able to hear now. Hit one if you can hear the sound. Sorry about that. Doe Eyes, I seen you in the chat. You said Tommy Sotomayor needs the industrial strength Manscaped products. That's definitely something I may need to reach out to them about, the industrial strength products. It's a lot of y'all that need Manscaped just in general. It's a lot of y'all that need Manscaped, these Manscaped products, and y'all not heading over there. Y'all not taking care of the grooming for men, man. Clean yourself up, man. Get yourself smelling and looking right, man. Visit manscaped.com. Use code FYF Crew for your discount. But this story today, man, is like, I know, Theo, you said this story's played out, but this is a story that nobody's reported on. Nobody's reported on this particular story. And this is a document that I was able to see with my own two eyes. So I know there's absolutely no cap in this because I saw the document sent from the NBA with my own two eyes. This document was sent to all 29. It was sent to, all 30 NBA GMs. This document was sent to all 30 NBA GMs, and I'm about to tell you guys exactly what it said. And then just some of the separate emails attached that other GMs indicated, in response. Because this information is crazy right here. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Actually, I could believe it, but it's crazy when you read it and you see it with your own two eyes. I'm gonna read a portion of it. So it says Adam Silva sent a memo to all 30 NBA teams advising that they influence their players to not speak publicly to address the Ahmaud Arbery case, Kyle Rittenhouse, or any other contentious social issues. Further, the NBA stated it's working on multiple media deals and does not want to spoil relationships with ESPN or partners that are not as left-wing as the NBA has seemed to be over the last few years. That's crazy right there. That is crazy. That is crazy right there, man. I want to know y'all thoughts on this. I really want to know y'all thoughts on this right here. Because I got a few more excerpts that I want to read as well. But what are y'all thoughts on the NBA? And this is why, remember, you were talking about this case with Ahmaud Arbery has gotten crazy. Where the judge came out in this particular case, the judge came out and said the jury selection was racist, right? That we've heard the defense attorney make a racist statement in court, even alleging that the family, Ahmaud Arbery's family, should not have any more black pastors in court, regardless of what you guys think about, some of these black pastors that come in and tag along some of these situations. But then he specifically said black pastors. All right. The judge had to stop him from saying some type of statement in reference to the KKK and Colonel Sanders. And the judge literally had to stop him mid-track and was like, look, this is public. And this is a case that they don't want NBA players speaking on. A case, we haven't really heard any athletes speak on this particular case. No athletes have spoken on this case. Everyone's silent about it. No one's calling out what's going on in Georgia, because the thing is, you have to look at how these attorneys and how these judges are handling these cases. how they're handling this case is how they've handled a lot of other cases prior to that. A lot of other cases prior to that. Like we have here's a statement right here from a GM. He says the league has become too political. Right? A lot of them are saying the league has become far too political. All right, when we look at the Rachel Nichols situation, a lot of people were just jumping on the Rachel Nichols situation, going at her, saying she was racist, saying she was wrong, but nobody really listened to what she said. Right? Nobody listened to what she actually said. She said ESPN was acting as if they cared about some of these social issues and was just using Maria Taylor to be the face of a social justice movement that they were just doing just to satisfy the players. It wasn't nothing they were seriously interested in. And when she called ESPN out on it, instead of people actually understanding what she said, people just took to bashing her, calling her a racist, calling her saying she shouldn't have said it, but nobody really looked into her message. Now, when we see a message like this get leaked out from the NBA, when Adam Silva sending a memo to all 30 NBA GMs that he advised that these GMs should influence players not to speak publicly or to address. Now, how many of these players, and this is one thing we will never know, how many of these players might have said something on social media? Let's say we're dealing with a lower tier guy. How many of these guys might have said something on social media and they might not have a contract in the league anymore because of that? How many guys has this seriously impacted? It's going to be tough for this to impact guys like Kyrie Irving, but maybe it's affecting Kyrie Irving through other means, like with this particular situation, where the NBA is not really doing much to help get Kyrie Irving back on the floor. Jay Quinn says Rachel Nichols didn't do anything wrong. I don't believe Rachel Nichols did anything wrong. I think she exposed ESPN, and everybody just glossed over the fact that she exposed ESPN. No one cared that she exposed ESPN. Everybody just wanted to jump on this bandwagon of acting like she said something against Maria Taylor that was racist, and it actually wasn't. She was actually exposing ESPN, and I said this a while ago. I even was talking about the NBA bubble. When I saw the NBA putting these slogans on T-shirts and labels on the floor, I said, y'all need to be careful what y'all ask for. These NBA players, y'all getting T-shirts and slogans. You're not getting anything tangible that's going to last a long time. And as soon as the NBA's money is at jeopardy, they now start to send memos out to every team in the league saying, okay, y'all need to shut this down. And one of the biggest cases of this year is going on with Ahmaud Arbery. Some of the craziest things have happened in this case, and none of these athletes have spoken about it. Not one. It's kind of crazy, man. All right, I'm gonna drop all these links. I'm about to drop the link. I want to get everybody in here to cook on this. He says, CW says BLM destroyed the NBA ratings. Yes, it did. CWE. But the NBA didn't have to attach themselves to BLM. You don't have to address some of these social issues. You don't have to attach yourself to a movement that you know has become highly politicized. And in that movement, all it takes is just a little basic research, and you will see that they don't represent what they say they stand for. So why EWE says what happened in the Ahmaud Arbery case? Well, I mean, just go follow the case, see what's going on. The judge came out and said the jury selection was racist. They got all white jurors except one black juror on that jury pool. And so the judges already came out and said there were racial undertones in jury selection. The defense attorney came out and made some racial statements toward Ahmaud Arbery's family. He says he doesn't want any more black pastors in the court sitting next to him. Then he made another racist statement, alluded to the KKK and Colonel Sanders, people with white masks. Yes, and CWE, that's the thing. They didn't have to push it in the bubble. See, but the reason why they were pushing BLM is because they didn't care. They were just trying to do something really quick because they knew there are a lot of people just supporting BLM just to be supported. They had no real care in the world to support anything that was tangible. Doe said, hold on, Doe, do you think there'll be acquittal in which case? Kyle Rittenhouse, I think he will be acquitted. Ahmaud Arbery, I don't know so much. I mean, the defense is not doing a very good job of defending those clients. He's doing a horrible job, actually. But we've seen crazier. I don't know. Doe, you may be right, because in the state of Georgia, these things can happen. But man, it would be tough, especially when they said that some of the jurors, when they were replaying that video of that man getting killed, and some of the women jurors were holding their hands over their eyes and they couldn't watch it, and some of them start tearing up. But you never know. We've seen crazier. LeBron got destroyed recently for calling out Kyle on Twitter. Yeah, but see, and Natalie, I don't even, I don't mind. The Kyle Rittenhouse situation is different. Now, I don't agree that he should have brought guns to that protest, like he was protecting other people's property. And if you listen to the prosecutor in that case, he says, you cannot use deadly force to protect property. He says you can use deadly force to protect people, but you can't use deadly force to protect property. That was a great point. So the fact that he went out there with the gun, with initial claims that he was going out there to protect property, puts him at fault. Now, what they should have done is they should have charged him with felony murder. Now, if they charge him with felony murder, all they would simply need to do is prove that he committed a felony and it led to the deaths of some people, and then the murder would get attached. But I don't think he's charged with felony murder. Remember, the felony murder charge is how they charge a lot of black men who actually don't pull the trigger, and they hook them for murder as well. I mean, just charge him in a way where you can prove the guilt. He's responsible for the death of two people. He was doing something what did not require guns. He shouldn't have brought a gun. He even admitted on court. He admitted on the stand. He said, the prosecutor asked him, he says, you can't use deadly force to protect property. He says, yes, I know that. So why were you going there claiming that you were protecting people's property? And yes, Phil Hoskins said he's charged with manslaughter. Yeah, big chest. I believe I believe he can get charged with manslaughter, but manslaughter is an easier charge to prove. But I thought it should have been felony murder. I mean, if they're really trying to prove a point, just like they do with some of these young black men, hit them with felony murder. I mean, you hit them with felony murder, I guarantee you a lot of people are going to stop bringing these weapons to these protests, thinking they're trying to do something. Because a lot of them just bring it to make it look like they're tough. Most people go to these protests knowing a lot of times it's not going to turn violent or nothing crazy. They just want to walk around looking tough. But I mean, as a community, that's on us. That's on us. We dictate who the prosecutors and judges are. So if we want those prosecutors and judges to make decisions that coincide with the way we think, we need to start getting the people we need in office. We don't play the political game, so we're never going to see these criminal decisions favored the way we think they should be. Joe John says Kyle Rittenhouse used deadly force to protect his life. And then again, Joe John, I think that's also a point too, because he did say that some guy was coming at him with a fire extinguisher, about to hit him with a fire extinguisher. He does have the right to carry a weapon. But the problem, Joe John, is now you have to go to intent. Because the thing is, they have documentation indicating that he went to the protest to protect property with deadly force. So is he just claiming that his life was in danger? Is he just claiming that now just to save face and have an out, be able to use the self-defense claim? I mean, to shoot 3 people? That's the crazy thing right there. Okay, I can understand shooting one, because once bullets start flying, everybody's scattering, everybody's going. So I can understand maybe you getting scared and maybe shooting one person. The fact is, he shot 3 people. 2 are dead, 1's alive. That changes a lot right there. So are you telling me that? So this isn't Call of Duty where when you shoot some of the soldiers, they still continue to try to charge at you. No. When shots get flying, y'all saw the video with King Von. What happened when shots got flying? When shots got to flying, everybody scatters like roaches, and they gone. And for you to shoot 3 people, once I hear the first shot, I am gone. You can have it. But he shot 3. He didn't shoot 1. It's going to be tough for him to prove self-defense when he shot 3 people. Secondly, there's just not too many people out here that's just going to walk up to a guy with a gun and swing a fire extinguisher at him. And I'm just saying, I'm just thinking common sense wise. I rarely see that. I don't see that on movies. I don't see it, I don't see it in real life. But now you have to try to convince me that these guys were attacking you and you have an AR-15 in your hand. I mean, this wasn't a Goat Mike gun. This gun didn't have an orange tip on it. Come on, y'all. So there's a lot of things in this case where I think once you kill 2 people, you're definitely remorseful. You can be remorseful all you want, but it doesn't bring back the 2 lives. Right now, you're just trying to conjure up any particular story to get yourself out of trouble. It's just like when I got in trouble. The fake $10 bill. I'm coming up with 1,000 different stories as to why I had this $10 bill. It did not stop me from, the thing is the judge didn't care. Nobody. The thing is, your actions are your actions, man. You have to live with the results. When he brought that gun there with the intent to protect property, which he admitted he knew that was illegal. He didn't kill 1 person. He killed 2 people. He shot 3. So how are you protecting yourself when you shoot 3 people? Because I don't believe 2 other people would continue assaulting you if you shoot 1. Or are you just firing wildly and you just and I don't even believe you shot wildly. I've seen guys in the hood shoot wildly 100 times and not hit nothing. You shot wildly and hit the 3 targets that you say were attacking you. I don't believe that. His story does not jive. And the thing is, these NBA players are not allowed to speak on it. LeBron James was right to speak on that case. Because there's a lot of things that you need to question. Something don't sound right with his story. And you know what? His attorney did a great job. His attorney did a great job of letting him get on the stand. And I'm gonna tell you what was so great. I'm gonna tell you the strategy about letting him get on the stand. Because when you look at him, his face is completely shaven. He looks like a little young, innocent white dude who just goes to school and does his homework. So now you're putting in the jury's mind, how does this white dude who's talking proper, who looks like he does everything the right way, he cried on the stand, how does they're thinking, oh, he had to have been getting attacked. There's no way this little young guy just shoots 3 people and they're not attacking him. It was a great move to put him on the stand because he looks the part. I'm just saying. And these are strategies. BG, you know it. You know it. Now, what you need a judge who can see through that. Will the jury see through that act? Because when you start looking at the details of this case, okay, initially when the story gets first released, it sounds like self-defense. But then when you start to really dive into it, you're like, I don't know, man. If he would have shot 1 person and everybody else scattered, I probably would have been like, okay, maybe somebody came at you wrong and you panicked and shot him. You felt like you were in danger. But you shot 3 people. He said that judge needs to be permanently disbarred. I don't see, but the thing is, Mahari, and I'm going to drop the link here in a second. I don't know how much power the judge has in these cases. The judge can oversee a lot. I think the judge in the Ahmaud Arbery case is doing a great job. He's not letting the defense play these games. He's not letting the defense say and do these ridiculous things. He's cutting them off. He's just not letting them get away. I like what the judge is doing in the Ahmaud Arbery case. When that attorney brought up that ridiculous statement about black pastors in the court, the judge was like basically saying that sounds stupid. It's a public court. They can bring anybody in here that they want, as long as it's not over capacity of the amount of people we can hold in here. I mean, it's just like this attorney's trying to pull stupid. And I don't know if this attorney this attorney that they hired, I don't know if he's had any major cases. They got the wrong attorney over there, because that attorney is about to get them locked up, man. I would have fired him. You might be better off with a public defender at this time. Let me drop this link, man. We're gonna get y'all in here so we can cook. And NBA, man. NBA is playing games, man. Adam Silva does not want these NBA players talking about these issues. And I want to know why. All right. We know ESPN. We know that they were always pushing a fake narrative, pretending to be on the side of social justice. The link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Ocho Cinco, who are y'all calling a cop killer? Y'all keep saying cop killer. Oh, somebody's name is cop killer. Okay, I guess. I mean, if you actually are, then you probably shouldn't name yourself cop killer. And like I said, this is not Get Indicted TV, man. Don't indict yourself, man. Come on, man. Kid Trunks, bend the knee. We got Big Chest in here, man. So thanks for pulling up, y'all.
Salute,
man. What are y'all thoughts on this whole topic, man? Just with both of these cases that nobody's talking about. I mean, you even have YouTubers. Look at all of the big YouTubers in Georgia. There's probably like 5 major urban YouTubers in Georgia right now, and none of them. No Tasha K. Tasha K loves to expose everybody, dropping the T on everybody. Hasn't talked about dropping the T on none of these people. Kwame hasn't talked about it. He's made sure to steer far away from this case. He hasn't dove into it at all because it's right in his backyard. He doesn't want them white people coming knocking on his door, with them shotguns. I don't know what's going on with it, but I mean, people are running from this Ahmaud Arbery case quickly for some reason. And then you got the Kyle Rittenhouse case that the NBA doesn't want these players talking about. Oh, y'all help me explain what's going on.
So can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to say, state really quick background. I'm actually a 1L student in law school.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to say, though, is that, like, in terms of the NBA thing, not wanting to address social issues, it's like what I always told people. It's like when they think that one company represents the right, oh, he's good because he's on the right, or this other company is good because he's on the left, Elon Musk, this or that. The one thing that they're married to is money. It doesn't matter what political party. Like, I'll give you an example real quick. Hollywood back in like the 50s, 60s was right wing because they were appealing to white people mostly. Now that they're global, they're appealing to more of a global market, so they seem like more of the social justice type. It's just they study, they have people who study the market and the graph, so they know who they need to appeal to. That's it. Money. It has nothing to do with politics. Second of all, with the Rittenhouse case, from what I saw, and we went over it, like a professor and stuff, you're actually correct. Most likely, I'm talking for Rittenhouse, right? Most likely, because of the charges they brought, you will get off on self-defense. The reason why is because the self-defense, the elements were there. The way, if you look at the video with the 3 people, it looked like assault. If anyone knows the elements of assault, it's basically you have imminent fear of you have you're fearing for your life pretty much. It's pretty much assault, and then you can use self-defense. So he's gonna get off on those charges. So I don't know why they brought up exactly I don't know why the prosecution didn't bring up what you said they should have brought up. But I do want to bring something else up that I think the prosecution should have used, and no one's saying it. The Boogaloo Boys, I don't know if you guys know who that group is specifically. That group is known, and they have it on their website, for wanting to start a civil war, a race war. They're known for starting shit. Like, they're literally known for that. They've also been caught at other BLM protesting, like trying to act like they're Antifa and planting bombs. They're known for all that shit. They really want to start stuff. So knowing that kid knew what group he was going with, he wanted to start something. Obviously, he wanted something to happen. Okay, so that's something the prosecution could have brought up that's never been brought up. He was also caught at a white nationalist party too, by the way, after he got out of his bail. Lastly, I'm gonna go quickly. This is the last one. For Ahmaud Arbery, yes, his prosecution is doing good, and he should get off. Or not get off. Sorry, they should be prosecuting. My bad.
Yeah, I think his legal team is doing a horrible job at representing him. Which I believe he's guilty anyway. But we've seen even guilty people get represented a lot better than what they're doing.
Oh yes.
They're doing a terrible job. Let me get to a few other people in here. Let me get to Good Kings. Good Kings just pulled up. Salute, man. Appreciate you being here. What are your thoughts on the NBA shielding these players, like preventing these players from speaking on these two cases publicly?
We can talk to this man right quick.
What's good?
What's up?
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Hold on. Who are you judging? You talking to me, or are you talking to Ben the Knee, the guy that was just speaking before me?
Oh no, I was speaking to you. I watch your program a lot.
Oh, okay. What's good, man?
Yeah, I was saying the reason why a lot of people not. I guess he told them don't speak on it. I mean, you can speak on anything you want to because that's your freedom of speech. But I was listening to I watched, and plus I watched. I was glad to see you and Kwame settle that situation too, man. Let me say that. But Kwame was speaking on it. But what he was saying was they should just be locked up because they were wrong. Period. It shouldn't even be a trial.
Fact.
Everybody got a right to a fair trial, but some things are just straight foolishness. And it shouldn't even be a trial because they had the videos right there. It shouldn't even be a long, drawn-out trial, according to that video. Because the man went into a house, and the other day they showed white kids and other people going to that place. But it was just a construction site. One in the house. The house ain't even finished. There's nothing in there. And one of the kids took some plywood away. And but when they showed him going there, he was just standing looking around. I mean, we all done things like that when they were building houses and stuff, but the house wasn't even complete. It's not even a complete house for anybody to break into. You can just walk up in there and walk right through the woods. So
now, Good Kings, I do want to tell you, because you said, I think you alluded to Kwame saying that they should just lock them up, no trial. See, the problem with that is there's two sides to that coin, because black people were treated like that for a long time, where their cases weren't deeply looked into. And people just assume guilt without doing research, doing the homework on the case. And you had a lot of black people just getting locked up because they just were like, they guilty. They were there. They were in the area. Let's lock them up. So the thing is, you have to look into these cases because there's always details there. You have to give everybody a fair shot. But in knowing that you give everybody a fair shot, I think we need to be pushing the ideal that we need to get people in office that are going to make the right decisions when these cases come up. They're going to look into these things thoroughly. Like BG said, give everybody their due process and make sure the people that need to go to jail go to jail. That's what I'm saying, because there's always two sides to that argument when you say just do that. That's a lazy way of addressing this situation. Just lock them up. That's not how our country works.
You're right. You're right about that. But that's the way they have done most black men. But you're right. You can't do it that way because that'll make it worse for us too when they already doing us like that.
Yeah.
So get them a fair trial that way. Because there's a lot of black men that have done things, and you hear them say lock them up, but they deserve a fair trial because we don't know what really happened. We won't dare. Sometimes the video can be a little different than what it is, but everybody give a right to a fair trial. We in our minds and hearts, we already know what's what and what time it is in this country. So you're right about that, because we wouldn't want to be we don't want to be treated that way, even though we have.
Yep.
But this will help us. This will help us to even get a fair trial too. If they can get a fair trial, now when a black man do something, they can't just say lock him up no more, according to this trial. So yes, I agree with you 100%, sir.
Can I speak to this real quick? Can I?
Let me let Jones cook, and then I'm gonna let you. Hold on, let me get your name. Who is that? That's Trunks. I want to hear from Chris Grafton as well. Let me go to Jones real quick, and then I'm gonna go to Trunks.
So I just want to say to the last homie that just went, please understand that there will never be a fair trial. This is not our country. This is not a country for us. This is not a country that wants or respects us. That's how I'm gonna start this. And if we don't respect and acknowledge that, we already on the losing side. Second, I want to speak on not Ahmaud Arbery, because we all know that was wrong. That wasn't okay. They should be getting the justice and the punishment they deserve, and it's looking like they will for the first time in a long time. And it doesn't even look like they're happy to punish these guys, but the evidence is just overwhelming that they were wrong. The kid, the Rittenhouse kid, um, everyone wants to talk about his right to self-defense and all this other stuff. You're minimalizing the situation when you speak to that, because let's start this from the beginning. That man does not live in the community where he was. That man lives somewhere else, and he took himself to a peaceful protest armed. So first of all, whether or not you think he had the right to defend anything, you had the right to not be there. You had the right to be safe at home where you live. You have the right to not endanger the lives of other people who are out there to protest peacefully by bringing a firearm. So before you speak to his right to self-defense, speak to his right to keeping the community safe. If you don't say that, you're speaking ignorant to me. Secondly, this is just second, the police saw that man with his rifle and did nothing to say it, to stop it. They let that man go on about his day up the street.
They definitely
This
did.
is
That's true.
this is another example of white America giving white America a pass, but we're not going that deep yet. Again, that man said, I'm out here to be a medic. Well, I don't know what medic you've ever seen carrying an AR-15, but most medics I know don't tend to have that kind of dangerous weaponry on them.
Yep.
They use that little orange bag he got as an excuse to why he's out there, and he had the orange bag looking to help people. Yo, listen, man, you don't need an AR-15 to help people. That's just a reality. I'm gonna finish up real quick. I'm gonna finish up real quick. Just let me finish this.
Hold on,
Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
We go to Trunks next.
You know, when the man he's in court and I'm listening to the prosecution. First of all, the judge is limiting the questions the prosecution could ask. So disrespectful. Limiting the evidence they could bring in. So disrespectful. He's bringing up, every time he stops the prosecution, to bring up some old-timey law or tell some bullshit story. I just wish the prosecution would say, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Because that's what they need to say. The defense is sloppy. The defense is expecting the judge to just let them willy-nilly through the trial. It's just sad overall to see. And it speaks to the place that the country is in. And even with the NBA and Adam Silver coming out and saying, we don't want you speaking on this situation. Why don't you want black leaders of the community speaking on an injustice to the people? What could you possibly feel is wrong about that? The pocketbook? So now you're telling me, we all knew this, but now you're telling us that the pocketbook is more important than us. So then now it's not on you, it's on black people. When do you stand up and take accountability for support and shit like this? And that's where I'm gonna stop, because I can't change everybody's opinions and thoughts, but I want to at least give you insight on it, because everyone should have an understanding. Now go ahead.
Hey, can I say something? Wait, Jones said some inaccuracies just now.
Oh shit! I watched the whole trial. I promise.
Hey, can I say? Let me say something before your disagreement.
Hold on, Citizen Lou. Let me. I told Trunks I would let him go next. Let me go. Go ahead, Trunks.
Yeah, man. Salute. You know, I just got some things to say real quick. You know, thank you for bringing me up here. You know, salute everybody. God bless. The thing with the Ahmaud Arbery case, a group of individuals cannot. You can't put yourself in a situation and then expect self-defense. So basically what I'm trying to say, you can't leave your house, call up your friends, get in a pickup truck and basically form a posse and get a amount of weapons, drive down the street and then cut somebody off while they jogging and just murder them down like a dog. This has showing no animosity to just individual that's just walking down the street, and to the brother that said that Ahmaud Arbery went to the construction building. Why didn't he do the same? Why didn't he have the same energy when other individuals also walked in there, also were observing the whole construction site? And with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, honestly, I don't want to get too deep in that, because I don't feel like in that situation he should have been there. But just in the case of laws and what they have, he might get out, man. That's just my personal opinion. That's what I feel at the moment right now. And I cannot believe Adam Silva would just usually turn their back on the players and just say, I don't want you talking about this certain topic of injustice of black people in certain situations. You know, I never liked Adam Silva, but this just shows you the type of individual he is. And he did that bullshit ass bubble lying, basically showing that how much you really care about black people in the Black Lives Matter Association. you know, which I really don't agree with the Black Lives Matter Association. I agree with Black Lives Matter, but just certain situations like that is basically like the same thing with the governor of New York. He basically painted Black Lives Matter down the street, trying to show like, oh, black people, you gotta like me now. I associate with you guys in some way. Man, nigga, get the fuck out of here, that bullshit, bro. But that's all I basically gotta say about it.
Can I say something? Can I speak my piece now?
Yeah, go ahead. Then we'll go to Citizen Lou after you.
All right. With the Ahmaud Arbery case, yeah, we need to put them under the jail because ain't no way they can get off of self-defense because you know, self-defense is an instant. You know what I'm saying? So if you trailing a person that's jogging and you wanted to kill him, that's murder one because you premeditated that you wanted to kill him. You already had a gun on you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's an open and shut case. So, but with this Rittenhouse, like I feel like he is guilty on most of the charges, but I think he gonna get off. But he might just get the charge as far as the gun, and he might get just murder too, or he might just get a lesser sentence. But the whole case is kind of messed up because I watched most of the case, and when the prosecution was trying to impeach him and cross-examine him, the judge wasn't even letting him do his job. He was stopping him, saying this and that. It was just like the judge just got his hand all in this, like he trying to like
you're right.
Kind of like pacify Rittenhouse on certain topics, especially when he was crying. Like the Rittenhouse literally looked at the judge before he stopped crying. Like, oh, I'm done. Is it? You know what I'm saying? Is it scene? You know what I'm saying? Like he on the set of a movie. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is crazy. Like, ain't no way it's self-defense. Like, you know what you was doing. If just like the prosecutor said, if you know what I'm saying, he was in self-defense, you wouldn't have shot the guy 3 times, pointed at his chest. You know what I'm saying? That's bodily harm. Like, so it's all crazy, man. They need to just go ahead and find him guilty right now and just leave it alone. But I know they not, so that's just my piece on it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm looking at his charges right now. He has 7 different counts, and again, it says the main charge in this case is going to be first-degree reckless homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. He says this felony charge is connected to the death of Joseph Romanbond, the first man Rittenhouse shot. And so again, first-degree reckless homicide,
right?
I just think it's going to be hard to prove reckless homicide as opposed to if you just go with felony murder, because with felony murder, it's much easier to prove that because you just have to prove the lesser felonies in the case. Just like Ben Denise said, I think it's going to be tough to charge him with first-degree reckless homicide. I don't know how you get to that. Like if I'm on that jury, regardless of my race, I have to look at it and be like, you're going to have to prove to me that this was first-degree reckless homicide. And I don't know if they've done a good job of proving that. Now, if you say felony murder, well, the instructions on felony murder are going to be like, well, if he committed the felony, then the murder comes with it. So, I mean, go ahead, Citizen Lou. You can go ahead and cook on it. What did you say somebody was capping on something?
He can get UUW, though.
Okay, you hear me? Yeah, I was just saying Jones there was some inaccuracies he was saying about that kid Kyle Rittenhouse case. Mm-hmm. He didn't bring the gun across state lines. The gun was already there, right? He assumed possession of the weapon, and he is from the community. His biological father lives in Kenosha, and he was there already that day, like prior to that day. And his so I mean, it's just, I mean, I understand, we got the white black race. I just don't really care about the Rittenhouse situation because that's like white people, whatever. I mean, but with Ahmaud Arbery, I'm with y'all on that though. They did kind of, hunt him down low key, like high key. And I don't really agree with that shit at all. But back to this Adam Silver thing, I don't know I don't know why he's so staunch on it now. I mean, I don't understand like what I mean. Is it the ratings? Are the ratings just he was to save the product? Is that what's going on? I mean, because it shouldn't have got to this point anyway. You got Cantor talking shit about all these different countries. You got what's his name? What's the Houston general manager? He talking shit about China.
Yeah.
You got LeBron. They were about to protest for the Jacob Blake thing. I mean, I think it's just I don't know with the NBA. I don't know.
Heat. They got too much.
Yeah, they got some
over
heat,
LeBron.
right? Yeah, they must have got a lot of heat. Yeah, and then I think with that LeBron tweet when he was making fun of Kyle Rittenhouse crying on the stand. I think that was like the final nail in the coffin. I don't think we're gonna see too many political stances.
Let me read to you a response when Adam Silva sent this. And somebody does have a crackling in their background. If you got that noise in your background, let me see if I can see who it is. But yeah, you can mute your mic if you got that background noise. But one of the GMs said, he says this was his response to the Adam Silva's memo. He says ESPN's left wing turn still has been having a lot of residual effects. He says ESPN broadcasters now feel comfortable tying any interaction between coaches and players to racial injustice. He says the network's faces such as Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman are still around spouting ridiculous opinions about race and politics. And so this is how they felt about it. At least some of the GMs, they have already. I get the sense that a lot of these GMs already knew that ESPN was kind of pump faking to begin with on some of these social issues.
And somebody got to mute up.
Hold on. Somebody typing something.
It's the guy below me.
I just got it. I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
True the King says the NBA Ben didn't care. Yeah.
They're
trying to save money. They're trying to find a way to save dollars and cents because as Adam Silva stated right here, he says to further state the NBA is working on multiple media deals and does not want to spoil relationships with ESPN or partners that are not as left-wing as the NBA has seemed to be over the last few years. And that's the part that I didn't understand when he said the NBA is not seem to be as left-wing as as many believe. Like they're giving some type of fake impression that they're for some of these social issues when they're really not.
Does this apply to Mark Cuban as well? Because he gets pretty political on Twitter and stuff.
He just says stuff.
Well, he was very specific about these two social issues. He said to send a memo, and he specifically stated the Arbery case and the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And then he says other contentious social issues. So I'm assuming with other contentious social issues, that's probably in reference to COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But brother, am I right?
Want people speaking on this. Yep.
I just want to tell you, Rittenhouse on the stand said he didn't live in Kenosha. And
he doesn't.
I know. But listen, hear me out.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
He had family there. He has not been staying there. He is in college in Arizona. So regardless of your family being where they're at, you, sir, do not live there or reside there. You have no business going there. You said he picked up the gun at state lines. I can let that go because I think they did change that up in there and say he did pick that up at his friend's house. But he picked up a body armor in his community in Arizona from the police station. He said that on the stand. So you feel me? I just wanted to put that right there correct. So thank you for putting that information out there.
To add what Jones said, the guy under me. So the thing is, you might be correct that his and I have to look more into that case that his parent was in where is it, Kenosha? But his biological there's a word that you use in law called domicile. So domicile is basically where does that person where is his contacts with the state, and where do you for example, I can be in college, for example, in Orlando, right? But it doesn't matter that I live in a dorm in Orlando because it doesn't mean I'm staying there. What matters is where I'm born, where I actually spend most of my time, where my license is from. His license and everything is from the state that what's his name? What's your name, brother? The guy to my left or right? What's your name again? Jones.
I'm from Cali.
So what you said, it doesn't even matter because he's not there. That's not his community. That's not where he's domiciled in. And
but your community and domicile are two different definitions, right? A community is just where you the people you know, the people you're familiar with, the people you interact with. I mean, if he has friends there and he's there all the time,
that's not the definition of that.
No,
that's not the definition of community. It's not a group of people. living in the same locality? It's
Bro,
not
he
his
doesn't
child.
live in the same
No,
locality as them.
listen,
He lives in Arizona.
But he's a child. I mean, he goes back and forth
Oh,
from his
he's a
listen,
father
college
no,
like
student.
that.
listen.
He's a college.
Stop
Yeah,
putting
no,
child on
he's
that. They
17.
they
He's
I
just
mean,
trying to make
I
it
bet.
seem light, bro.
No, I mean, oh, okay.
It,
It's
that,
one of
that,
these. It's one of these type talks. Okay.
yeah, no, like no, that it
It's
doesn't
one
even
of these
matter.
type talks. Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
it
bro.
doesn't matter to
What
that.
I'm saying is,
Go ahead, Benedict. I'm
the,
listening to Benedict. Benedict was talking, bro. What you saying, Benedict?
Oh no, yeah, no, I was just saying, like, he wasn't domiciled there. I mean, he just he did travel, across state lines, and he picked up a gun illegally from his friend. So you're right on that fact as well.
yeah.
But he shouldn't. First of all, it's illegal. You can't use going out.
No, that's the point. But
He's
but
under,
Benedict, that's
he's
the
under
point.
18.
That's the point of contention because they're saying that like the guy he got it from is gonna testify that he was under supervision since he was under the age of 18.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's what I'm saying.
Nah.
They
They gotta stick him with something.
yeah, the
Yeah,
prosecution really fucked up.
he didn't look under.
I'm saying, but that's what's under contention right now. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
And last thing, and this has nothing to do with like law or legal. It's just something like it is just my opinion. I was looking at that video, and bro, that dude was like, I don't know what his credentials are for being a medic. He was like medical, like he was saying shit in Spanish, like making fun of people. Medical, and he was like teasing people and shit. Like he
ain't. Bro, that man. See, no, that man was thinking, and then when he
got in multiple fights with people.
He got multiple.
Yeah.
No, my thing is, so the reason he's gonna get off of like the major charges that he has.
Yeah,
he's gonna get off
and all that. That's gonna be over.
Yeah, no, he said like what's it called? I'm actually right here. The reckless first degree reckless endangerment homicide with the dangerous weapon. Oh, he's gonna get off of that because of how the video looks, because there is the self-defense elements there in the video. Now, my thing is, why is your ass up there in the first place?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Why that's the because the thing is
they that's what they're doing now. If you listen to the prosecution's line of questioning, their line of questioning now is trying to figure out. Well, they're trying to get they got him to expose his reason for being there. And when he exposed his reason for being there, the prosecutor was like, you can't use deadly force to protect property.
But it became but the thing is
they're trying to get him to indict himself on his own words.
Well, it's gonna be hard because I feel like the judge ain't gonna allow that. Second of all,
they already did it. It already happened.
He couldn't fight that.
He came from a shoot.
The judge stopped him during that line of questioning. The judge stopped him.
Oh, he stopped him, but shoot. The dude was hyper. The dude was hyper. He was. People say he wasn't even crying. That man was hyperventilating on the stage. Man, that was. I was trying not to laugh, but I laughed because that shit was hilarious. But at the end of the day, it's like the video. It's the defense. The defense is probably going to use the video, and those charges are the homicide charges are going to drop. Now he will get hit with a gun charge. I don't care any which or which the prosecution will. He's going to get hit with a gun charge.
Y'all want to bet on it? Y'all want to bet on it?
America been fighting gun shit. They gonna hit him with that for sure.
They gonna hit him with that for sure. But everything else, nah. And then with the Ahmaud, there's no reason to talk about the Ahmaud Arbery situation. Those people that was just
hold on. We got somebody in the chat. Her name is Impact Basketball Sarasota. Hold on, Impact. You saying shout out to the channel. You saying you tell people to subscribe to your channel, but yet you ain't hit the link and pull it up and said one word to us, man. We ain't never seen you before, man.
That's a drive-by.
That's a drive-by.
He did a drive-by.
Look, we shout you out. We got no problem with shouting you out, but I mean,
you gotta pull up.
Let us look at your videos. We gotta hear. You might not know what this could be. Goat Mike impersonating Impact Basketball.
We ain't gonna talk about Goat Mike right now, bro. That's a whole other situation.
Like, come on, pull up here and talk with us, man. Like, don't just drop your information telling us to go subscribe. We don't even know what you got over there.
No, man, it's crazy.
But yeah, but Big Chess, I was gonna say, like when you watch the video, right? The way they came at Kyle, it was self-defense. I mean, like he didn't use it. He didn't shoot him like just to shoot him. He shot him when he charged at him. So it's your inalienable God-given right to defend yourself.
But they said he shot 3 people.
Oh wait, Lamont.
The dude, the skateboard, he got rocked.
I wish I would have scared of a man with a skateboard. Get the fuck out.
The guy under me on the right, on the red is correct. But like Lamont, I'll explain. Like it's not what like they just attacked him. Like the defense is trying to make it seem like it was an angry mob, and like he was using those narratives.
Yeah, they're manipulating the camera
manipulating
footage.
the facts.
Hey man, let
So-
Benny talk, bro.
Bro, you let me talk.
If you look at the video, and this is why I say I agree with the guy in red. If you look at the video, what happened was he had a confrontation with that one guy. He killed that one guy in self-defense because the guy did come at him with a fire or whatever it was. He ran. Someone saw him kill the guy in red, and I said, "Oh my God, it's a shooter!" And then everyone kept saying, "Oh shit, it's a shooter!" It's active, like they were thinking it was like a mass shooter. And then they were screaming at cops who were like towards the border or the edge of like whatever area they were in, and the cops weren't doing anything. So the kid was running. The kid was running. Someone kept saying, screaming, "Hey, you gotta get him! You gotta get him! He shot someone. He killed someone. We need to stop him." So the guy with the skateboard heard it. He tried to be a hero, and he got rocked. And then the other guy, he tried to pull a gun to try to stop the kid, and then he got killed. And
no, he didn't get killed. He got shot in the arm, bro.
The third dude.
Y'all gotta, hey, dude, y'all gotta stop just throwing out misinformation about that case, bro. Like, we get that a lot of people mad that the man went there, bro. But you said that he killed 3 people. 2 people got killed.
No, I said that.
Yeah, 2 people got killed.
No, I know.
2 people got killed. 1 person
2 people got killed. 1 got.
Yeah, no, I said 2 people got killed. 1 shot.
Yeah, and I just corrected myself. I misspoke.
I thought I said that. My bad for that.
Yeah, no, Lamont, you said it. I just said I misspoke by accident.
Can I speak to the video real fast? Because I feel like, this is what I'm hearing when we watching the case. If anybody else watched it, I watched day 1 to day 7, so day 6, whatever. What I saw on video was Kyle Rittenhouse instigating with these people that are out there trying to peacefully protest. I don't know where you feel like you can get off with a gun, assault rifle, walking through a crowd of friendly protesters, antagonizing them. I don't know where the defense thinks they can get off with telling me, and I'm not the prosecutor, I'm not the judge, so they're not telling me, they're telling them. But this is just another mental abuse of people. He's in self-defense of a man with a skateboard. First of all, the man with the skateboard is now dead. You don't know his side of the story. He might have been in self-defense because he was afraid the man with the assault rifle was going to shoot him. I can't speak on that because I don't know that. But I've never in my life encountered a man with an assault rifle afraid of somebody with a skateboard. So I wish that the judge would have let the prosecution speak to that, because the judge kept interrupting that. And that's another problem I have. We're here speaking on the side of Kyle and his self-defense and all this bullshit, but we didn't get the full part of the video, full story of the video when the prosecutors were trying to speak, because the judge kept cutting them off. And I felt really slighted by that, because I'm like, I obviously hear what the prosecutors are trying to bring to the table, but the judge won't let them speak. And the defense keeps bringing up.
They showed the full video, bro.
I'm not, but they didn't.
The dude hit him in the head with the skateboard while he was on the ground.
I saw that.
While he was on the ground.
I saw that.
You can kill somebody with a skateboard hitting him in the head.
I saw that. I've seen that. That's not what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is,
you die behind that, bro.
Why run up on a nigga with a gun? Why run up on a nigga with a gun?
Can I finish what I'm saying, though? Y'all all trying to not finish speaking, though. Y'all interrupting me for y'all. Y'all interrupting me for nonsense. So let me finish.
Why run up on a nigga with a gun, nigga? Answer.
All right, cool. What I'm saying, I'm not making shit up. I'm just telling you what the prosecutor is saying. I'm not making shit up, nigga. I watched all of this. The prosecutor said, the prosecutor said, we cannot bring in.
Hey, let Jones finish, man. Let Jones finish, man.
This guy,
the prosecutor said, I'm trying to bring up a witness to speak to this. We have audio in this video, but you won't let me play it because he's not here to speak to this. That's what was said. So if you were there or not, that's on you, but that was said. He said, you're not letting me play this audio, and it speaks to the mindset of the victim in the case. Now, if you were there or not, that's on you, but I was there. So what I'm saying is, the mindset of the man with the skateboard, we don't know. All we know is a man with an assault rifle shot him down. So if this man was in fear of his life, he can't speak to because he's dead. But what can be spoke to,
dude, hold on,
is that the crowd.
Who ran up on who?
Let me say this.
All right, I'm not gonna talk to children, so y'all can go. Go ahead.
Let me say this about the Rittenhouse.
Who ran up on who? Answer the question.
Go
Hey,
ahead, hold
there,
on. Let Jones finish. So
No, I'm done. I'm
keep
not
it
talking to y'all.
cordial.
Continue.
Keep it
Do your thing.
cordial. So
I
we
want to
can
hear
dialogue.
Jones.
Hold on.
So we can really dialogue. Just let me get the next.
All right, so
Why you
all right.
talking that shit, nigga?
Hey, the
Let
guy.
me get
Hey, the
next after
crazy
Jones.
guy
Hey,
underneath
hey,
me.
we ain't
Come
gotta
up
get like
here
The
this
and
with
guy.
each
The
talk
other,
guy
on his
bro,
underneath
over
me.
ass
this
Like,
topic.
every
Let me see his
time.
real
brother
quick.
in the house.
That shit crazy.
Wait,
Y'all
wait, wait,
chill.
wait.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's go one at a time, y'all.
The
Hold on.
guy
Let me.
underneath me. I think what you're getting confused is I think you're saying that Jones is saying
Yeah, don't even beef
legally.
over this, bro.
You're saying like legally. I think you're thinking Jones says he should not be acquitted. He should be like he should go to jail. That's not what Jones said. He's saying morally that it's wrong. How he put himself in that situation. We know that he's going to get acquitted for the reasons you're trying to say. But to say that, oh, well, what was the guy with the skateboard thinking? I mean, if you look at the video, it was clear as day. It was a really big,
All right.
confusing mess. What happened was, like Jones was trying to say.
But here, Bendini, I got to stop you right there
Sometimes bad
because
decisions get you
hold on, hold
killed,
on,
bro.
hold on. Well, I'm gonna give you an example because if you look at the Ahmaud Arbery case, let's say we only had a small snippet of video, and the only video that we saw was when Ahmaud Arbery ran towards the guy with the gun and tried to wrestle him down because like that snippet of video
Shit,
doesn't
that's
tell us
all
the
we
full
did
story.
have at first.
Hold on. That snippet of video doesn't tell us that they were chasing them all through the neighborhood. This man was scared. That snippet of video just looks like, if you just play that snippet of video to people that don't know about the situation, it just looks like a random black dude is running up on this white dude, attacking him, and you don't have no context. And so I think with the guy with the skateboard, I think what Jones is trying to say is with him being dead, and with no other video or audio to kind of support what was going on prior, we don't know what his mindset was and why he even attacked with the skateboard.
Bro, one of
I'm not sure. Maybe I have to rewatch.
One of the cameramen that actually captured the footage, is a witness, bro. He testified, bro. Like, people keep making it like Cal the only one with a pistol. Like, hey, let's be real, bro. Multiple people had weapons. It was multiple gunshots. This was after the curfew. This wasn't during the peaceful protesting. So when you turn around and say stuff like he walking through a crowd of peaceful protesters, he don't belong there. Listen, bro. Antioch, Illinois is 30 minutes away from Kenosha. Listen to me, bro. If my daddy lived 30 minutes away from me and I'm going back and forth from my mom and my dad, and I was a lifeguard in Kenosha, I'm part of that community. I done grew up with people that's there. My biological dad is there.
Hey, why y'all getting?
I have a sense of home. People have secondary homes. I don't have to be a citizen of that community to be there, because majority of the protesters weren't from Kenosha, right or wrong. Majority of the people
That's a fact.
who were there after the curfew were not from Kenosha, right or
I'll
wrong.
answer. Hey, can I answer this guy, Lamont?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got
So,
another thing to say. Go ahead, hold on. Let me finish right quick.
Yeah,
Then y'all can have it, bro. I got another thing to say. The gun wasn't brought across state lines. He picked it up from there. And the same thing that I want y'all to know is that just because you might be committing a low-level crime like carrying a gun that you're not supposed to, that does not destroy your right to have self-defense if someone attacks you. And if you attack me and I'm open carrying and you even reach for my pistol, that's deadly force that you're trying to use against me. Hold on 1 second. And also, since we're going to talk about facts and all this manipulating and all this other shit, let's talk about the actual evidence, okay? Rosenbaum had soot on his hands. You don't get soot on your hands from a gun unless you have your hand on the barrel. So don't try to kill and crucify the fact that he shot 4 times with somebody grabbing the gun, bro, in the middle of shooting in a live situation. Listen to people, bro. I had an uncle that was a cop, bro. He had to kill a man. You understand me? He said in the moment with his adrenaline, it felt like he only shot twice. But him and his crew of SWAT, they shot like 40 times, bro.
Real talk, man.
Listen, bro, in the middle of a gunfight, bro, this ain't no movie shit. Sometimes you shoot like that. You making it like the dude was reckless. How would he shoot one man in the bicep and don't kill him if he reckless? You know how much damage Cal could have done? So if somebody chasing me And Rosenbaum had an argument with multiple people. It's footage of Rosenbaum arguing with everybody, screaming the N-word and all this other shit.
And he was a pedophile.
He's talking about the first guy. He's talking about the first guy.
Yeah, the first dude was aggressive with everybody there, bro.
Man, he was the
And the
worst.
only reason that he encountered Kyle is because Kyle came over there to put a fire out of a trash can, out of the dumpster that they had set with the fire extinguisher. He got into it with everybody that was carrying the pistols, he was even screaming, "Shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga, shoot me, nigga." This white dude saying this on the camera footage, fam.
Facts.
So then he chased Kyle. Somebody starts shooting in the air while Kyle running from dude with his back to the crowd. How do Kyle know who's shooting at him or not? So when he turn around and you got a motherfucker trying to lunge at you and you got your gun and he grab your barrel, you got a right to kill him, fam. That's self-defense. And then if the whole crowd starts screaming that he killed somebody and shot somebody and you chase him, I got a right to defend myself from the crowd. And everybody that got within his person, he shot him. Anybody that was not close to him, he did not shoot him. After he shot the dude in the bicep, he did not shoot anyone else. And he was in full retreat, and then he fell, and they tried to hit him with the skateboard, bro. You can break the law and still have a right to self-defense.
That's
man.
true.
And the thing about it is, I really think that they're using propaganda to get
You know
our
that.
righteous anger about racism and all this other stuff to
Come on.
manipulate people into looking at this as, oh, he's shooting at Black Lives Matter and all this other shit. No, he killed 3 motherfuckers that's white and
Man, hey, chill out, man. Let him talk.
and all type of shit, bro. Listen to me. Multiple people had the guns, and one of the motherfuckers with the gun got his arm blew off. And guess what he said in the text that they wouldn't let in the courtroom? I should have killed that motherfucker. That's what he said.
But the argument could be made he should have killed someone. It would be that, hey, I was just trying to keep this guy or hold this guy, because that was.
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question, bro. When you start a job, and you take your computer testing, and they say if it's an active shooter, what's the first thing they tell your ass to do?
Dude,
get the fuck down and get out the way,
bro. I don't know what your name is.
Come on.
I'm really not disagreeing.
Other people talk, bro. You just rampaging on and on now, bro.
Nah, nigga, nah. This all facts he talking, nigga. Shut your ass up and listen, nigga. Get your ass out of here, man. Let that nigga talk. Nigga, how you be rambling, Jones? Shut the fuck up,
Nigga, you sound like a hater, bro. Get off me, bro. Get it out your mouth, bro. Get it out your mouth, bro. Get it out.
Time over basketball.
So,
super pro black. Get off your Malcolm X.
Hold on. 94 feet. Go ahead and finish your thought. I actually like what you were saying because again, it's a different take on it, because you were saying some stuff that I didn't know. I'm not gonna act like I had all the facts.
I know a lot of people Lamont, I've been watching it from day one, bro. I watched every piece of footage that ever came out about this, and I watched the trial, and I watched multiple reviews on it. This is how I'm gonna say, bro. Ahmaud Arbery is a shut case, bro. They automatically should go under the jail. This situation right here with Kyle, they trying to get the left and the majority of the people who are not necessarily right wing to go completely against open carry and carrying ARs and having ARs, bro. That's what that's about. Because when the same
what you mean it's not true?
I'll
listen,
afterwards.
Okay, bro. When they was in Atlanta and they was protesting, and the dude that was for Black Lives Matter that was dating the white dude with the AR for Black Lives Matter that was dating a handicapped chick killed the people in Atlanta. Didn't nobody say what they said about Kyle? What? And they had an autonomous zone where they had
that was brother. Hey, that was Austin. That was Austin, Texas. But I know what you're talking about.
No, bro, that was Atlanta, bro.
Hey, wait, don't move away. I want to get him on the subject
because that was after my man got shot at Wendy's.
After he goes, let me go, Lamont.
Oh, you go ahead. No, hold on. Bend the knee. Go ahead.
Bro. So I know you were going on the spill, but I said this when I got on Lamont's thing that there's more details to this that I guess Lamont didn't know. And I said, but the funny part is his estimation is true. And I said that this guy is going to get off on self-defense because I know the things you just said. I know all that shit. I already knew that shit. What I was saying is because I think Lamont was saying, why would people go after him? And I was explaining it's because in that confusion, people kept saying like, oh, like shooter. So they were thinking like, oh shit, it's like a mass shooter. And those 2 guys, one of them stupidly try to like subdue him with the skateboard. Then the other guy tried to like, I guess that's why he said like, oh, I wish I just killed him. Because in his head, if you saw in that video, they had like a little standoff where I don't know what they were saying, but like he was getting closer to the gun. And I'm thinking in his head, he was like, oh, I'm not in his head. I'm just assuming he was thinking, I'm going to get this guy here.
I got you.
Yeah. Now, the facts of the case is true. he is going to get off because, he feared for his life. There was battery and there was assault. Those elements were there. So he will get off on self-defense. Now, the thing with it, what I disagree with, right, is the moral part of it, right? Why was he there? You're like, oh, well, it's because he was going to visit his dad. That's bullshit. Because we actually have evidence.
Whoa. I didn't say he was there because he was going to visit his dad.
Yeah.
I said he had a right to be there because his biological father stays there and he was a lifeguard in that same community. It's only 30 minutes away. Y'all acting like he traveled 2-3 hours.
Like a flight or something.
And listen, bro, I'm not personally going at you about this. I know these are emotionally driven situations and conversations, bro. I'm just saying that I believe that a lot of times, we done been done wrong so many times that we don't actually see the Trojan horse aspect of the things that they're doing with these cases and how they bend and twist certain things with headlines and all this.
Right.
So can I explain something?
If it's mainstream, if it's
a
mainstream Black death on the news, when you look into it, it's gonna fall into like a situation just like
this case. Real quick, this case
Right.
has nothing to do with I don't know what people are saying like, oh, because they're trying to take their guns away. This is not the case to use. That'd be stupid. I know you guys think propaganda. What this case? Wait. What this case is about?
They attack an open curtain.
You can say that.
That's not what it's about. And by the way, wouldn't this be
But
bad?
that's the
Because
main
he
thing the
illegally.
persecution's talking about,
Wait.
bro.
Let me
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Because why would you use a case where he illegally got a gun? That makes no sense for open carry. This is not the case to be using like in the law. That's just bad. So anyway, what this case really is
bro,
about,
do you know that's a misdemeanor to carry a gun in Kenosha, bro? A rifle?
He illegally.
You know that's a
illegal to
misdemeanor,
have
bro.
one.
And then he got it from a
Do you
friend.
know that's
He's
a
underage. It's illegal to have one.
And then you had it
sir.
illegally from a
If you've
friend.
ever,
You need a gun
sir,
license.
if you've been under supervision with hunting and everything in Kenosha, Wisconsin, there's a law where you can legally carry the bro.
Where was the
He
supervision?
has a right to have a gun.
What do you mean?
Has
Look
a
at
right
how
to have a gun, bro.
he used that gun,
Look at how
man.
you
He's
have it, bro.
surgical with that bitch, clearly.
All right.
On the ground shooting?
Let me finish my statement. I'll let you
Fair.
guys go. It's pretty short.
Okay.
So
Ain't that's even
Bro, he could've killed
more
15
evidence
people,
to
bro.
show you.
He used a lot of restraint with a lot of
So
people.
hold on.
Nigga.
Let me finish my statement about
Smoke,
this.
yeah, so many
It's-
people talking at the same time. Let's
And
go
yeah,
one at a time.
I really want to quickly finish it, and I'm done. And I'm out of here. Right?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. My
You guys
bad.
can
Go
get
ahead.
at it. So the last
Go ahead,
thing
my
is
bad, bro.
the real case, and I know this is a case from left wingers. What they're trying to say, it's not about having guns. That's not what the issue is. What they're saying is he chose hanging around with a crowd, the Boogaloo Boys, who on the FBI list has been arrested for starting shit with BLM or like trying to start a race war. I told this to Lamont, or a civil war. That's a fact, and he was hanging around with them. Next, the whole thing that they're talking about morally is what.
So you don't think they got something to do with guns?
No, I really don't.
What? They're not gonna
Stop
use that to
interrupting so we
attack
can
guns.
hear, bro.
You saying that
Yeah,
they're
let
not
him
gonna
finish,
use that
bro.
to attack guns?
Let him finish.
No?
Let him finish.
Let him finish, bro.
The
Just let him
morality
finish.
of the story is extremism. What it does, what drives you
True.
to do
Absolutely.
extreme
I
shit.
agree.
What drives you to become a white supremacist. That's the moral of the story. Because he got caught twice. One, he was with the Boogaloo Boys. You can look up their past. Really bad. Second of all, he was literally seen with some white supremacists at a bar after he got bailed out by white supremacists and cops. So it's about extremism and what drives you to become a vigilante. Not
So
about
can only
the
white
gun.
supremacists be
That's it.
vigilantes, or can the
I'm
people
done.
looting and all that other shit on the other side, like Antifa, or they vigilantes, bro?
Yes, they're extreme too.
Why are we making two different problems one problem?
No, we're not
Think about
making
it.
two different
They're
problems
extreme as
because
fuck.
George Soros backs both of them, bro.
Hey,
That's what they do. Right, come on.
That's
Like,
a fact, bro.
Antifa,
You can't sit
Boogaloo
up here
Boys.
like
and act
they
like,
make them both one
you can't sit
problem.
up here and act
bad.
like it's rich people
In the media.
funding the
That's
left,
what they
funding
do.
the right side, and all this other stuff, but then you want to pretend like rich people don't fund the other
That's not
side.
what
Bro,
I
let me tell
said.
you something.
You
It's
saying
foreign entities
that the
want
media
this
not
type
gonna say a
That's not what
person
I
like
said.
this has a gun? Oh
And
my
the funny
god.
part is the Democrats have actually
Saying
said,
that?
hey, wait,
Not what I said.
Democrats have come out and said, oh, Antifa's bad, BLM is bad. I mean, they ditched those groups. So yeah, they use them. They're bad too. I'm not
So you're saying that they're not gonna
This is
use
not Cal Rittenhouse against Black Lives Matter. That's
I
what
didn't
was
say
trying
it
to
was.
say, bro.
I'm saying that
Nobody
he's a part of
said
the
that.
extremist group.
No, that's
you're straw manning right now. That's it.
what?
No, that's not straw man at all with the
Okay,
situation,
so brother,
bro.
our far right group's not
You're
using him as a
bringing up
hero. Our far right group's not
extremist
using him
ties,
as a
but you're
hero.
telling me that Antifa being tied to these protests have nothing to do with the environment of deadly threats.
What?
Bro, how can you go into an area where you have burning buildings, cars getting blown up, gunshots and everything, and you think that that's not reasonable for someone to have a gun?
So
why would you go there?
wait. No,
You had a right to, bro.
No,
You had a
All
right to
right,
make bad decisions.
you got a right to go in the middle of the ocean. You don't go there.
Hey
The
Jones,
fuck? Right to fuck out of here.
Hey Jones, no.
Childish ass shit.
What was?
You got the right to go anywhere you want to go. If you gonna use that, you could use that at any circumstance, any situation, bro. That's childish, bro.
That makes no
That's
sense, bro.
childish.
That makes no
I can
sense.
open carry wherever I want to. What are you talking about?
Of course,
bro?
he got every right to go where
You
he
got
wants
the right
man.
to go anywhere you want to. But if
Yeah,
you don't mean to be a part of the problem, why do you go somewhere where there's an active problem with a gun, a
Bro,
vest, and a
You just
fake
said the
med
same
kit?
thing.
I thought it was a protest.
Hold on, Jones. What I think is,
so why the protesters stop
hold on, 94 feet. Hold on, 94 feet. What I'm saying is, I think Jones. I think our community, our culture. I don't know what happened with our culture, but we're led to believe that somebody who's carrying a gun is a problem. When he's not really. Really carrying a gun is your right. Really, because hold on, y'all. Hold on. Because here in Arizona, I feel like everybody has them. Women, men. And so the thing is, it's become normalized out here. So when you see somebody with it, or you see somebody like you see it on their dashboard in their car, on their hip, if you might see it concealed under their shirt, you're not as panicked about it because it's normalized.
Right.
Why is it that why can't you carry your AR if you want, or your pistol if you want, without people thinking, why is he carrying a gun? What's wrong? And that's the problem right there, that we can't start demonizing people just because they're walking around with a gun and start labeling them as the problem.
We got black gun clubs that get demonized all the time. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy for us to be doing it. Look, bro, you remember when Breonna Taylor happened, bro? You remember when Breonna Taylor happened, fam? Motherfuckers was mad at Jam Master Jay and them for having them burners out there, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Facts,
like people was upset about that. And what I'm saying is that that's where I come from. People want to make it like, oh, you defending this, that, and the third. I'm looking at it as I'm trying to defend a right to what's called, because we always gonna need that, bro. We always gonna need a right to be able to have our pistols, bro. Because guess what? The criminals don't care. I'm a Curry. I'm a Curry.
Right.
And I get that certain people feel like open Curry mean you a tough guy and all that stuff. I get that 1,000%, bro. But that don't mean it gives somebody a right to run up and take that pistol, bro. That ain't me showing a sign of aggression or nothing if I'm walking around with a burner. Now, if I carry it and brandish it a certain kind of way, then that's a little different. You feel what I'm saying? I will understand that 1,000%. You can't walk around open carry just pointing guns at people and stuff like that. That's outrageous, bro.
I want to make and finish a statement. Simple as this, bro. The judge did not allow the prosecution to play the audio of the video where Kyle whatever his name was supposedly antagonizing the people in the march. I don't care what. Listen, I'm not finna back and forth because there's no point to that. I watched it. They wouldn't let them play the audio. No, I'm not finna back and forth. They wouldn't let them play the audio. Meaning, you didn't want us to hear what was happening between him and the people that he was instigating problems with. Yeah, I saw people with bats breaking cars. Yeah, I saw people doing whatever the fuck they had the right to do, like he had the right to have a gun. So what I'm telling you is, it is not your job. No. It's not your job to go try and police nothing. It's not your job to vigilante walk around the streets with a gun. It's not your job. It's your let me finish. I'm not arguing. It's your right. It's your right. It's your right to walk anywhere you want to walk with a gun. Cool. But why did you choose? Why did you choose to exercise your right today to walk to a protest that, as you heard, was getting violent and there were becoming problems and be an extra problem? That's all I'm asking. That's all I want to know.
Hey, Jones,
I'm not arguing nothing with nobody.
Let me say something on the rent house right quick.
Yeah, wait,
let me say something right quick on the rent house, because allegedly I heard the brother over there.
They won't listen.
But on the full clip of the video, allegedly a protester did have a gun on them. They had to pull it out and everything when they were getting routed against him. But one of the protesters, allegedly on the full video, and I don't think they're gonna release the full video or anybody ever seen the full video, that allegedly one of the protesters did have a gun. But they still might charge him for the gun, but I don't think he gonna get no real time like anybody would be thinking he gonna get some real time.
What state is he in? What state is he in?
He's in Kenosha. The state. Sorry, the state.
Was that Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, yeah.
I don't know. He might get slammed for the gun then.
What I was gonna say to add what Jones was saying, I remember that video that you're talking about that the judge did with his show. It was funny when he was getting an argument with that guy, the bald guy that you guys keep bringing up. I forget his name. What happened was it was funny. The militias themselves were actually more reserved, and they kept telling him, "Hey, stay away, stay away, get away!" Like because he was actually getting into a lot of confrontations. So imagine that people who are part of this crazy militia are more reserved and calm than you are because he was getting up in people's faces. And yeah, that guy was nuts. But that guy didn't come after any of the other guys with guns. They were cool. They were chilling. It was the one kid, and I don't know what happened, but like they were literally trying to pull up the kid back from the guy. So something was said. I'll tell you that much because he was
can't hear it.
Yeah, something was said.
And dude dead now, but we gonna defend this dude being there with a gun because it's his right. Everybody got a right, bro. But when and how you exercise that right is a problem.
But John, and here's the thing that with Kyle Rittenhouse, now that he's opened himself up by getting on the stand, the prosecutor should, regardless of what restrictions the judge is giving him, the prosecutor just needs to do a better job of taking this case head on. I mean, if you feel he's losing this case, because ultimately it was the prosecutor's office that decided what the charges actually were. So if the prosecutor's office decided what the charges actually were, well, that means they felt comfortable in feeling that they could get a guilty conviction with these charges. So I can't get mad at Kyle Rittenhouse's team for really destroying the prosecutors in court because they came with these ridiculous charges. They should have just came with something they knew they could win. I don't think they can get reckless homicide because if you watch the video, I don't see nothing reckless about it. I don't know. It looks more like self-defense. Maybe felony murder because he did get the gun illegally, and getting the gun illegally because, like, let's say if I go into a store and I'm going just to rob the store, right? But the clerk starts wrestling with me. The clerk falls down, hits his head on the corner of the counter and dies while I'm trying to escape. Well, I'm in the act of committing a crime. I'm going to get charged with felony murder because in the commission of that crime, I caused somebody's death. So by him committing the crime and getting the gun illegally, if you go with felony murder, he's automatically going to get hit with felony murder because he obtained that gun illegally. And by him obtaining that gun illegally and walking around with it, he's committing a crime. And then when somebody dies, he automatically gets the felony murder. So they charged him wrong. So that's on them. That's what I was saying. They got to live with the results.
And Jones, and let me say real quick about because the guy who talked in the beginning, he kept saying like, we need to protect ourselves or blah blah blah. So the thing is about these protests, they have like actual data. Here's one by the where is it? I have it. Here's one by the ACLED BLM protest data by the FBI themselves. 94% of those protests peaceful. And guess who are the ones who died? Actually, most of them, like majority, 90%. It was actually the protesters themselves. Either someone randomly got in their car and just ran over a bunch of people, or, for example, like the incident with the kid, someone comes with a gun at the protest. But the violence that they're committing is mostly burning down big businesses. So I don't know why we can make it seem like they're targeting people. That's not true.
But I just want to say, like, to Lamont with the whole they got to prove it. You can only prove what you're allowed to prove. But if they won't let you put in evidence, then you can't prove it with that evidence. And so the judge not letting them insert the evidence is keeping them from being able to prove that this wasn't self-defense, that this was the incitement of a riot. And these people all felt afraid for their lives because of what this man was saying and doing and the intent of his with that gun. We can't prove this because you're not allowing us to show you this video with the audio. You're not letting us people hear it.
But Jones, you got to understand that there are so many cases where the defense feels just like the prosecution does right now. None of their motions getting granted. The judge seems like it against them. I mean, the legal system is about relationships too. Maybe this prosecutor in another case pissed the judge off. At the end of the day, it's gonna fall back to the prosecution because they're the ones that came with these charges. They're the ones that trumped up these charges to make it look good. Now they got to come out here and prove the improvable, like something that they can't prove. That's just on them.
Yeah,
did they show the other dude's video?
What you mean the other dude's video?
What do you mean?
Black dude in the red suit?
No, the other guy that was the protester that was antagonizing people. Did he show the video?
I'm pretty sure the defense showed that. Yeah.
The
defense didn't show that. That would be really bad. I would sue my lawyer for that.
That's facts, BG. That's facts. Yeah. When these police kill people, what the prosecutor's office will do is they'll trump up the charges on purpose, knowing that they can't get a conviction just so the cop could get found not guilty. They will trump up the charges knowing that they can't prove it. So
that was what's going what was gonna happen with Chauvin, but the heat was just so much. They're
they
gonna
changed
give
the
him an
charges.
appeal. Yeah, they're gonna give him a, they changed it.
So Chauvin he had charges, but they changed his charges.
Oh.
I'm just saying, bro. It's been 45 minutes, and I want to speak to the mental well-being of the people. I wanted to speak to the mental of it and let you hear this audio. And the dude said, nah, we don't need to hear that. That's not important. And I'm saying, how do you say that what they're feeling and going through with this man in the crowd with an AR isn't important? Because if we don't know what he said, I don't know any man in his right mind runs at somebody with an AR with a skateboard. Maybe y'all know, maybe y'all will, and maybe y'all know better than me. But all I'm saying is I didn't get to hear it, because I know if somebody said some shit out of pocket to me with a gun facing me, man, I'm gonna use whatever I can to defend myself, even if I might not win. I need to get out alive. But we can't prove that because they wouldn't let the audio be played.
The type of dude that would do that is a dude that like antagonizing people with rifles, right?
But not if you, but no, here's the thing. I bet you he probably said some of the most fucked up shit. But even still, since the dude like that, you can't really you can't really get somebody for just saying shit.
That's inciting riot. Yes, you can. You can get them for a lot. That's why you didn't let them play it.
Depend on what, it do depend on what they say.
It depends. It depends on what he says. Now, if he made like a threat or something with the gun, then yeah, you can get it with that. But if he's just talking shit just to be talking shit, and somebody ran up on him and he was a little pussy ass bitch about it, then I'm like, you can't.
That's not how that works, by the way.
That's not how it works.
That's not how
somebody with a gun.
If I say I'm going to kill you, but then I like walk away, that's not a threat. And legally, what would happen is I'm going to kill you, and I put my hand behind my pants or something. Then yeah, you have the right to self-defense. That's how it works, actually. You have to like have some kind of form of action.
I mean, he attacked
I'm talking about what if, because I don't think, because like they said, because like the way it's talking, I don't think he said something like I don't think he made a death threat. I think he just said, I just think he was just shit talking to the wrong motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, that's not.
And the wrong motherfucker ran up on him.
Yeah. I mean.
You run over somebody with a gun, you don't got no gun.
Yeah, no, like
right. He ran up on the wrong motherfucker.
The people who ran up on him with a gun. Now, the action, yeah, you could say that's honorable because you think he's actually a murderer, but that's stupid at the same time. Like, I don't care if someone kills someone, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be no hero. Fuck that. I'm running the opposite way. I'm not running towards the guy.
Oh no, but like there are cases, like I showed you in the Ahmaud Arbery case, where people will run up on other people with a gun if they feel like they're just in that much jeopardy. Ahmaud Arbery ran up on that guy with a gun because they had been chasing him, running around. Who knows what they were yelling at him? They could have been yelling. No, it doesn't matter. But if we just look at that one small at the end of the clip and just try to, and we use that clip and say, "Oh, this black dude just charged a white dude and then wrestling with him and he shot him in self-defense." What if we didn't know the backstory about them chasing them around, stalking them down, putting together a posse? If we didn't know all of the backstory, then that one clip could be used and just say, oh, he was, because remember what the defense tried to say, we want to bring his toxicology up because they said he had weed in his system and the weed might be why he was so aggressive. They were trying to make it seem like he was an aggressive black dude because they were going to try to take that one clip and be like, oh, he just charged at him. He was wild, out of control, and they shot him out of self-defense. When that wasn't the full story. So the guy with the skateboard, that's why I say it would be nice to hear what he has to say, or to also be nice to know what happened before. What happened beforehand and where he felt like he had to charge a guy who had an AR-15. You had to charge him with a skateboard.
So Lamont, and don't take my word for it, but I do remember, and Jones or someone, back me if I'm wrong, what happened was that guy with the skateboard, he was chilling talking to some chick from what I saw in that video, or one of his friends. And then the guy ran, I think, towards him or a little past him. And that's when someone said, yo, he just killed someone. And then he tried to be a hero and spring into action. Like, holy shit. So that's why I was assuming like, oh, he was just trying to be a hero. Because it was like chaos.
Oh my God. Again, it's too much we don't know. Yeah, that's the problem. Is our lack of being able to know enough and them not letting us know what's available to know makes me like not really want to believe anything that's happening.
Yeah.
Because if you don't want to let them play the audio, there's something in that audio you don't want us to hear.
Yeah. The only thing that, and again, this is the smart thing to do, I just don't like it, is how they're trying to portray the two guys as like they're collaborating or some thugs. And that's not what I saw in the video. Not at all. But, as a defense, it's smart. make them look like they're angry mob.
Doing their job.
They're doing their job.
Just
I
doing
just
their
think
job.
it's fucked up. That's not what happened.
And the judge is helping them, and that's the problem. You're supposed to be unbiased, and I'm like, bro, you look the most biased of anyone on the case.
But the thing is, we all know judges are not unbiased. Right. Actually, they're hugely biased. And like I said, judges sometimes go into cases where that defense attorney pissed them off and maybe filed an appeal over his head or something and maybe reported them to the bar, did all types of stuff. There's a lot of reasons why these judges have indebted against certain prosecutors or defense attorneys. And then it will come out in cases like this. They might not grant your motions and, they're going to overrule you on a lot of stuff. Like, they're going to make it hard on you. So that's just the game. And it's on you.
Come on, man.
It's on you it's on you.
You watch Law and Order.
If you're in trouble, it's on you to make sure you get an attorney. Like, the first thing you should be asking an attorney, if you ever need an attorney and there's a judge involved, is you need to make sure he has a good relationship with that judge. His history with that judge is good. Because the attorney should be able to say, I have a great track record with this judge. And he has a great track record with that judge. Well, I might want to go with you because you have history with them that's going to be favorable. Right. But just as how it's all games, it's all politics. You gotta be able to play the game a little bit. They kill a lot of black people and try to cover it up. I'm not sure what you're referring to. But yeah, Jones does have a point there in what he's saying.
Yeah, he does.
I'm not gonna act like he doesn't have a point. Maybe the guy with the skateboard was just playing Superman.
Yeah, maybe
he was.
To me, that's
but maybe he wasn't. Maybe there's a portion that of the story that Kyle Rittenhouse is not telling us that he knows could get him indicted, that will really, seal the deal and get a guilty conviction if he told, the other side of the story that we don't know.
Because dead men don't speak. He gone.
Right now, he's telling the side of the story that's going to help him go home.
Right, he's going to have to get off first if he tell anything, if he's dumb enough to tell it.
I mean, he's not going to go up there and tell the complete truth.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I was watching another angle of the video. So the dude with the skateboard, yeah, he was standing next to some girls talking.
Chilling.
And he was chilling. And Kyle running, this man literally just comes at him swinging the skateboard. I'm like, this nigga here.
It's because someone yelled and screamed.
He killed somebody.
Yeah, someone yelled "stop" in that video. I don't know if you have the muted one or not.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah,
stop the guy.
He killed somebody, and he ran.
He's trying to play hero.
He trying to play. That's like drop out, get your GED.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad, man. It's like, yeah, you try to do a good thing. You didn't try to kill the guy, but that's stupid. You're not.
But that's the problem. Everybody was trying to be a vigilante that night.
Yeah.
Take your ass home.
But and I tell him to do.
Ain't old boy said it was past curfew.
It was past curfew.
We're gonna do this real quick. Hold on, let me put my disclaimer up first, man. Make sure, look, y'all. I'm gonna play a snippet of the video. We'll see. Because I haven't taken the time to really even watch the videos. I've been following the Ahmaud Arbery case a little bit more.
Yeah. Hey, Lamont, and only that, there was they got one of the Bula boys, like someone was like doing an interview, and they said, he believes that the cops actually set up that situation too.
Hold on. That's a film, man. You got a lot of background noise, man. You got to take care of that. I got to keep you on mute until you get that taken care of. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Because we're going to play. And I don't know how many videos is out. This is just the first one that popped up. It says video shows 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse shooting 3 people fatally in Kenosha. All right.
Mind you, he crossed state lines underage.
And what you're saying right there, Crypto, is like I said, this is why they should have charged him with felony murder, not reckless homicide, because with felony murder, you just have to prove the underlying felony to get to the murder.
Right.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that.
And if they use the felony murder, the whole thing about the community goes out the window, because then you use domicile, where you're domiciled from.
I thought he said he picked it up within state lines.
I don't know about that.
So he didn't?
No, he crossed state line. He crossed state line, but he picked the gun up.
Hold on, let me play this real quick. I want to play this, and I want to get everybody's thoughts once I play it.
What happened? Shit.
Oh, he shot somebody and they were chasing him.
Yeah, they kept screaming, "Yo, he shot someone! You gotta stop him." That's where the guy tried to be a hero.
Right.
Inciting a riot, killing people,
What
inciting
the
riot.
heck? Wow.
And hey, Lamont, what makes it more fucked up? There's a cop if you go a little bit forward, and I'm pretty sure he knows what happened.
For
He just
said
like,
trial that he saw the police and they let him keep going.
they let it. He saw them kill him, and then he let him walk.
Hold on, why are they still shooting? What was the additional shots?
See, the cops are right there.
Three people be still alive if it wasn't for privilege.
Oh, vigilantism. That's the problem.
Yep.
One side believes something else about the other, and they think like they're the enemy. So that's the dangerous thing I was saying. It's not about taking away guns. It's about that.
Wait, does he have a cab mag on his AR? Because I'm like, what the fuck?
I think it wasn't automatic. It was something he did.
No, Lamont, watch this. Watch what you guys. They're gonna let him walk right by, and everyone's yelling, "Yo, he just killed someone! Stop him!" Watch this. They pass him.
Wave.
And then he runs.
I'm surprised he didn't hand the guy a Coke like the other guy did when he handed out water bottles.
Did he just? Did he just high-five the dude in the car?
Yes,
he walked
they're taking it out there.
Are you serious?
They have to get him from Illinois.
Hold on, we're gonna check it out one more time because
both states.
So
he
hold
committed
on.
the crime in
So
Wisconsin.
look, we're gonna see the part. Who was chasing him? It looked like somebody hit him in the back of the head with something.
This was the skateboard dude.
Yeah, they skateboard.
Okay, hold on.
Trying to throw like a bottle at him.
Now, this is after he shot one person already?
Yes, this is after
he shot somebody.
People were saying, "Go get him."
So he shot somebody and then started running.
Yes.
So now everybody's just thinking he just shot somebody.
Yes,
for no
they think he's a shooter.
Yeah.
And
right.
Stop him.
See, now he's been Captain America right here. Like,
yeah, that was just stupid.
Okay, so yeah, he's.
Why are you charging that with the fucking AR?
Now hold on, did he get shot?
I don't remember if that was the guy.
No, I don't think he got shot.
He tried to throw something to stop him, and I'm like, that's dumb.
Darwinism at its finest. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's just dumb, bro. I'm not doing it. Hey, you gotta give props for actually like trying to be a good guy, bro. That's just
no.
Okay, so he falls down. So he falls down. He falls down right here.
See, all the guys.
Police was right there. They didn't come up here.
So he did what we normally see white people do in the action movies when they run into Jason.
Yes.
Right? They fall.
He falls.
Or horror movies.
Yeah, horror movies. So he did what they normally do. They fall in the middle again, chase.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is where the defense goes. Oh, look at the angry mob trying to.
And see, this is where I don't understand these angry mob. Well, they're still running up on him.
Which is dumb.
Hold on, that's the skateboard. That's the guy that hit him right there. The white dude.
Yeah, him right here in the back.
They figured they had him cornered.
But that's not the skateboard dude. The skateboard dude was at the gas station when he shot him.
Yeah, I think because the skateboard dude was talking to some chick.
Okay, look. So he's aiming his gun now. He's about to shoot. Look, the one dude right here, the black dude, look like he's about to try to get up out of there.
Yeah, he's trying to run.
Just like in the movies, they don't want to be killed.
He's trying to run.
They getting the fuck.
Did he shoot the black dude?
No, he missed him.
He missed him.
He missed him.
He lucky, bro.
That was God right there, but that's like, damn. He lucky.
But why did he run over to him and jump on him like that?
I don't know. That was just dumb. I guess it's adrenaline.
Killing other people.
When you inside a riot, nobody's
I honestly don't understand people. Man. I told you, when you see the gun, you're supposed to go the opposite
direction.
It was probably adrenaline.
That's because they don't man. Listen, they ain't never been around. Like all they see is shit they see in movies. Like you know what I'm saying? They ain't
that's skateboard dude right there. Skateboard dude's right there.
Oh, okay, skateboard guy.
He shot him in the. He shot him in the head. What's the?
Yeah, he shot him in the head. That was a skateboard dude.
He shot a whole.
Skateboard dude was at the gas station.
No, that was.
He did.
Hold on, why did he shoot again?
Who knows?
The third shot, see, That third shot seemed unnecessary.
Yeah, the guy was running away. You don't have to shoot. Actually, holy shit! I didn't notice that. You're right. You ran away.
Remember what I told y'all? Remember what I told you? I said, okay,
I didn't see that.
one person, but
sure.
Some of these extra shots, it seems
you're not supposed to shoot someone in the back when they're running away. Yeah, that's true.
I think it's like because I think the defense is going to make if they show those extra shots, the defense is going to be like his mind was just gone and he was just shooting. That's what they're going to say because they do that.
So I shoot the yeah.
But
that's a weak argument.
And then judge already limited half the shit that the prosecutors
if he get on the stand and say that he didn't remember after that and he blacked out, it's gonna pass.
Yeah, it's gonna pass. Yeah, but skateboard dude did wrong though. I ain't gonna that man.
So Lamont, there's another angle where it showed that the skateboard dude was chilling with some girl and then he heard it and that's what he ran after.
There's another video.
Yeah, it's another video. It shows where the skateboard dude was doing before.
The blurry one that they keep using in the courtroom.
Yeah. The skateboard dude was like talking to a chick or two. He was on the side and he ran.
I mean, this wasn't the one time I just shot 3 people on accident and got out of there. Nah, I shot people at different moments because I was doing stupid shit.
Right, 3 separate times.
I'm being a vigilante. I'm Batman out here. This is my Call of Duty. This is my school shooter after credit job. Like, fuck out of here.
To me, all that is premeditated, man.
It was.
He wanted something happen. That's what I believe.
But you ain't gonna be. I mean, you ain't gonna be able to prove that.
Yeah. But you can't say that because that'll be first degree murder. They cannot prove that. That's not gonna happen. But what you can do, he was up there trying to start
it's minimum second degree.
He was, or at least was waiting on it. Of course. I mean, come on. No. He said they got video. Said they got video of him talking shit, huh? I mean,
they got the stuff of him on Instagram throwing up white supremacy symbols and hanging out with all these fascist factions.
About that. Yo, Lamont,
and the judge wouldn't let him play the audio. I'm telling you.
There was a video of
but the thing is, you can't talk shit. But I mean, what kind of shit?
No.
There's
a video.
We can't hear it.
No. There's a kid of Kyle. There's a video of Kyle. Kyle was on the video. It was like Instagram live. He's like, "Oh my god, I just shot someone. I shot someone. Oh my god." You remember he was on his live when he was saying that, and then he said, "Oh shit, someone's after me." And they said,
"Let me share this."
You can hear in the background someone say, "You just killed someone." Yo, get him! He just killed someone. In the background, and he shuts off his live.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah,
let's see what the judge is saying right here. No, prosecutors says prosecutors not allowed to describe men shot by Kyle Rittenhouse as victims. Now we're going to, and that's very weird because if they're not, why are we here having this case if they're not victims?
Exactly. He's coddling them. This judge is pathetic.
That makes no sense. How do you charge somebody with reckless homicide if you don't have a victim?
I've been telling y'all, the judge has been trying to stop the prosecution the whole trial.
Let's hear what the judge
exactly. The judge is just pathetic.
Loaded word. Hold on, can y'all hear that? Make sure y'all can hear it.
And I think alleged victim is a cousin to it.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor. I think it's the exact same issue. The terms that I'm identifying here, such as rioters, looters, arsonists, are as loaded, if not more loaded.
Exactly.
That's loaded.
That is true.
A lot of the people
judge is a moron.
Boy, that was horrible. That judge is on something right there.
I'm telling you, Lamont, I've watched day 1 to 7, bro. He's crazy.
On the victims.
Lamont,
all this hours.
You know what's crazy about that, about calling them rioters or looters? Who do we know? How do we know any of them were burning anything or looting anything? Because the guy on the skateboard, there's a video clearly showing him talking to the girl. That dude was macking. He wasn't looting nothing.
Exactly.
And the problem is
he has no evidence to call him that.
Yeah.
Are they not?
I mean, you got video of him talking shit as well as both of them talking shit.
That means they should label Kyle Rittenhouse as a looter or rioter.
Yeah,
right out there with
because he was there too.
Why don't we just call him a part of
never heard about that.
And that's what I'm saying. They not letting shit be heard because they know that you could call this inciting a riot, and then he's guilty of murder if he incited a riot and then killed someone based on what he said earlier. That's why they won't let you hear what he said. I'm watching. I know what happened. This is crazy.
Jones, you know what's wild about it? If he's hanging out with mostly Boogaloo boys, right, who are an anarchist group known for wanting to start a civil war, you could say that about him too.
Yeah, like you know what he there for.
Yeah, like
he was smiling ear to ear in the picture with them boys. He was excited to be a part of it.
And they were the only ones with rifles. The other guys were like under. Except for like 1 or 2.
He said he was trained and he was in a police academy. Bro got a pass, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I wonder what this attorney has to say about the judge, because this attorney has some strong opinions for the judge. Let me hear this.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He should have been a DA.
Players. And, I think it qualifies as irony that the Wisconsin Crime Victims Bill of Rights, the very first right that victims have, is a right to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect by government officials. This judge arguably is running afoul of the crime victims' rights.
Exactly.
And Glenn, I mean, you have these videos, and these videos do show each of the three men physically engaging with Rittenhouse. How relevant is that engagement, whether this is ultimately murder or self-defense?
Yeah, it's entirely relevant, and the case will be won or lost in part based on those videotapes. Here's the thing. You can certainly exercise force against another to repel an attack. And if the attack is deadly, so if these men were pulling guns and firing at Rittenhouse, he could lawfully have fired back in self-defense. That's not what's being portrayed on the video. So I actually think the video will go a long way to proving Kyle Rittenhouse guilty of the charged offenses.
I don't know. I don't like that argument.
Exactly.
That's a little flimsy.
That's fuzzy because you can still get you can still get stomped to death. You can still get stomped to death. I mean, serious. You get shit.
That's not the overall problem. Yeah, that part don't matter, but that's not the overall problem. But he's saying the truth of you can't just take shit away because it could be used against them. They're just not letting them use shit from the audio to another video.
I want to know what he
bullshit.
The judge is sketchy.
I want to know what he said.
We all want to know, but we not gonna know. So we got people in here defending this dude's behavior because we don't know.
It's not the. It's just we're it's not.
You got the right to show up and start shooting people. It's his right.
No, we're not gonna miss. He just didn't show up and say, "Oh, yeah, I'm gonna shoot a bunch of people today." Fuck that.
How do you know that?
The hell if he didn't.
I don't know that. The video that could prove that is not being played.
But there's no video to prove that. There's video of what he said.
They are not letting us hear what he said. They're not letting us hear what he said. That's the
state of mind being presented before the action took place.
Hold on, let me play this.
State of mind and his previous actions on Instagram and all over Facebook and social media.
Let me play this as well, because this was the first interaction that I saw where I was kind of like, dang, this judge seems to be kind of weird going against this prosecutor like this. But I'm gonna let y'all watch it as well. But this was the video that made me think something was going on.
There's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property. Correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Binger?
What?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that, and the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
you should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Dang, why are you taking it so personal?
He's acting like the defense attorney. This judge is a moron.
He getting paid to be on their side.
Yeah, bro. That's what the DA do, bro. The DA, bro, he doing how he doing, bro.
That man part of the good old boys club, man.
Right. Bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. I don't know what you're up to.
Tongue.
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
There's, Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. And
is-
there's no.
Oh,
Your argument's
hold
on
on.
record.
How is the judge? How is the judge? How does the judge say that
Ridiculous,
it's
man.
untrue?
This
He
judge
said
is-
they're trying to. The jury decides if it's untrue or not the judge.
I'm telling you, Lamont, the judge was BSing the whole case, bro.
Hey,
From
bro,
day one.
Hey, yo, Jones, do
trying to freaking-
you see that bubblegum vein coming over his eyebrow, bro?
Just fix his
Bro, I
end,
watched
man.
this, bro. That's why I was mad y'all came in talking crazy to me. Like, I ain't watched
judge
this
is sitting
shit.
there arguing the case. The judge is not supposed to argue. He's the mediator case.
Exactly. He's acting like the defense attorney. Unbelievable, this guy.
I mean, let's see.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Am I like even if he was, I thought I already before I even started watching, I thought I just had a feeling he was gonna get off. Now I'm like, oh shit, this man's gonna get off. And what? No, what,
They got an agenda to push.
how much you want to bet they're gonna pull? How much you want to bet the defense is gonna pull? Like at the closing arguments that Kyle Rittenhouse was such an innocent child and he was such
That's
a
what they're trying to portray, bro.
Oh,
They're trying to portray him with them crocodile tears.
No, bro,
hold on.
Bro, he wasn't
Nonsense.
crying, bro. That nigga was hyperventilating on the stand, bro. That nigga was
How
hyperventilating.
can you cry but have no tears? Now,
I
ain't
want
speaking
y'all-
water.
I want y'all to tell me if I want everybody in the chat, man. Put a one in the chat if you think this cry is real. The two if it's fake. Hold on, let me
Oh, it was rehearsed big time.
Oh, that was fake as fuck. They told him coming out, hey man, cry
That
for
was
us.
Oscar and Grammy.
I ain't never
Lewis
seen
Oscar
it. I never
nominating,
seen
tears
it.
hold
right
on,
there.
hold on. Let me play the video, y'all. I want everybody because I have yet to see this video. So this is gonna be the first time I've seen it. I knew he cried,
Oh, word.
but I didn't see what was going on. And it might be rehearsed looking at the defense attorney.
Hey, yo, Lamont, he ain't crying. That man is literally hyperventilating.
All right, hold on. Let me find out. We about to play the video.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I replied with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I noticed the Duramax. I noticed a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I stepped towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the slot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happened.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And I was cornered from
This man working on a contract for Hollywood. Ain't he?
Steven Spielberg will be calling him next week.
This fake ass shit. This fake ass fucking shit.
Force that shit so hard.
Yo.
Yeah,
He gonna pass out trying to make himself.
Bro, no, he's hold up. He's hyperventilating, he's hyperventilating. He's not fake crying. He's not even crying.
And she the one. Nobody getting on her fucking case.
Worst asthma attack I ever seen.
That's right, bro.
And you see how he was looking at the fucking judge?
Wait, look, he gonna do it again. Well, look how he keep looking sideways to get some credit.
Look at her. Look on her face.
Oh no!
The G.
Those are Hallmark tears right there. Those are Hallmark tears.
Yeah, it looks like he was just on a hotline.
The tears. What tears?
Terrell Owens did a better job crying than he did.
It was real tears.
Man, I seen a whole lot of tears in T.O.I. whether he faked them or not.
Can probably
he got
He
them
should have
out.
called up Michael Jordan and borrowed his tears.
It was literally 5 or 6 times the judge stopped the prosecutors from prosecuting on some bullshit
Man,
and let these
T.O.
dudes
ain't
go crazy. And he wanted them to fake crying and everything. They took a break for him. They said, we're going to come back in 10 minutes. And,
They came back. No, okay. So Jones, he was at the end of the day. No, so if you look at his body language, he wasn't even crying. He wasn't crying. He was. No, he was hyperventilating. Like the hypervent. Like because I've seen that. He was hyperventilating. I could tell. I've seen that. I study it. You know, I could tell. However, the extra stuff, the whole the side eye to the judge. You know, now I can't deny. I can't deny. So they say in PTSD.
You know what it was, bro.
I can't deny that or say that because you know you kill 3 people. You know, like that. Your mind.
What was the crying at then?
And you did it at different times. You didn't have PTSD before you killed the extra dude.
I mean,
I hear that
prosecution should have showed that video. Said, where was those tears at when you was pulling the trigger on at those people?
I mean, not what you do. Well, they can't say that because that's just that'll be
funny. That's badgering right there.
That'd just be be fucking monotonous.
Well, I would have got thrown out of that courtroom. I would say,
you would have got
thrown out those people were dropping dead for their lives.
Y'all saw that bubble gum vein coming from that judge's upper eyebrow, man. That man look.
The judge started getting mad a couple days into it. By day 6, he like, look, bro, can we just get on to this? Because
can we just let my little boy go? You know, just slap him on the wrist with the minor gun charge.
He started talking about Roman times, hella shit. The judge was doing anything to keep. He was just tripping, bro.
He started talking about Roman times. Are you
kidding? Bro, he started talking about anything to keep the prosecutor from talking. Bro, just started talking about shit from. He was like, well, there's this law that's really not a law that I don't like, but it's a fair law. It's just not right. And the bro just went on for like 10 minutes about bullshit before prosecution forgot what he was saying and sat down.
Right.
Man,
this is ridiculous.
Man, I can't, bro. Here's the thing. Here's what's going. Like, here's this nigga gonna get off. They're gonna do the whole innocent boy treatment and everything. Then they're gonna parade him around on Fox. They're gonna parade him around on Fox News. He's gonna be on the Daily. He's gonna be on Good Morning Fox, whatever that show is called.
Fox and Friends, Sean Hannity.
Yeah, he's gonna be on Sean
Tucker
Hannity.
Carlson.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh Kyle, how did you feel in that courtyard? And they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, God bless that child. He's such a good boy. Blah 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 on some bullshit. And at the end, at the end of the day, break, because it's like if this was a black dude, man,
come on, no.
Who did he preach that shit, nigga?
Wait, no.
Wait.
Already had the verdict. What was the race? What was the race of the people that he killed?
They all white.
See now, dog. If they was now, that's what I was thinking. Like if they was black,
let them kill each other.
It's not a race issue.
The judge would have
let them talk, bro.
It just wouldn't be the same, man.
They not even gonna let us talk, bro. When I used to.
You blind if you don't believe it wouldn't be the same.
When I used to be wondering about, can I fuck myself?
So what if he killed the other white people?
No, he's a white man.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not about
bro.
It was a white man that pulled the trigger. That's what mattered.
Yeah, it's about doing wrong. It's not about race.
No, man.
It's about not letting him get off the hook.
If this nigga,
no matter who he
this
killed,
white motherfucker killed 3 black people, and the judge acting like this, you know, all it took was for somebody to say the N-word for OJ to get his trial dismissed, nigga. The fuck? It just couldn't.
But look, why was they chasing that man though?
This would be.
He shot someone, killed somebody, bro. That's why.
Because he
what they was chasing him because he shot somebody and started running.
Yeah,
and he started running to make that. When you start running like that, just like when you run from the cops, they automatically assume guilt. What did the cops do when you start running? Whether you did anything right or wrong or not, they're gonna chase you. They're gonna apprehend you. And they're gonna figure out what the hell you did wrong because there's something you did something wrong when you did something wrong.
Yeah. He flees back to his own back to cross state line. So he's a fugitive by definition.
Good shit, man. Somebody knows something. There we go.
Yeah, but
I don't understand, bro. Why these niggas can't just shoot them in the leg or something. You try to say
hold on,
Man, what are you talking about, man?
Shoot him in their leg.
Okay,
no, nigga, you don't shoot for the leg, nigga.
You not Batman. Stay your ass home. That's what you
Bro, y'all
do.
niggas ain't no motherfucking police officers. Y'all niggas ain't no police officers or no killers, nigga. I'm saying, nigga,
what do
the
the police officers shoot? What they
for the
teach to
goddamn
shoot?
leg.
No, nigga, they what they
nigga, they tell you, nigga, listen, nigga.
Learn how to shoot for the leg, right?
SFM, bro, he not.
Let
So who
SFM
said
talk.
that?
Let SFM talk, 'cause he was talking, man.
Bro, what I'm saying, bro, they talk, bro. If they tell you to put your hands up, bro, you put your and you try to do anything, they have the right to kill you, bro. No matter what, that's what they taught, bro. If you buck anyway, they have the right to kill you. But they don't train them. They don't train them to shoot them in their leg and just tell them. They train them to kill you, nigga. They train them to kill you, nigga.
That don't mean it
Not
right.
a
All I'm saying, nigga, is why he
niggas
didn't
ain't a
just shoot him
good
in the
shot
leg.
when it.
He not a
Cause
cop,
niggas ain't
SFM.
Because niggas ain't a good shot when it's crunch time and that adrenaline get the pumping,
It's
nigga.
like he's
You
not a
don't
cop
get
and
it.
ain't supposed to have a gun. What are y'all talking about? This is a little ass boy with a gun across state lines. This ain't nothing to do with police, nothing. What are y'all talking about?
Boy, he was surgical with that bitch, though.
It wasn't surgical with shit. He was scared as fuck, just
boy, he
letting off
was
shots.
okay, but they was accurate though, right?
Thought he was in a video game. He thought he was playing Duke Nukem.
Boy, you don't understand. That nigga Ben had a gun in his hand. You don't get it.
Hold on, that nigga ain't no police officer.
No.
Yeah, but
No,
he thought he was playing
SFM,
Duke
that is a
Nukem.
random
That's the
white boy
problem.
playing Batman.
Hold on, y'all.
Oh, that's a man. That nigga's down him.
No,
Thank you. There we go. I know my name is gonna be true.
Thought the nigga was a police officer, bro. They need to down that nigga, bro.
Like since we talk,
That nigga shooting like he the police and shit.
No, it's not even the police. First of all, you have to have some kind of accuracy to shoot a nigga in the fucking head while you fucking down upside down on the ground like that. That's beside the point. Fuck
Hell yeah.
Which means he had a choice to shoot him in the leg. Then, if he was that accurate with his gun,
But at the end, no. At the end of the day, here's at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about that nigga. But at the end of the day, if you look at the situation, you're not thinking about, oh, I gotta shoot him in the leg. You're literally thinking about, you're literally thinking about, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. And regardless, and then regardless,
kill your ass. You shoot at him.
If you're a good shot and you're
Better
smart,
not-
you'll do that.
But you don't got
what?
But you
Oh,
don't got
Marines are taught that every day. When I was in the Army, we taught how to not to waste no ammo.
But
that's wasting
If there was a black
ammo.
man with a rifle walking down the fucking street,
Oh, yeah, we
the
already
cops
know
would
what you-
shoot him on sight, bro. You seen the way this man was in the street with that fucking
Waving
rifle?
at the
Cops ain't do
police.
shit.
He got a high
Exactly.
five.
Exactly.
He
If that nigga if he was black, he wouldn't have got that damn close.
And I don't even
Y'all
want to
know
stay on
this shit.
this.
People in the
Not to the
comments know this
police, he
shit.
wouldn't.
Yeah, bro, we know what this is, but we should really get back to the NBA because we know how this
So
is.
you ain't
This is
see
just
the-
circles for us, bro. We know better
Y'all
than
know how
this.
it
Bro.
is.
He listen. If he killed 3 black people, the trial wouldn't go the same as
Bro,
what it's going
Renegade,
now.
Don't
if the
matter.
man was black
It
with a
don't
rifle,
matter.
he would have
He
been
would have been
killed
already
anybody.
acquitted.
If
That's
he
the
was black,
difference.
okay. So
He would be already
is that what
acquitted.
we? Is
no
that
black
what?
man is with a rifle
Is
is
that what
walking
we
down
talking?
the fucking street, bro.
Oh,
We want them to hold him
that's
accountable.
cap.
Bro. That's all we ask.
That's
Is that they
cap.
hold him accountable, bro. And other than that, we cool.
Not with a whole bunch of
I
police
said,
cars running down the street. He ain't.
Now with the police, I was like, bro, it's like I mean, it's like
See,
try
you
to
know
shoot him in
what
the
state
ass.
you
Like,
live
God,
in. You don't even know what you talking about.
man, y'all was like,
So Renegade, you gonna walk in the street with a whole rifle and the cops just not gonna shoot your ass?
Man, look. I
Man,
don't look. I don't look
That's how
the
you start,
part.
Captain.
I don't look the part to where I would have a legal rifle for me to walk around with the bitch anyway,
He
nigga.
was 17. He ain't got nothing either to say he
That's a
could do
whole.
that.
That's a whole different. I ain't the same as one of these looking cutting narrow type that I do see walking around these streets with rifles on and pistols on their hips. Yes, nigga. Facts.
nah, no, down in Tennessee, like,
You're not gonna get away with walking away with no gun on your hip.
no, here they just
around.
removed the law. They just moved the law where you don't have to have like a license to carry. You can just open carry if you want to.
Certain
so like I
states.
didn't I didn't see like I didn't.
But there's a caveat to that open carry. That's only
It is
if
a
you're
caveat.
white.
It's
The
no,
Second
that's a
Amendment is
lie,
only for
nigga.
white people.
Oh no,
Exactly.
Your stupid ass up.
Hold on,
Orlando
hold on. I've seen a whole
Castillo
bunch of
was a fucking open. He had. Go ahead.
No, where I'm at, like there's a whole bunch of black people that be open carrying, bro. I be seeing
nobody in the NRA is pounding the table for black men to be carrying rifles.
Oh no,
because if you do pound the table for the NRA, they're gonna call you stupid. You're gonna call your black ass a coon,
so
nigga.
stop thinking that the
that's how
Second Amendment
motherfuckers
is
is
for black
controlled
folks.
to
That's
be.
nonsense.
If you're black,
talk. Go ahead, X-Man.
No, I was saying that they both had a point. You right that there ain't no NRA pounding no fucking gun rights for black men, but at the same time, when black men try to get defended NRA, the black men get called a coon. So
come on, man.
We got to stuck in a scenario.
I mean, like, I just talk. I don't even. I really don't.
And at the end of the day,
I was not even talking about that stuff. I was just telling you what I see.
We're making this racial, bro. This is just right or wrong. It's not about race.
Regardless of the situation, that
but you still have to acknowledge the fact that what white privilege is.
We already know
we know that though. That's why I'm saying there's no point to do this. We know he got white privilege to get this far. He should have been killed when they seen him with the gun. We know this already.
I was just saying what I be seeing down here, bro. Like it'd be like because like. And then because I got pulled over. I ain't gonna tell you, I got pulled over the other day on some bullshit. But because my buddy we had BB guns and everything, and they was like, where you going, son? And I'm like, we're going to the freaking. We're just going to have like a little BB gun thing on this little lawn outside of Clarksville and everything. But they it's different down here. But you go down some parts, by the Army base because there's an Army base. You see motherfuckers just carrying shotguns, AR-15s, AR-12s. AR-10s, like it's nothing, M16s, M4s, like they just got that shit on lockdown and everything. Motherfuckers be flexing that shit all the fucking time, so it's normal down here.
Like these niggas living in states that don't even allow that shit, talking that shit. Like niggas don't even know what the fuck they talking about, son.
What? Anyway, can we talk about the NBA now? Because that's getting
that we about to get better.
Fucking
that's just going in a circle. I don't know what he's saying, but you feel me? Like
what was that?
It don't matter what state you're in. Once again,
because Adam Silva basically said
no, it do matter because some states don't allow this shit.
Bro, we all know that regardless of what state we in, bro.
Of course they don't, but you ain't gonna be allowed if you black in any state.
Fuck, man.
I don't care what it is. Once again, the Second Amendment is for white men. Point blank, serious.
I believe you an ex-military man. I'm sure you know better.
Black men pounding for the Second Amendment either, so you can't just say that.
That don't make the excuse, bro. We all citizens under that law.
I believe in the Second Amendment and boobs. So I mean,
anything is for a well-regulated militia. You don't muster. You don't go for inspection. That's what the real
put a campaign on for me to have whatever gun I want.
Shit, I need a new AR.
Whatever gun I feel like getting, nigga.
I need a fucking.
And if you don't want it, just leave your shit. Just leave it at the store, nigga.
I'm in Cali. I gotta meet the sheriff.
You ain't gotta have nothing.
Last time you was at muster?
At who?
Muster. Did you muster or did you have a musket?
Man, look, I don't even know what you talking about, man.
Okay.
I'm talking about listen, you could talk that shit if you want, but listen, times change with the different eras. And as a musket right now,
it was interpreted by your
musket right now is that
ultra-fascist court.
And I need that.
Your boy Anton Scalia, that was his interpretation.
Scalia. Listen, listen. Okay, what? Did they I want my gun. Huh? Legal. Legal.
Hey Lamar.
No such thing as legal.
You know when you made that video.
That's a rule.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, John.
You know you made that video. Yeah. You know you made that video about Kyrie, and when you were saying that you don't think the front offices trust him and his first priority ain't basketball. Well, they just came out and said that recently. I don't know. I think you made another video on it. But what I was thinking was, how could his first priority be basketball when y'all killing our people up and down the streets? And he said that multiple times, and he's using his power to be a philanthropist in other areas. And so now when Adam Silver comes out and says this is why this makes me think they've been against Kyrie for a long time now. Because this is the first time they've publicly made this stance so heavy. Even when New York made the whole "you can't play here if you're not vaccinated" when other players come in and play, it's all looked like they don't like the direction the league is tending to trend in, and certainly people with stage power and presence speaking on shit that they don't want spoke on. And it looks like that now with that coming out the way it just came out.
And now the NBA is just getting exposed on their bullshit. That's why they coming out and telling people to shut the fuck up and dribble because they getting exposed.
That's another point, yeah. Salute to one cool
They've been telling people shut up. They've been saying
it
that since it came out the airways of.
It's coming down to
for sure.
It's affecting their bottom line.
It's starting to look well. It's not that it's affecting their bottom line. What they're doing is they're protecting these media deals. There are talks with a lot of media companies as far as signing some new deals going into the summer, and they're basically wanting the players to shut up until they sign these media deals. That's the way it sounds. Because like he says they don't want to spoil their relationships with ESPN or partners that are not as left wing as the NBA, at least as left wing as the NBA has seen.
That's real.
Bro, ESPN is a bunch of ESPN is fake left wing though. They fake left wing.
Right. And they'd have to because they are at the end of the day, they businesses.
They business. I was like, we gonna appeal to, but I'm like, y'all don't care about. See, the thing is, y'all care. Y'all only cared about what's it called, social justice, because y'all can market that shit in the bubble, which y'all shouldn't have done anyway. And
but
then,
they can't.
But like, shoot, the Maria. That's how the whole Maria Taylor, Rachel Nichols thing happened and everything, and now both of them out of a job. So I mean,
Well, remember what I told y'all? I told y'all. I said Maria Taylor. I said she's just. I said ESPN tricked her into believing that she has some value. And when she asked for money, because they put her and like I said, they put her at the top. They put her in the finals as the host of the finals. That person usually is making a lot of money. So when they elevated her like that, she's like, well, they must think of me highly. I might as well ask for the bag. When she asked for the bag, they said, oh no, we was just joking. No, we didn't really want to pay you the bag like that. We was just using you for the bubble. And that's what Rachel Nichols said. Rachel Nichols was like, why y'all trying to mess up my thing? What I'm social obligated to, just because you're trying to fake like you care. Want to care about these social.
And then motherfuckers get mad at Stephen A for having a bag. So I mean,
no, we're not mad at him for having a bag. But listen to this: when Biden first went to China to have a meeting with the Chinese people, one of the first things they said was, "We don't feel like y'all could tell us anything about what we're doing when y'all got racial issues still going on in your country, and you got a subclass, not a subclass, you got a class of your people feeling subjugated and unfree. So you should worry about yourself before you worry about us." And so I'm wondering what the NBA deals with China gonna look like now, because China's already spoken on that they don't like the way we working over here, and I wonder if the NBA really recognizes that.
If we being honest, compared to
the NBA been behind the 8 ball when it comes to China.
Hold on. China, there's a lot of Africans in China right now facing massive racism.
Right. I mean, come on, man. China ain't got no damn segregation.
Yeah, they pretty racist over there.
China,
they racist, bro. They got
like China got on the rap. It's not wide scale.
It's like this, and that's what I'm saying. They know what our country history is. So when they spoke to this, they said, "You guys still haven't solved what you've been dealing with for 50 plus years with your people."
Stop it, man. They're as long as that money green. They're gonna sign the deal.
I'm just telling you what I'm just telling you what the leaders said to each other, bro. I'm not talking about none you saying. I'm just telling you what leaders of countries said to each other.
You know how much money U.S. is in debt to China?
I don't care about none of that.
Saying that they talking that shit.
They are gonna talk that shit because we in debt.
They're gonna sign. They're gonna make the deal because the U.S. dollar is worth some gold, nigga.
Yo, you can't tell us nothing about what we doing over here because you ain't got your own country together. So before you come telling us about what we doing, get your shit straight. And now y'all ain't getting y'all shit straight. Y'all fucking around more with the NBA bull. I don't talk to him for a reason. But anyway, so it's a lot.
You gonna get cooked, nigga.
Nah, you're not even worth it, bro. You're lost.
Yeah, America's being hypocrites when it comes to the whole thing. Anyway.
America's been hypocrites for a long time. Motherfuckers said that shit. Motherfuckers said something similar to that in the '60s when they tried to bring up fucking issues in other countries. Meanwhile, when it was fucking letting fucking black people get fucking murdered and shit by the Klan, they weren't doing.
Oh yeah, see y'all out motherfucking nothing. So I was like.
Yeah, they did. So that's not the first time America been called out hypocrisy.
But we've been hypocrite. And now people now like then you gonna have the people that says, oh well, you it's like, so if you don't like it here, why don't you get the fuck out? And I'm like, well, at the end of I ignore those people because I do like it here. I don't like shit here, but it's I can do shit here. But my thing is. As black people, we shouldn't be like the NBA isn't obligated to help black people. Like they're not obligated.
Okay.
No, they're not obligated. But the thing is,
But they say that.
Players,
But if,
no.
But if
They're
they,
not
bro,
obligated.
Lamar, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
Yeah.
No, they're not obligated. But my thing is, if you gonna say you for something, be 100, be 10 toes down with it. Don't just say you for something just so you know. Don't just say
no, Big Chef. It's not on the NBA. See, the NBA is always going to capitulate to the players because the players are the money makers. So remember when that situation in the bubble, the players were basically like, well, we're not going to play. Hold on. All right, no, basically the NBA is just going to capitulate to what the players got to say they want, just to keep the money happy. And if the players just blew a big opportunity when they were in the bubble, where they could have asked for a lot of things for our community, and it would have been on the NBA's dime. Whether the NBA was genuine about it or not, they could have got a lot of things done with the NBA's dollar, and they failed to do so. They got T-shirts and they got some slogans. They got nothing tangible. And I said
LeBron and CP3.
One of the reasons, no, it wasn't LeBron and CP3 because CP3 got what he wanted. He got the money for the HBCUs. He got that, and they're still putting money. But what Kyrie was asking for, he didn't get none of that. Kyrie didn't make a real push for anything that he wanted. That's why I said either you pump faking, or like I said, you say you want all X, Y, and Z, and you want these players to sit, but what are you getting out of the NBA if they're going to sit? And he didn't get nothing. CP3 got what he wanted, so CP3 was cool. But Kyrie was just out there saying, let's just not play because there's social injustice. And the NBA is like, okay, well, what do you want us to do? And the players even asked him, well, what's going on? What's the plan? He said, I ain't got a plan. So it's like the
you talking about before the bubble, right?
Yeah. They had an opportunity to come together, make a plan, and be like, you could have just made something up out of the blue. All right, NBA, we need you to build a community center in urban communities in all 50 states. One community center in all 50 states. Just something tangible that you can see. They didn't get nothing tangible. Like you make it a 10-year project. Make it a 15-year project.
And then they started putting them things on the back of their jerseys, Black Lives Matter and freedom.
But yeah, they said, okay, but he was cool with these little slogans and T-shirts. Come on.
Nah, CP3 was the head of the Players Association.
That was
not
a big
Kyrie.
marketing ploy, Lamont.
Yeah.
No, but there was
that's a big marketing ploy.
There was a divide between CP3 and then the people that was behind Kyrie Irving. That was the big divide amongst the players themselves.
Yeah.
And when the players remember, there was a player, Garrett Temple, because he was actually behind Kyrie Irving. He said, okay, Kyrie, you're telling us not to play. What's the plan? And Kyrie just kept saying one statement over and over, but he was just basically saying something of like unity or something stupid. But he wasn't saying nothing about a plan. So basically, they was like, this motherfucker's stupid, man.
But unity not stupid. People got to be willing to be unified. Nobody is. That's the problem. Unity ain't stupid. If LeBron, listen, Kyrie saying it. Kyrie saying it. That's cool. But Kyrie don't got the standing with. Listen. Kyrie can say it, but Kyrie, hold up. Kyrie can say it, but he don't got the standing with the league. He don't got the standing with the. Come on, Kyrie don't got the same standings as multiple other players with the league, with other brands.
They had the clout to get the NBA to do whatever they wanted, and they blew.
But it got to be the right person, and that's what we saying. Like we got to respect. It got to be LeBron. It got to be CP3. It got to be the people they like. It can't be Kyrie.
It can't be Kyrie because he's not a golden boy.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
No, hold on, y'all. Look, y'all missed
That's
the
a
point.
first down.
The problem is
a first down.
When the players came together and asked Kyrie, okay, what are you looking for us to go ask the NBA for? And he didn't tell them nothing. He said unity. Kept saying one word. He kept saying it over and over. They're like, how we go to the NBA and ask for unity? We can put the word unity on the back of the
Why
jersey.
You got to ask for unity? We black. Stand together. That ain't you got to ask to stand together. That's how crazy you sound.
That's not a plan.
Wait a minute.
Unity. Unified for what?
That's a plan to me.
What's the point? Okay, unified. What's the goal? Unified to what?
Crypto. Me and you start a business, all right, Crypto. And I'm going to you because you know all about the crypto. And I say, okay, what's the next plan? How we get this money? And you say unity. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? What's the actual plan?
What the fuck?
You can tell me unity. I'm like, you better come. You better come with some real plans, my guy. We need to hear some.
What Kyrie said was meaningless.
Well, yeah, we got to lay something down, but not by saying that.
Right, that's meaningless symbolism. Unity. You can't just
It's
say
not
unity.
symbolism,
Right,
bro.
man.
The
What
white
are we
listen. Jewish
God
people are
damn.
unified. They own the portion of
Because
shit
they
they
have a
have. And
plan.
listen,
Because
no, hold up.
Okay, they got
Let
a
me finish the
plan.
statement though. Let me finish the statement though. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Jewish,
Jones, hold on, Jones. How many Jewish people you know walk around saying unity, or do they put stuff into real action?
rap now. Our rap was ours. If nobody know that, Latino people got rap now. They unified to get their shit and they run it.
Yeah, but
Don't know
they're
white
not
people.
saying because they do it. They don't
Hear me
say
out.
it.
Hear me
brother.
out. Hear me out. The
They know what's
Latino rap is
unifying
ran
them,
by
bro.
Latino labels. They got their own shit up and down Cali, in and out of Cali that they run. Regardless of what y'all want to say about who gonna do what and who should, none of that matters, bro. Kyrie saying the word.
Man, why it don't matter? Why
Unity,
it don't
bro.
matter?
Because listen,
hold on. Gotta know what's unifying you.
Kyrie doesn't have the standing to run that. But when he says that, he's saying that as a smart-minded person, saying we need to stand together. But the only people that y'all willing to follow behind and get behind are these bigger names and these bigger people. They're not willing to do it.
Lamont, I got this. Jones, great. It's great that he says unity, but if you don't got a plan of action to present to people, saying unity really don't mean shit.
Is that not a plan?
Oh, man.
Unifying is a plan.
No. Say
military is unified. That's a plan.
That's slogan.
No, you gotta unify for something.
For something.
Unify for yourselves, for the people you are, for your shit. Unify.
Okay, for yourself, for the people, you gotta get a plan for that, for the
You
people.
right. You got to come with something more detailed when you say unity.
Come on, man.
You gotta have substance.
I hear what y'all saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is when someone on that stature says unify, he knows who he's speaking to and he knows what it means. And what I'm thinking is anyone in that room with him and anyone up in that level with him understood that, and they didn't. Because I don't think these people are ignorant. I don't think these college graduates, I don't think these multi-million-dollar making men are ignorant. So that's what I'm not gonna say is they don't know what he's talking about. They know what the fuck he meant. They didn't do it.
No,
that's it.
Yo, they don't even. No, it's like you can't do nothing if there's no tangible substance there.
What are you
how they knew what he meant, man?
Listen to what
How?
I'm saying. If you
who read minds?
They in the room with him when he said it. They don't gotta read his mind. They conversate with this man.
Because if he say unity, he said, okay, we unify as a culture, unify as a people, unify against this, unify against that. There's so many things that people could assume that he meant by unify. He had no tangible substance that he brought to the table.
Right, that's what
anybody ask.
Story with no fucking fight. You need a fucking
Did anybody ask? Did anybody take interest?
Okay, hold
to
on,
try?
Jones, hold on. Let me read it. I'm gonna tell you this is exactly what Carmelo Anthony said, because Carmelo Anthony was on the call. So I'm gonna reading this to you verbatim from the Zoom call. So it says Chris Paul, as union president, warned players not to get too specific about new plans for negotiations on the call because he knew such details would leak to the press. But he and Roberts were already working to guarantee financial commitments from NBA and ownership for social justice and voting rights. Remember, I told you Chris Paul had already secured some things for what the players behind him had wanted. But it says while simultaneously recouping a couple of $1 billion in player revenue lost to the virus. So now when it was Kyrie Irving's chance to talk and address some of the players, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. He said, if this coalition was rallying for a boycott or a strike, what do we stand for? What were NBA stars going to march in their home cities instead, fight for reform or state legislators? And it says Kyrie Irving kept saying unity. Garrett Temple found Kyrie Irving's entire insurrection to be rushed and relatively unnecessary. And he just reminded players on the call that the world will be at a standstill. So there were a lot of players in this call when they were turning to Kyrie for, what do we do next? He kept saying unity with no real plan behind it.
Listen to the players you listed.
You got to think they have to go to the NBA within 24 hours with a plan, and you cannot push a piece of paper in front of Adam Silva and the only thing it says is unity. He's gonna be like, "What? Okay, we're like, well, yeah, we love the unity, but okay, what the hell you want us to do with this?"
There's more to it.
Yeah, he ain't gonna take you
Right.
serious
Well,
at all.
Can't write a story without a plot.
Voiced by using that window to
Unity is the actual plan. Coming with an actual plan and thinking it through is unity. Taking the time to be serious about it is unity. Just
But
saying
the Players
word unity.
Association wasn't unified, so maybe he was talking to them. Because if you bringing up Carmelo Anthony and some other dude who don't get max contract, what can they really do?
Bro,
He's talking to the people that I don't know. It just sounds different when you say it, bro.
Wait a minute, you said Jones. You
What does
said
that have
max
to do?
contract.
What does that
Are
have
you
to do
saying
with
maybe
what I'm
this
saying,
and that?
I'm not saying
What?
maybe nothing. What I'm saying is Kyrie,
Yes, you
to my
did.
knowledge, Kyrie isn't stupid, bro. Kyrie is a philanthropist in multiple countries. Kyrie does a lot of off the court good shit for people. You can look it up. What I'm saying is when Kyrie says unify, it doesn't sound to me like he's talking to Adam Silva. It sounds to me like he's all right.
He didn't say
he said it to the
unify.
people in the room. He said it. You listen. You said it. He said it to the people in the room. But the only people in that room with him are CP3, LeBron. You said Carmelo was on the phone call. You said some other dude that don't got a max was on the phone call. So when I hear him say unify, I think he means the people here.
So hold on. Unify is an action. He did not say unify.
You said unity? Okay, cool. He said unity. Unity.
Okay,
the state of unity. We need to be in a state of unity together, and we're
No.
not. That's what that sounds like.
When the NBA was saying, what do you guys want us to do for the communities to assist you in these social justice efforts? The NBA was asking for a tangible plan. You cannot go to the NBA and say, we want unity. The NBA at that point in time was willing to give the players whatever they wanted. Chris Paul got money for HCB, for historically black colleges. That's a great thing. At least for Chris Paul, that's a great. I don't personally believe that's that big of a deal because HBCUs generally waste a lot of money, but he did something though. He got them to commit to something.
They could have did more if they were unified. Unity.
They could have did more, and maybe if when the players turned to Kyrie Irving, they said, "What's the plan?" and he actually had taken the time to think through an actual plan.
I think the plan was great.
But that's here's the point. It's like
how is unity a plan? What are you
If you make
that's the title of a plan. That's at best. That's
if you're trying to write a
title.
book, if you're trying to write a book or make a fucking movie, you can't just sit back and keep telling me what the theme of the fucking movie is. What's the plot? You gotta have a fucking plot to the fucking
All
book.
right, can I tell y'all what the definition of unity is? Can I tell you what the definition
No,
of
nigga
unity
knows
is?
what the definition is.
State of
How is
being
that a
united.
plan?
Listen.
Answer that,
The state of being united or joined as a whole. So if you telling me that unity, meaning uniting and joining as a whole, isn't a plan, when we separated as we are, I don't know what a plan could be.
That's not what the NBA was asking for.
I don't know what I don't know what the NBA was asking for. But I know if he's talking to his people,
he didn't know neither.
Hold on, 1 P, we hear you. You gotta hit the link. Hit the link and pull up 1 P. She keeps saying hello in the chat. Hopefully she can hear us, man. This is live, 1 P. It is live. Sometimes I be doing the live premieres. But we definitely live. Hit the link.
I think he knows what's up, bro. And I just see that LeBron's and CP3s are really they out for themselves, and I'm not mad at that. But unity does sound like a plan, bro. People have to just come together.
Unity is well, LeBron. We all know.
Even if LeBron is for himself, he's
not
100%
tangible.
A plan to be together. Unity is a plan to be together.
Okay, for what?
Whatever we choose. That's what we're gonna choose when we get together.
That means anything, right? Thank
no,
you. So when they asked him when they asked his ass for specifics, he did not give it to him, and you are putting a cape on with your cap as if he did.
Nobody's together to choose anything. We not even united to choose nothing. How could you choose
Oh
something?
my God, Jones, you can't be that dense. Come on, bro.
Hold on.
The players were together. They were all on a Zoom.
Yo, get the fuck out.
They weren't of the same mind though. They weren't together in what they wanted to do. They weren't together in how they wanted to move.
That's why they were there talking, Jones. That's why they were having the conversation so they could get on the same page.
And he said unity. We gotta be united.
Oh my God.
You got to elaborate on that, right?
That's the type of thing you say at a fucking college campus when or at a fucking motivational speaking tour. We're at a fucking this is a
Jones.
$1 billion
business. I just don't think y'all value that as much as it might have been valued back in the day. Because when Martin Luther King said unity and Malcolm X said unity, there was something meant to that. And I think that we losing the focus on what these words mean.
Billy Russell couldn't go to the Celtics with the word unity. All right.
Hold on.
It means what it means.
Jones.
Yo.
Yo, sorry about my drunk ass roommate. Sorry about that.
Are you cool?
No, I understand. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying. It's just there's a time and a place.
When's a better time? When they killing us in the streets.
You're talking about unity. That's some shit you say if at a fucking motivational speaking tour.
Just don't go to Kenosha.
No, nobody wanna.
You don't say unity at a
Nobody wanna hear that when they trying to watch hoops.
What?
Come on, man.
No, hold on.
Man, I'm confused. What the fuck?
Hold on, Cuba. Hold on, y'all. We got too many people. Hold on. What he's saying is what they were talking about was not about watching hoops. Okay, when they on the court, this was to get all the players back to playing. The NBA was trying to do everything possible to get the players back on the court. So to get the players back on the court, these players had the NBA, right in the palm of their hands. They could have asked for anything for these communities. They could have asked the NBA to put more money in the social issues, but they asked for slogans and names on the jerseys and slogans on the floor. That's what they asked for. And that's exactly what the NBA
who
did.
asked for that? The players?
T-shirts.
Yes.
Okay.
The players asked for that.
But who's ahead of it? Who's ahead of it though? Who asked for it?
Kyrie, one of them.
No,
and all he had for you is one word, nigga.
When they talk
One
to the
word.
Players Association, they talk to CP3 or LeBron. Leave Kyrie out of it.
I remember this one dude had his regular name on it, and then people was mad at him for some reason. I was confused at that. Like the whole team had like nicknames on it, but one dude didn't have like a thing on it during the bubble. I don't remember who it was.
What are you talking about?
I know you're talking
They talking about
I don't remember
picking
the young
names for
man's
their
name.
jersey.
I can't.
Yeah,
I
like
can't
just
remember. I can't remember.
the jersey.
I
and
can't remember the
shit.
young man's name, but then he ended up. That's because he ended up. Hey, shut up some damn time.
Look at her, nigga.
But nah, it was I can't remember who it was. But they went off on them. I don't remember who it was, but basically like the whole team had like this thing going on. It was the league entirely.
Nobody went off on nobody. No, nobody didn't.
Nobody went off on that young man, but it was highly publicized. But then he ended up injuring his leg or hurt his knee, some major injury, like almost the next game.
That was Jonathan Isaac.
That was Jonathan Isaac.
That was because he didn't. He stood up for the flag, and then I don't know. It was
but his teammates didn't care.
Yeah,
but he also didn't. I don't think he had anything on his back either.
No, he just had his jersey, and he stood up.
Right, exactly.
Well, that was.
Guess I can't talk.
No, you can talk. If you talk, let's just go one at a time. Where everybody, you trying to talk when you clearly hear 4 or 5 other people trying to talk. Let's just stop talking until you hear the silence. Man. We'll get you in.
The one thing that I haven't heard any of y'all say is there was a second phone call, a second Zoom meeting or something that Kyrie pulled and had everybody on there, or as many as he could. But Chris Paul wasn't on that meeting, and his suggestion, what's the boy name? Kyrie. Kyrie's suggestion was they all should leave the league and go start their own league. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Was that a rumor or a fact? Because
that was fact. No damn rumor. That's fact.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kyrie said some wild shit like that.
That was not a rumor. That was not a rumor. That was not a rumor. That was fact. And after that, he kind of lost a lot of the players and them wanting to listen to him and anything like that because he wasn't. Chris Paul at the time was vice president, and he hadn't even discussed that with them, Michelle, anybody. He just said, "Fuck it," and blew up. Now, here's why he got mad. Because of all the stuff that he was trying to say that he thought was good, when he was told by Adam that he couldn't come there to the bubble because he wasn't going to play and they was only going to have just players there, then Kyrie just kind of like said, fuck it, I'm going to go rogue and pull this second meeting. He suggested that second Zoom, say it right, so y'all jumping down my throat. Second Zoom, and that Zoom was all about pulling players away so they can go, he can make this talk about starting their own league. Any of y'all remember that?
Yeah, she's right. She is right because it says right here, Agent Rosenrowski reported on this second phone call that Kyrie Irving and Avery Bradley organized. This was a second Zoom call that Kyrie Irving and Avery Bradley organized, where it says a lot of these players were not enthusiastic about his conversation about starting their own league, including Kevin Durant. He was not very enthusiastic about the idea. They kind of
Well, no, just hear me though, and that's where my fault. That's why I feel like when he says unity, a CP3 being there might have made a difference. A LeBron being there might have made a difference, but we not even unified in our basketball leadership to even know how we want to move. One of us is fighting for something, and one of us fighting for something else.
That's still not a plan. And then Kyrie ain't never had nothing on court or dealing with anything that he presented that says we in unity of doing what? Give me an action. Tell me what our unity is. What are we doing with this unity?
I hear that, and I agree with you. All I'm expressing is When you say the word unity, to me, it means come together. I am one man. I can't make decisions about what we. I can't make a decision about what we all should do.
Jones, they came together. Hold on. All the players came together.
But you can make a suggestion and he
unity.
didn't.
That's unity. Now, once y'all come together and y'all have that unity, now you got to talk about what we're gonna do. When it came time to talk about what they were gonna present to the NBA, you cannot just say unity. You have to come with something real, a real plan.
We unifying
right now. They never had the unity to talk about nothing. They never came together.
Did. That's why they were talking. They were in the Zoom call talking.
The second meeting he had. There was nobody of substantial importance there, and I feel like that's what's being said.
That's
the fact
because
even a second meeting.
He organized it with outside of the scope.
Thank you. He did that behind everybody who's in leadership, both the Players Association, Michelle, Rich, everybody. He didn't. He called minions, if that's what you want to call it. He called just them and put them on the Zoom and tried to pull a coup and say, "Let's go start our own league."
I don't know. I hear you.
Right,
he
ain't
even.
He
I feel like our
backdoored
black
it.
people got to do better. That's it.
That's kind of strange. I mean, I'm not surprised Kyrie would do something like that.
I like the vision. I see it. He's smart.
It's not the easiest thing to do to start a league.
He said the right thing, but he did it in the
we got
wrong
to
way.
do something, or we got to shut up and play basketball. That's what it looked like to me. So just
shut up and play basketball. He did it the wrong way, nigga. What you mean? You don't
that's
go.
what I'm saying. They finna shut up and play basketball. It's cool.
Hold up. If that was his plan, why didn't he say it when they asked him for the suggestion instead of just saying unity? He knew what the fuck was in his head, right?
Because it would have leaked to the press, is what I was just told from when Lamar spoke about the first
why
meeting.
you don't want? If
Chris
that's
Paul
what
said
you
it.
really
Don't speak
want,
too much. It's
why
gonna
not
leak.
stand on what you're saying?
Chris Paul said, "Don't speak too much about things that we already have in place." That's what he said. That's what he referred to.
What did he mean by that?
So some of the things that he already had.
What he mean? You know what that means.
Some of the things that he already had in place was money for HCB or historically black colleges, other financial allocations to go towards certain social injustices or groups that help protect people's social rights. So he said that's what he was referring to. Let's not talk too much about that. They didn't want that leaking out at that point in time. They were there to because obviously Kyrie had a lot of players behind him in this little push to strike and not play. And if he's telling people to strike and not play, that's why Carmelo Anthony and Garrett Temple were like, okay, we're not going to play. Well, what's your plan? What are we going to present to the NBA? Right.
So Kyrie must have not been. Was he informed about this whole situation that they knew that they had going on about this new league shit, or was he not? I mean, it sounded like he slick side was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did he? So did he go with the move on the plan, or what the fuck is he? I mean, why would you go and grab ancillary niggas that obviously don't know what's going on?
I just told you why, because this idiot was told by Adam Silva that he could not come down to him and KD could not come down there to the bubble if they wasn't going to play. That it was limited everything, and because everything was going to be this is me explaining why Adam did this. They was having limited everything. Y'all know it. The hotel rooms, the way the rooms were, the food, how the food was being brought in, cooked, the amount of testing, this, that, and the other. We're not going to bring 2-star players that should have their ass playing right now, but decided I don't want to play, but I'm going to come down there just to watch and support y'all, rah, rah, rah. We're not doing that. And when he was told, no, you could not come, he changed his whole tune on some of everything and went rogue and decided he going to hold him a private Zoom with just certain people. And it didn't have anything to do with anybody of leadership with the Players Association or anybody with the league or nothing. And what he was preaching was us starting our own league.
So you're saying that he could have slick side ruined the actual chances of actually having their actual own league just because he was throwing a hissy fit?
No, nobody wanted their own league but him.
No, the problem is first of all, they were gonna go into when they went to the NBA, they were gonna ask for something realistic. Saying that you're gonna start your own league, telling everybody in the league to forfeit their contracts and we're going to go do something else with no real plan. It's stupid. Even if that was your plan, you're not telling. That means you got to explain to all these players how you're going to help them recoup this money. what sponsors do you have that's gonna sign them now to kind of make up for the income that they losing? What venues?
What's gonna be the name of your teams?
Like, who's gonna be the team owners? So you just say, let's start our own league. Like you don't have no league owners, you have no ownership group, you have no interest, no other people in it. You got no venues, you got no salary base, you have nothing. But yeah, you saying let's start our own league. Like it's just that simple. So
what was that league that LeVar Ball made for what his son played in?
Yeah, the JBA, actually that was the problem with here's the funny thing is that was a black man starting his own league, and it was mostly black people shitting on his league.
A lot of people,
that's what a lot of people do. Shit on visionary black people.
Were saying he made a league just for his son, and that was like
it was black people shitting on the league. Let's be clear about it.
Yeah,
it was black people shitting on the league. Now, it wasn't they weren't saying, "Oh, we got a new up and coming league for these young guys." They were saying he was using the players. They said he wasn't paying them. They were coming up with everything in the book just to shit on this league.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to hear that thing about unity. Have y'all don't want that unity. Every time a black person do something, y'all shit on it.
Right.
Can I ask a question real quick? Because I'm trying to put these two little meetings together and get some understanding of it. Because what it sounded like to me is like the first meeting, they was all there, and Chris Paul was like, "Yeah, man, we're gonna get some shirts." You know what I'm saying? They're gonna put some stuff on the court.
Hold on.
Jones, let me build it real fast.
No, Jones. Be clear. Chris Paul got what he wanted. Kyrie Irving is the one that came back and requested the slogans and all that extra stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
and he requested it, and they granted it.
Okay. So Chris Paul goes in. He's like, "We want this. We want these black colleges to get some money. We want you to do this and that, do this and that." Kyrie was like, "I don't feel like that's enough, and maybe what I want maybe ain't real. So let me say at least make a mention of Black Lives Matter. Maybe give us some shirts and put it on the court." And so they did that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the second meeting,
I don't think Kyrie was.
Wait. I'm trying to put it all together. I don't know right now.
That's not what happened, bro.
I'm not
So
sure
what happened?
if Kyrie was the one that made the idea. I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
it was Kyrie. Because I did a whole video on it. When it came out, I did a whole video on it. And I said, this man, Kyrie, did all this complaining. And then all he got out of all this complaining was a few slogans and whatnot.
That's all they
So
let him
Kyrie
get.
was the one behind all that Black Lives Matter on the court and stuff.
Yes.
And
only
you know
him.
what? Here's
not Chris Paul, not Bron.
Here's
I thought
another
it was
thing.
Adam Silver the whole time.
Which one of them slogans was it? Or the "I Can't Breathe"? Kyrie was the first one to put the "I Can't Breathe," I believe is what it was, on his T-shirt. But the media didn't run with it and start talking about it and this, that, and the other until LeBron started wearing it. When LeBron started wearing it, and then it made it sound like it was all LeBron deal. Kyrie got mad about that, and he
So you making
rebelled
my
about
point.
that.
Cool, thank you. I feel like Kyrie
How's that
was
making
saying,
your point?
I'm gonna tell you. Kyrie is saying, well, all I'm asking for is simple shit, and it can't be given. So I asked for a shirt and shit, and they give me that. But when LeBron put his name on it, now it's a LeBron thing. Because again, let's not give let's not give Kyrie his credit. That's what it sounds like. I'm just putting the story y'all giving me together. And I'm asking what's happening.
I don't think that was just LeBron. That slogan was extremely popular.
I mean, because like I said, you know, Kyrie was the first one in the NBA that started wearing it. But the next game, I think the Lakers was the first one to play, and then LeBron and his crew, they all come out there with it on, and then after that, every game that night, those guys had that on. Kyrie got offended that it looked like LeBron took the credit for it, but LeBron never stood up and said, "This was my idea. I did this, that, and the other." He was following suit on something that he felt like looked like a good idea of something to say. And they all went out there and threw down their practice jersey tops, and threw them down and exposed the "I Can't Breathe" shirts.
Okay. I get it.
So here's what I think. I think the problem is Kyrie is an intelligent brother, but he's either not thinking about what he's supposed to. He's not planning it out before he does things, or he's intentionally trying to cause.
Come on, man.
Well, intelligent people don't do that. So to say that, you'd be calling them unintelligent, because intelligent people don't move like that. And that's what media. Media do backhanded things like that. They attack Kyrie like that by saying he don't think all the way. But intelligent people don't do that. So don't call him intelligent and insult his intelligence. That's sideways.
A lot of intelligent people make bad decisions. That doesn't. There's two different versions. You can be book smart. You can be book smart and know shit. That doesn't mean you're gonna plan everything out in life. Those are two different.
And you're
things.
not intelligent.
I'm talking. He's not. Okay.
That doesn't make you intelligent because you know books and shit, bro.
All of these players are college graduates. They all know books.
Learn.
What I'm saying is, you can't call a man intelligent and then shit on his intelligence.
Wisdom is the application of what you have.
I don't even consider Kyrie intelligent.
Y'all confusing the two.
That's okay.
Wisdom versus intelligence are two different things.
I consider him wise.
I don't consider him intelligent.
And vice versa. I consider him wise.
He can be a very intelligent person, but not a wise man. That's a different.
Chauncey Billups an intelligent person. I don't consider Kyrie Irving an intelligent person. You see what I'm saying? I consider Tim Duncan an intelligent person. I don't consider Kyrie Irving an intelligent person.
I thought Tim Duncan was a follower, but that's fine.
A follower? Okay.
He sat in the system his whole career, did what he was supposed to, and won. That don't take too much intelligence. That takes a follower. That's fine too, though. You a winner, so I'm not mad at that. But let's not act like he was leading the league. So I'm like, hold on, Brett was just sitting there listening.
He was the best forward in the league for almost a decade.
He was listening to a coach for almost a decade.
So Michael was listening to a coach for his entire career.
He was.
Hold up, man. So Kobe was a follower.
Hold on. I don't. With Kyrie Irving, I think the biggest indictment on Kyrie Irving, I think a lot of the players started looking at him with a side eye because he started to say, "Let's boycott, let's strike," but he was never going to play in the bubble anyway. He had a shoulder injury, so it's easy for him to sit out when he's collecting his paychecks because he's injured anyway, and say, "Let's strike." When these other guys who are making a fraction of what he's making, or probably some of these NBA players live in check to check, and you're sitting here telling these guys to strike. When you're telling them to strike, they really need to know what the hell's going on and what's the plan to get back on the court and play. What do we need to see from the NBA? Because if you're telling them to sacrifice their paychecks and they don't have as lavish of a lifestyle as you do, well, you got to come with a better plan than just saying unity. And I think that's what it came down to. This is why guys like Garrett Temple, who's not a max player, like you said, he was really interested in what Kyrie Irving had to say. And when he just kept saying unity, it's almost like he was mocking them.
Nah, he was speaking to the players above them that wouldn't join.
But the thing is, Kyrie needed to speak to the players that's below him because the majority of the players that were following him and actually were with strikes, having the strike, they were guys that made a lot less money than him. But they're saying, if we're going to sacrifice our checks, we need to know what's going on. And he's not telling them what's going on. What do we need to expect from the NBA? What standard do we need to hold them to? Kyrie Irving never spoke on these things.
I agree with you.
Was it only this like small salary players?
Yeah, all the small salaries supposedly were following Kyrie.
Giannis was behind the strike too in the Bucks.
No, remember the Bucks didn't do the strike until that extra incident happened. That there was another incident that happened, and
Jacob
Blake
shot the back.
And then so they went on their own strike. They went on their strike after that incident in Milwaukee happened. And they didn't inform any of the teams. They just did it. And Chris Paul and them were slightly upset with Giannis and them because it kind of made it seem like the players union was divided because they just went and did a strike on their own without informing the other players. But everybody else jumped on board and everybody else had a strike that day. So
to me, it sounded like him saying, I hear you're right, and I agree with you. Like, you feel me? He needed more behind that. But the word unity or unify, whatever he said, spoke volumes to me. Because at the end of the day, it's saying, I got these low-value players ready to go, ready to rock. But where are the players that really matter at? Where are the ones that got the say so and got the steam behind them?
How many times?
Listen. We don't listen. Hold on. We can speak to that one. Listen. We can speak to that one meeting all we want, but we don't know what he did the week prior, the week after. We can speak to one meeting, and that's cool. But you're not telling me that as again. A man who fails, listen. A man who fails to plan plans to fail. And all I'm saying is, if this man said unity was the plan, we can't have a plan until we come together.
Unity is not a plan.
Listen,
everybody he told the word unity to, he didn't call in that meeting, nigga.
We come together, there will be no plan. So the plan right now
He didn't
is
call them
unity.
together, nigga.
LeBron's not unifying with me on this. Chris Paul's not unifying with me on this.
He did not call LeBron.
I
He
know he
didn't
didn't
call him, nigga.
Listen, we don't know what he did, so I won't speak to that. All
What
I'm
are you
saying
talking
is,
about,
all
nigga?
I'm saying is, if these people don't unify, nothing happens anyway. So that's the point.
What are you
If they
talking
don't
about,
unify,
nigga?
nothing
He didn't make the effort to
Jones.
unify, nigga.
Jones, do you think it's a possibility that maybe you're getting more from that than like that maybe this is your interpretation of what he's saying?
Come on, man.
Because
That's what he do, man. Emotional ass nigga,
That's
dog.
100%
Fuck.
possible. Listen, that's 100% possible because I do look into what
Okay,
he's saying
thank
and
you.
think
I'm
that
glad
it
you
makes
said
sense.
that.
So I don't mind
crazy
saying that I
about
could
Kyrie
be looking more
sounds
into this.
like,
But I
and
respect
you're
that
not
anybody
being
who
very,
put thought into this could understand the same thing, and all these college-educated men could definitely understand the same thing. That's what I'm gonna say because I don't think any of them are ignorant. Maybe you know more than I do, but I don't think any of these men are ignorant. And I think when he spoke to that room or he spoke to those people, he spoke volumes with a word. And anybody that stood behind it, and those who didn't want to.
It was two separate rooms.
Like, that's it, bro.
with totally different people.
Who's this guy?
That's all I'm gonna say, bro. They grown men. If you don't
I
think they
don't-
understood, that's on you. But I think they grown men and they
He
understood.
spoke volumes, bro.
He spoke volumes, bro.
Volumes. You know,
He
you know
spoke
how
one
incredibly
word.
hard it is to start
How
a
old is he?
league?
Like, what is he, 18,
Volumes,
20,
bro.
19?
That's volumes, bro. He spoke volumes, bro.
Bro,
That's just that's hard.
one word.
Like
I'm not
25
even.
or something.
Yeah, he spoke volumes,
Bro,
bro.
do you?
Okay,
It's
well, that
not just.
You know how
It's
long
not.
a
It's not
volume
enough
is?
to start a
And if
league.
LeVar Ball can start a league, you're not
His
talking
mind
about
is
black
It's not the
millionaires.
same.
too
It's
developed.
not. LeVar is
Just
way
somebody
more.
come out there
Please
popping
stop
their
it.
fingers and then just say one word and that's volumes.
LeVar
to
Ball
him.
is way more.
That's
Don't even
that
do
age
that.
group.
That's
Hold on.
crazy.
Hold on. What were you saying about LeVar Ball, Marcus Kid?
Look, I feel like LeVar Ball is way more organized, way more business smart than Kyrie is.
I agree.
Oh, come on, man.
What?
What? Are you crazy?
He got
What?
3 kids into the NBA.
That's not even a question.
What does that
Okay.
mean?
Hold on, y'all.
He was in the NBA
He
too,
got 3
right?
kids in the NBA. He started his own league.
Did y'all see Jello, who's not in the NBA, just bought a mansion?
Oh,
Did y'all
making
not
money
see that?
off of his
Didn't
name.
he have his own brand that was successful for like half a decade?
He has his own brand. They sell water. They sell all types of stuff. They just started.
And them boys
something
only
with
getting
NASCAR.
better, man.
They
Come
just
on,
did
man.
something with NASCAR. I mean, they doing a lot of stuff.
I don't know why you laughing.
NASCAR, the racist sport.
Man,
that's what we
shit,
gonna talk
that's
about.
all facts.
The
What are you
racist
talking
sport of
about? What you
NASCAR.
talking
All right,
about?
cool.
No,
Let's
they
talk about the
started-
racist sport of NASCAR. That's good
That
shit.
sport,
Yeah,
bro.
anyway.
That stereotype is
What are you
so.
talking about, nigga? That's money.
Joe, the best
Congratulate
against
that,
us
nigga.
money.
They
Why would
tapping
you
into a
support them?
different
All right,
lane,
I don't
nigga.
care, right?
Hold on, let's slow down.
Hold
Let's
on,
slow
y'all.
down.
The
Let's slow
best
down.
driver in NASCAR is a black dude right now.
I hate that NASCAR
What does
racist
that
stereotype.
mean?
Like,
I just
damn.
hate that,
So
man.
what the fuck?
I'm just saying.
So they can't get.
Just because country dudes like driving cars, they racist. Like I
didn't
don't
say that,
understand
but the history of that
Yes, you
of
did.
NASCAR has proved that they're racist, and you should look it up if you don't know.
But it's like that in
What are you
multiple
talking?
sports. We
You
still
could say that.
Hold
Oh,
on,
thank
y'all.
you.
Hold on,
Thank
y'all. So many people. All sports are racist from the beginning. Bill Russell had to go through all hell trying to play basketball in the city of Boston, one of the most racist sports towns.
Jackie.
Come on,
Facts.
why you put it on NASCAR?
Remember
Don't
when
do that.
Bill Russell was playing and he was getting them 11 chips, they was fucking booing him sometimes in his own fucking hometown.
Man, come on.
Because
We already
ain't like
know.
they ain't like him been a black
Jackie Robinson as well.
We know how baseball was.
Yeah, that shit was terrible.
Don't put it on. Don't put it on.
Yeah, they
NASCAR.
all started out that way.
Oh no, baseball might have been the worst. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was.
Duke and Kyrie's an idiot. All right, I'm glad we got this established.
We didn't say Kyrie was an idiot.
That's what it sounded
Nobody
like.
said that.
Yeah,
I just said that wasn't planned out. What he was saying about
Young
starting
man,
the league.
who's your favorite player? This Kyrie.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Kyrie, KD,
Got it.
Zach LaVine because he's on my team. Lonzo, you feel me?
There you
Steph,
go.
the best shooter. Like a lot of smart players are my favorite players.
Man, why can't you say that LeVar Ball is making a breakthrough into NASCAR as on some Bill Russell shit instead of you talking that
straight up
bullshit?
called NASCAR racist, bro.
Bro, NASCAR has a long history of being racist towards black people.
It's just a stereotype.
Okay, so why can't you just look at it as him making a breakthrough into NASCAR?
It's not
They making a
Why
deal with
would
him.
okay, you can look
They're
at
making a
anything.
deal with him. They didn't.
You can look
They
at
didn't
listen, I'm gonna answer
turn
you
his
right now. I'm
potential
gonna
money
answer
that
you
they
right
would
now.
be making him down.
You can look at anything
I'm
however
on
you
my
want to
phone.
look at anything. All I'm gonna say is they have shown me a past of being racist towards black people.
Lamar, can I say
I would not want to give them my money
Lamar.
because
sport
they do
has a
not.
past of it.
That's great, and that's up to you how you feel about it. I would not be giving my money to NASCAR to make any more money. I would do it elsewhere because if I was so smart, I could do that. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm so confused.
Can I ask you a question?
You don't have to be. I'm giving you honest, straight answers. Why you
Basketball is one of the most racist sports before. Okay, I guess.
I'm saying, but Jones, by your logic, then we wouldn't. If the other people had that same logic in the '60s when they were trying to integrate the
Basketball was
NBA,
10 times
we
more
wouldn't have the
racist than
fucking players we have
NASCAR,
now
bro.
talking up.
Listen, I'm not talking about the '60s. I'm not talking about the people in the '60s. I'm talking about today.
I'm
I'm
saying the
talking about
reason we
me
have what we have
personally.
today is
I'm
because the
talking about
people in the
me
'60s
personally,
fucking
bro.
paved the way for
You
us.
can do whatever you want to do. They did what they wanted to do, and it was
white
successful.
dudes,
That's it.
white country dudes racing is not racist, bro.
I never said them racing was
it's-
racist. I said they've shown racist towards our community.
What,
So we gotta
name
change
one.
that.
Name one.
We gonna break
Bro,
those
you
people
can
down.
look it up.
black
I'm not
dude
the
that had-
internet for you,
that
bro.
had
Look
a
it up.
planted noose in
It's
his
all
car?
storied, bro. You can look it up. It's storied. Look it up.
What story?
I'm not the internet for you. Look it up.
Name me one. Name me
Look
one
up
story.
NASCAR, bro. No, you have the internet at your
Name
look
me
it up.
one since you know.
You have
since
the
you know.
internet.
Link it.
Bro, I've
Name me
seen it
one.
over my 25 years of life multiple times, multiple stories.
Name
You can
me
look it up.
one. Just
I
name
don't
one. You
have
said
to. You
one.
have the internet in front of you. Look it up.
I
It's not my
have
job to
you in front of
inform
me
you.
since you know
Either
everything.
know,
You're
either
making a
know or
claim.
don't know. But it's not my
You're
job to
making-
inform you, bro. Look it up.
You're making a claim, Jones. You have to back up your own.
Bro,
Exactly.
I'm
You're saying
backing up my claim by letting you know it's on the internet and you can search
Then
it.
show me the
That's my
link.
Bro, you better send
bro.
me a clip of some
Type
country
it
dude
in
like
the
singing or something.
right. Type it into Google, bro. That's what Google's here for. Google's at your fingertips.
Like, bro,
That's an
NASCAR is
ad
not racist.
at your
That's just a
fingertips.
stereotype.
Google, use it, bro. Use it. Just look it up.
Hold on. So
Lamar.
Jones, you get mad at us because we want you to cite your
I'm not mad at anything.
information.
I'm just telling you.
You're telling me. You need to back that up. You
A
can't just
noose was
tell.
found. A noose was found in someone's.
Okay,
garage
no,
a few
I got
years
you.
ago.
That was planted. You do
Oh
realize that,
man,
right?
here we go with this. See, this is what I'm saying.
Hold
If you gonna turn everything away with all this
No, the
hearsay and blah
FBI
blah.
though, like that was a legit investigation. That it was planted.
Yeah, the
It was
FBI
planted
found
by
out
who?
That was planted.
By who?
You do realize that, right?
By who? Who planted it?
I don't remember, but it was
Oh, okay.
definitely
You don't
planted.
remember, right? Why don't you remember?
No, it was
If
literally.
it
You
was
can look.
planted.
It was planted.
By who?
It broke the news.
Why don't you know who?
This was like after like the whole like gay dude got hit in the subway. Then he did that. I remember it. That was
So why you
planted.
asking me if you remember it? Somebody got suspended for using the
Oh, so now
N-word.
you're
Like
doing that-
there's a lot of racism in this entire thing. I don't have to make this up. You just
NASCAR
have
is
to know it.
ironically NASCAR is the
Hold
most
on.
racist
Hold on.
sport
Didn't
right
the
now.
football player just do that? That white dude
What?
at the country music
Come on,
event?
Honey Badger.
Yeah,
I
he
don't know.
did.
Cooper.
If you
But
want to
if
be
he got
real,
Yeah.
But if he got suspended, why would it be a problem?
Somebody named Cooper.
Yeah.
I think he was on the is it Philly team? Or was it Pittsburgh team? What team was that
I
dude
forgot
on
what
that
team
went
he
in
was
there?
on, but I
Yeah,
know
I
he
forgot
did it
what
though. He was
team.
on. I think it was on the Steelers at the time.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
My point is, if
Oh, yeah,
you
when
just
did
said
he
he got
do?
suspended, it's not like they still been.
What did he do?
Fucking
He called
punishment.
somebody the N-word, an NFL player.
Oh yeah, Mason
On the
Rudolph, I
Steelers.
think.
I don't watch NASCAR.
No,
I
I
don't
wouldn't
know
be
who
Mason
that is.
Rule. He was just playing today. He was starting today.
No, his name was Cooper. Something.
His name was Cooper something. Long-haired blonde fella.
Yeah.
Oh,
Medium-
okay. Well, I was thinking
medium built lineman
Mason
kind of
Rudolph.
a
They would have been
fella.
putting him on blast all day today for his
This ain't something that happened though recently, is what Lamont's talking about.
Yeah, it's a while ago.
This ain't like
Oh.
today.
And what I'm saying is that like for Jones, if you're a fan of Kyrie, but you should know that how would Kyrie be able to be in the NBA talking the stuff he's doing right now if it wasn't for the players integrating into the NBA in the first place?
I never argued that. I agree with you.
So I'm saying that you're arguing that you were arguing against a guy like trying to integrate his financial aspects into NASCAR.
Listen, all I said was today. NASCAR has a storied past of being racist.
Ironically, NASCAR is the least racist
Let me finish. I'm not comparing NASCAR to the NBA because majority of NASCAR drivers are not black. Majority of NBA players are black. So that's a whole different conversation
Okay,
that
so
I'm not.
therefore,
Wait, I'm not
the NBA is
done.
racist
That
towards
I'm not
white
here to
people,
have.
or the
All
NFL.
I'm saying is you can't compliment a man for getting behind a racist business that has been blatantly racist about you for 72 years and making money. Cool, you're making money, and I respect that, but that's not something that I'm gonna hooray for. That's it.
That's fine and dandy, young man. But do you
I know.
the last,
Okay,
the
so just
latest?
because,
do
okay,
you
hold
know?
on.
Do you know that after that news thing that somebody put there as a garage door opener, as a plant fake, whatever the hell it was that they did, that they come up with that. After that, that was like the catapult that made NASCAR come together, and they put the black man walking in front of him. I mean, they walking behind him like in a parade of protest. We stand with you, Bubba. type thing. And then from there, there's been so many changes with NASCAR. They made them take down all that rebel flag shit. They cleaned up a whole
They
lot of
banned the
stuff.
They
rebel
cleaned up a
flag.
lot of stuff. Yeah,
And
they
Yeah,
they
Banned the
changed
they
rebel
it.
flag.
the rebel flag was a
yeah,
huge part of the
The
and
culture.
that's
rebel
what I
flag is
just
pretty
said.
much history now.
They made them take it down. They banned it, this, that, and the other. And slowly, everything is slow process, okay? And
Yes.
it's gonna take a minute for them to clean some things up. And then one of the things that NASCAR
Yeah.
said that they wanted to do, especially standing behind that rebel flag shit, because they felt like that's the front and center thing that make black people not want to cross that line, come in there and pay their money
They want
and
our money.
come watch that get that. Okay, so they want our money. So they want our money.
It's a
But make
business.
a step to clean your shit up so that we'll
And
come there
then
and spend our
we'll
money.
come there and spend our money.
Right.
Thank
Right.
you.
And
Okay,
that flag
MSN
was the first
supporters.
to go.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait, hold
that
on,
was
hold
the
on.
first domino to fall. That flag.
And also, because a
Exactly.
league has majority white people in it, that doesn't make it racist. You can that does not make it
That
racist.
is
You
true.
right,
No,
you
it
right,
doesn't.
you right, you
Because
right.
Yeah,
hockey
well,
is
that's
not
like
You can
saying
do
racist.
that for the.
that's
You
like
can do
saying
that.
hockey.
No.
That's like saying
The
hockey is
NHL is not
racist.
Listen,
racist.
you can do that.
October
Can
11th
I say something?
on NBC's Today Show, Jordan was interviewed about Bubba Wallace, his driver. He said he became the second black driver to win a NASCAR Cup race. It was prompted to Craig Melvin about why Wallace is booed at races. Jordan said the sport needs to change. This is October 11th. This is this year. This isn't 10 years ago. This is not 9 years ago. So if you're talking
Yeah.
about now, we can talk about now. He later said that he's buying a team with him diving into the teeth of racism. This is October 11th. So
That's true.
apparently it's not
That's good.
racist anymore because they said let's not bring this one flag that shows on TV because they know that's racist because we
That
really
oh
want their
my
money.
Not
god,
what
So
she
that
that
said.
means we're
flag is
not
not
You're not
racist.
racist.
listening, Jones.
I
You're not
didn't
listening to
argue
what
anything
people
she said.
said.
I agreed with her. I just I just gave you words from an article. I didn't disagree
No,
with
but
anybody.
Jones,
So
you're
don't
not
say I'm doing
listening.
any
No
of that.
one said that is not racist anymore. They're saying that changed is going to be slow. It's not going to be a quick change.
Right.
But
It's not gonna be overnight.
They're changing it.
Good luck.
Like
Show
they're
me.
They're
slowly
making
changing it.
progress.
Right. They're
Okay.
changing the culture of
Cool.
NASCAR.
I'm not arguing that. Cool.
And if
That's what
you
I'm saying.
want to
That's what I'm
use
saying. So
that
it's a
that
good
that
thing.
Who
that
gives a shit if you good at racing cars and you can beat everybody out there? Who gives a shit? Get the money.
If you so
What are you
good at
talking?
making
What are
money,
you?
LeVar, why don't you make our own NASCAR and we could drive our own shit?
Oh,
That's
Because
what I'm
they
talking
ain't got
about.
enough. Because they ain't got
Jones,
enough black
that you
people for
why
just
is it
said
that.
that every time
segregation and you didn't
every
It's
time
not
know.
that we have
It's
to
not segregation.
There
All
you
I'm
go.
saying is
Exactly.
when we
hold on,
walk into
Jones.
their organizations, we guests. If we have our own, we don't have to feel so
Bro,
separate.
you
This
are
is very
literally
disturbing.
segregating
This
right now.
disturbs me because like you sat here and defended Kyrie Irving, who didn't even give a concrete plan. But LeVar Ball has been successful with a lot of shit he be doing, and now he's in there fucking.
Well, Kyrie's been successful too with a lot of things he's done. Look him up.
Okay,
Was there water in whole other
Can
countries and
you
supply towns with water?
Kyrie Lover? Can you
Kyrie
can
supplies.
How you gonna nitpick at fucking LeVar Ball's success and he not doing this, that, and the other? But fucking
Kyrie
said
supplies
something vague, and
towns with
you
water
made
in
1,000
other
fucking
countries.
interpretations of it.
you know how many
supplies
people do
towns
that,
with
bro?
water
You know
in
how
other
many
I was
like
gonna
fake
say,
woke
come
Get
on,
the
you know how
money.
many
You
people
get
do
the
that?
money to the right people.
Ooh, name
they
them
do
right
it.
now. Who does
Bro,
it?
almost all of
Who does
Hollywood.
it? Name it. Y'all
Come
say that.
on,
You
y'all.
name
Let's
them.
go one at a time.
Bro,
Yeah,
Lamar,
give me some
how
information.
long has Hollywood been doing that little give water to African people, try to be fake woke?
Bro,
Not to
He really
mention,
built these things.
how many stars got together and sent water back home to their homeland of Flint, Michigan?
What?
What?
Why are we comparing that to a man bringing water to a city in a country that doesn't have fresh water?
Bro, everybody does that. That's
Goddamn,
not.
because
Fuck,
whoever
Flint
was the
ain't got
one
no
brought it up
damn fresh
about
water.
Kyrie bringing water,
They
and I
still
just
don't.
said
They still
you
got
said
lead in the
they
pipes.
that's exactly you
And they
exactly
getting
right.
10 billion for
But
their
the
infrastructure soon.
But the only reason that I mentioned it is because this young man said, "Name how many other people bringing water." I said, "Look at how many
Exactly. All of
stars.
Hollywood
Look at
is.
how many stars and athletes have paid money to have water shipped there to Flint, Michigan. Some of them is where they were born and raised."
What was that?
That's the only. That's the
That
only reason
movement in
I
like the
brought that
'80s
up.
or '90s. It's like we are
Damn,
the people.
this
It's like
panel
that
here
whole
is
like
stupid.
I don't know. It's like
That was
it's like a group of. I'm
Kyrie
too
saved
young
his
to
high school
remember
from being
this,
shut down.
but it
Good
was
shit,
like a
Natalie. I
group of
didn't know that.
musicians got together and did a song for like African, like something going on in Africa, like with Michael Jackson on them. It's like we are the one, we are the people. I'm too young to remember. I don't remember it, but it was like a huge movement to
We
like
are
to
the
help.
world.
Yeah, we are the world. That's what it was. I'm sorry, but it's not an uncommon thing. I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but you're saying it like thousands of people don't do it, especially celebrities.
I'm asking you to name me. Okay, I heard what you said, right? And I listened. We Are the World, or the artists that did that together, that conglomerated with underneath an umbrella company.
Well, Michael
that
Jackson
the artists.
was
Wait, hold on.
Well, you said whoever. So
I'm trying to finish talking. I'm trying to finish talking. I know who Michael Jackson is. I'm saying who he was under, the label he was signed to, the people that orchestrated it, that made that happen. No one orchestrated Kyrie doing it. Yeah, so that's my point. Next.
What the hell do
What
you
is going on
next?
here?
Bro, you
Next.
just
These
said
young
you just
generation
said
people
Point is
today with
I
this
just
next.
gave
okay,
you
I'm saying
I'm
a
glad
man
I ain't
woke
got the
up and did it
goddamn
on
button
his
to
own.
kick your ass
A
off the
man woke
show.
up. A man
bro.
woke up and did it on his own. Versus a
Does
man
he
who was
not know like all of
organized
Hollywood
to do
does
it.
this? Like I'm confused.
Name me more people doing it on their own. That's all I'm asking you to
do
do.
you
You're not
really
naming
think
me
that
now.
Michael Jackson's label had him put him to do that? Michael Jackson gathered that up and wrote that up and put that together his
Bruh,
own
they
goddamn
stretched his
self.
music
Ain't
across
no
countries. Of course they did. That's what they were trying. That was the whole point. You can look this up.
That's
The music business is a
disrespectful.
business.
What?
You can look it
That
up.
is
Like,
boy.
disrespectful
I
as
was
fuck.
alive around
Didn't
that
Michael
time.
reach
Was
out?
you?
Didn't the
I
musicians
was
reach out to the
alive around that
organization?
time. Was
It
you?
was an opposite, bro.
all right, I'm gonna look it up right now because we got Google. We can do that.
The musicians reached out to the organization.
Michael Jackson's label attempt.
The disrespect to fucking Michael Jackson.
Michael
Jesus
did it
Christ.
himself, along with the musicians around him. I don't. It's a lot of.
Stand.
Hold on, y'all. Kev just pulled
Reach.
up. He
It
wanted to
ain't
jump
never
in on
been
the
done
topic.
before or after, nigga.
Process.
Go ahead, Kev.
Hey,
Well,
I think there's a little bit of legitimacy to what he's talking about in regards to Kyrie. No, there's no infrastructure. The NBA has been years in the making to get to where it is today. So to jump up and say let's do something without having basically a pot of money to support the people that on max players and all of them type of things like that there. I do believe that people like LeVar, people like Kyrie see things differently. They see the business differently. I do understand when he's talking about there's no unity amongst the players, that Chris Paul and possibly LeBron are on some other type shit. There's a reason why Chris Paul got that reputation. And I'm not going to say whatever anybody says, you take with a grain of salt. I don't care who it is. You know what I'm saying? There's some type of personal motive, with everybody's playing. That's just how I look at it. But I think that when Kyrie got around LeBron in Cleveland, he saw something that he had to get away from. Now, I don't think he wants to go in on that whole situation because it probably would have blackballed him. I don't know what would have happened if he would have been more vocal about the reason why he got away from LeBron. But it was beyond basketball. You know what I'm saying? And I think we're seeing some of them issues resurface right now.
So
to
speculate on why to speculate on why he left LeBron is pure speculation. It could just be something as simple as what we see on the court. Like a lot of people speculated and just said he wanted to try to lead his own team. And we can kind of get an idea of what he was thinking because when he was failing in Boston, he's the one that called to LeBron and said, "This is harder than I thought." So we can speculate as to why it was probably true that he wanted to lead his own team. And when he saw he couldn't do it by himself, this is the reason why he came back. It's a reason why he came back and said he apologized to LeBron. Said, "Man, I'm sorry, man. This is a lot harder than I thought." So again, to bring LeBron into this, and when we talk about the Chris Paul and LeBron, y'all got to understand if you do your homework on the situation, the majority of the players were behind LeBron and Chris Paul. There was only a small fraction. There was only a very small fraction of players that were rallying behind Kyrie Irving. But that's because it sounded good and dandy. But when Kyrie Irving was confronted by some of those players like Carmelo, like Garrett Temple, like Avery Bradley on what to do next, he did not have a plan.
The plan was unify.
And then it kind of left all of those guys hanging out to dry because it's just like, well, we rallied behind you, we supported you, but when it came time to speak to all the NBA players about what our intentions are, you did not say anything.
You didn't have the power to.
It's like I think Kyrie said straight up why he left on the interview. I don't think it was any assumptions. I think it was like a viral interview. He legit said why he left.
That's like a fucking open-ended fucking movie. Like, bro, if you can't build up to the fucking end of the movie, then when people come in and say there ain't no fucking ending.
He did it during he did it like
Harry Belafonte inspired me.
They got him on the show. I think it was like that shit with Skip Bayless. I don't remember what it was, but they got him on the show and they just asked him straight up. And he took a while to answer, but he did. I don't know exactly what he said, but it has like a shit ton of views on it. Because people were speculating why he left like the whole summer, but then he finally answered it. It was no speculation afterwards because people knew why he left. I don't remember what he said in that interview because I really don't care. That was like 4 or 5 years ago.
I really, I don't see.
Yeah, and it don't matter. It just, you feel me? And that's why I'm saying, like, none of that matters. It just comes down to, I don't think Kyrie was willing to make a movement that loud in front of everybody without knowing he had the right people backing him. And when he saw Chris Paul and LeBron and all the people that followed them weren't going to help, why make a problem? Because there ain't going to need to be no problem.
If they didn't,
Call him.
Jones, if they didn't want to help, then why would they even ask him what his plan was? They wanted to hear him out. That's the thing.
Chris Paul wasn't there. They didn't want to hear him out.
He was. In the first meeting, Chris Paul was there. They were all there.
But you can't speak openly in the first meeting because you know what's going to get leaked to the press. Chris Paul said it. We already got it.
Hold on. You're taking that one statement that I said. You're taking that one little aspect of the statement and you're trying to mix it with what Kyrie Irving had going on.
No, I'm applying it universally, though. I'm applying it.
No,
it's real. They apply that. They don't.
You're with Chris Paul, so it don't leak to the press, motherfucker.
Chris Paul was specifically referring to things that they already had in place. They were speaking openly about Kyrie Irving, about what his plan was. At least give some general idea what your plan is so we can know what to do going forward. And he did not give anything. That was their time to talk about things.
Right. And Jones, you can't say he waiting for to see who got his back and all that. How they gonna have his back if they don't know what his fucking plan is?
Thank you. They can't just blindly support him.
I'm gonna say, well, I hear you, and I'm not arguing nothing you guys are saying. I'm just asking you to hear what I'm saying in context. I'm hearing you to hear me in context. Kyrie Irving, listen. Kyrie goes to the meeting with Chris Paul, LeBron, and all the NBA Players Association. Chris Paul and LeBron have their own things of what they want. Kyrie got the things of what he wants. It comes down to look, Kyrie, some of the shit you want is going to make the NBA mad, and we really not trying to do that. We got too much money tied up in this. We got contracts coming and shit. We not trying to do that. So all we going to ask for, wait.
I don't think LeBron
I'm making, wait, let me make the scenario. I don't know none of this to be true. I'm just making a scenario for y'all to put these people in perspective.
That's what I'm saying. You're making
this
up.
Wait. I'm not making it. I'm just making a scenario, right? So I'm making it up, but I'm not putting this on anybody. I'm just putting a scenario together for you guys.
That's literally the definition.
Just hear what I'm saying. I'm putting the scenario together so that we can put this in context of why these conversations are being had. You hear what I'm saying? You're not gonna walk into Chris Paul and LeBron with their contracts and their stature in the NBA as Kyrie, who's hated in the NBA and media, and demand anything.
He's not.
I know that.
Okay,
wait. No. Come on. We're not gonna do all that. We're not gonna mince words. He's not liked. He's not pushed.
Okay.
He's not embraced by the NBA. So you're not gonna be Kyrie. You're not gonna walk to them and demand anything. You're gonna ask for things. LeBron, the face of the NBA at the time, Chris Paul, the face of the NBA PA at the time, want to save face though with the league. So they're gonna say, we don't really want to ruffle feathers. Let's not really bring that up. But if there's something else you want, maybe we could talk about that. So he's like, okay, this is not, I don't know none of this to be true. He says, all right, fuck it. Let's try and get some shirts.
No, you are making up a hypothetical situation.
Listen. Okay, but it's not for the situation. It's for the mindset. Just listen to the mindset, though. You interrupted. He says,
you know his mindset, nigga.
Man, you all know his mindset.
I mean, it sounds good.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, though. You're not demanding nothing.
Why?
You can't.
Why?
You don't have the power.
Because you think you know his mindset.
You can't demand. Lamont, mute him, bro. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish so you can hear me. You keep asking me why. I'm trying to tell you why. You're not saying nothing.
You said that like a whole bunch of nothing.
What he's saying is, I can't walk into this room and demand nothing of the league or of the teams because I already have a rapport with them that they don't really like. Regardless of me being,
it's not. He's an employee. It's not that. He can't do that.
Hold on. Let me read this.
It's crazy. It's like people.
Regardless of me being as talented as I am and who I am, bro.
Job.
Oh my God.
He can't just demand shit. It's crazy.
They were in there making demands. What are you talking about? That's what they were there doing.
Jones,
with
all due respect, you've nearly written a book of new interpretations of what Kyrie.
Hold on, let me read. Hold on, I'm gonna read.
Come on, man. Like,
hold on.
Are you fucking serious?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Y'all
we're gonna clear it up. Hold on, Jones. So I'm gonna read to you exactly. I told you I did a video on it already, but I'm gonna read to you. Once the players asked Kyrie to come with a plan. So remember, I did a video because him and Lou Williams came out with it because Lou Williams actually leaked some of this out when he wasn't supposed to, when he was talking to another media head, and he said that part of it, he leaked out details of Kyrie Irving's plan. All right. It says, according to Lou Williams, who was a part of the recent conference call in which he spoke about ongoing racial protests and how he hopes the league will allow players to use their platforms In fact, he outlined some demands that he and Kyrie Irving had discussed, including allowing the players to put Black Lives Matter patches on their jerseys. And he says, you know, we're fighting for everything. And he said, and this is what another player said in response. He says, we're fighting for everything. What are the 3-minute timeouts and commercials going to look like? You know, he says, we're saying if we're going to play, are you guys legitimately going to give us a platform that we're asking for? And if the demands are met, we won't be playing at all. So basically, they asked for patches and commercials. That's what Kyrie Irving's plan consisted of. And he ended up leaking that out. So that's how we know those were two things a part of Kyrie Irving's plan. And he actually got those things. I was adamant about saying that that's one of the dumbest requests you can make. Patches, jerseys, and the NBA trashed that as soon as the season was over. So, I mean, whatever you want to say about Chris Paul and LeBron James, at least they got something tangible. What Kyrie Irving asked for? They got money for historically. Killed. They didn't get shit. They got money for historically black colleges. They can't stop. They can't. Hold on. I don't know why. First of all, I don't know why you're looking to the NBA to solve every problem in the world. They just got what they could. Okay, but the fact that people are still getting killed, maybe you need to take that up with your local, your local
police department. That has nothing to do with an entertainment
I didn't
business.
say it did. All I'm saying is for a man who had a plan to unify.
He didn't have a plan.
He did not have a plan. That's the whole point.
Unification is a piece of a plan. You have to unify before you as a whole can have a plan. We not whole to make a plan. That's knowledge.
That's part of a plan.
Pieces can't make a plan. Pieces.
Out of all the stuff you said, if Kyrie really meant that shit, he would have brought it up. If all that shit,
we don't know everything they spoke on. We don't know.
He would have brought it up.
We don't know everything they spoke on. We don't know what they spoke on.
He's a grown ass man. I'm talking. He's a grown ass man. He's responsible for what he says and what he doesn't say. If he didn't say anything direct, and he just kept saying unity. All these other interpretations of what he meant doesn't matter. Why didn't he say it?
Man, we don't know what he did or didn't say. You can't keep saying what he did or didn't say because we don't know what he did or didn't say. And that's why I'm saying y'all speaking on how y'all feel about what he do. All I'm saying is the man said one word, unity or unify, whatever the fuck. I'm pretty sure I know what that means. I got access to the internet. I can look up what that means. And if he's saying that to highly intelligent men, I'm pretty sure they got a gist of what the fuck it means.
Okay,
because if Chris Paul's not with me and LeBron's not with me, we not unified. That's what that means.
You realize that's not a plan. That's like part of a plan that he has not even planned out.
Okay, hear me out. How do 10 separate people make a plan together?
Okay, so Jones, it's like this. When he kept saying unity, then why? And you said all of these are intelligent people. When he said unity and kept repeating it every time somebody asked him a question, why was everybody scratching their heads, figuring out what the hell is he talking about?
Because LeBron got a different priority. Hold on, Chris Paul got a different priority.
All right. I didn't ask you about LeBron. I said there was more than just LeBron and Chris Paul on the call. I'm talking about guys like Garrett Temple and Carmelo Anthony. These are the people who questioned him on his unity statement. Why was everybody scratching their head looking like, okay, hold on, what is he talking about? If they're all intelligent, how come nobody could figure it out?
Can I answer you?
How come you're the only person in the world?
The people, I didn't say that. The people asking them, but y'all being funny. The people asking them aren't people that hold any weight. That's the problem. He's saying unity with the people that hold weight. We know they gonna ride.
Why you didn't call him then?
We don't know what he did. Stop saying what he didn't do. We don't know. All I'm saying is I can think that they would hear what that word means. That's all I'm saying.
We do know.
All right,
I guess you do know. Because every person would have dismissed that.
You got access to their phones, huh? Y'all got access to their phones.
We know he didn't call them.
All right, I trust
you. Acting like we know that he didn't.
I don't know what they did. I trust you.
Hey, hold on. Bees just pulled up. I want to hear what Bees got to say, man, because we're gonna be.
Lamar, can I ask this question, Lamar, before he says the same?
Go ahead.
Why would players who have 25 million, even I'm gonna say even $10 million, $10 million contracts, agree or even entertain the fact of starting a new league and forfeiting their contracts?
Thank you. I wouldn't.
Thank you.
Who in their right mind, even a person on a two-way deal wouldn't do that?
And they still entertained him, and he still didn't.
The only reason
got him with their head
is because his name is Kyrie Irving. Imagine if someone like Lonzo Ball said that.
Which is why he needs somebody like LeBron and CP3 to unify with him. So
why
it's
would
not.
they?
Oh wait, what
Why
does
would
a
they agree with
Carmelo
that?
mean?
Carmelo is one of the most respected players in the league right now. Bro.
Thank you. That is
He's
true.
not LeBron. He's not CP3. He's respected to us. He's not respected to the white media. That's what y'all not.
The white media,
What are
the
you
white media is the
talking
people that
about?
drafted him. I'm done.
What
I
does
can't.
Bees got to say on something?
The
What does
dudes
Bees
that
got to say on
drafted him
something?
and hyped him up was the white media. You
What are you
dumbass.
talking about, man?
I don't know, bro. If we don't know, we don't know.
Hey,
It's
bro,
fine.
who was
Yeah, I
recording those
know.
games on the
God
sideline
damn
during
it.
those
Nah,
Syracuse
it's
games,
cool,
bro?
bro. If I'm the only one who gets it, that's fine, and I'm not
Hey,
gonna
bro,
drag
answer
it
this
over.
question, bro.
What?
Who was recording those
You
games on
just
the
like
Syracuse games?
Kyrie, boy.
And I'm
I
not
ain't
though.
lying.
I disagree with a lot of shit Kyrie say, but I
No,
do
you
Jones,
don't.
understand
who
No,
what the
you
was
fuck the
don't,
point
I
Jones.
is.
can't
Stop it.
tell.
I
Jones? Who
do.
was
I listen, man.
Jones? The white media. Oh, I don't mind what I said. I'm gonna say the media is the reason why majority of these players, all of them, are in the league. You do realize that, right? I hate that white media. What the fuck is that? It's
Imagine if
just
we
media.
had a league, it wouldn't be because of them. It'd be
That's
because of their
bro.
talent and us
You know who would
supporting
agree
them.
with
It's a
you?
difference.
You know who would agree with you?
Different. It's
Oh,
different.
hold on.
It's
So
different. It's
Jones,
different. It's
if you
different. It's
started
fine.
your own league,
mentally ill.
It's
Yeah.
cool,
so hold
bro.
on, Jones.
It's
If you
cool,
started
bro.
your own league, you just said it wouldn't be about the talent. So that means
I
Goat
said
Mike
if
and Lord
I
Game
no,
would
I
be your
said it
number
would be
one and
about the
number two
talent.
draft picks.
No, I said it would be about the talent. Whoa, see, now you misquoted me, Lamar. Don't do that,
You
bro. I
said it
said it
wouldn't be
would be.
about the
I
talent.
said it would be about the talent. It would be
Oh my
about the
God.
talent, and we
Okay, how you gonna
support
pay
the
the
talent.
talent? How you gonna pay him?
I don't have the money to do that, but I bet they do. That's
Kyrie
what
don't
he's
have the
saying.
money to pay him. Kyrie don't have
Kyrie,
the money to
LeBron,
pay him.
CP3, all them,
No, they
they can
don't.
start a league. Come on,
He
man.
getting paid.
Okay,
How
hold
you got
on.
the
No,
money
no,
to
no.
pay him?
All these men can take a loan from the bank. All these
No,
men can open up a business for man. Lying to me. I know how business work, bro. These men have money. Stop playing like these men are
no.
not capable.
How they
They're
gonna
college
generate the
graduates
revenue?
with business, with money. They can do it. It's
No,
not
how
a
they
yeah,
gonna generate the revenues to sustain the league?
who y'all not gonna pay for it? Y'all not gonna buy tickets? Y'all not gonna watch them if they go to a different league?
No,
Y'all gonna just
okay,
say
well,
fuck
okay.
them
So
because they left the NBA?
Hold
Y'all
on,
gonna keep
let me
supporting the NBA?
ask you. Hold on, Jones. I'm
The best
asking
players
you.
leave. Y'all gonna stay.
Hold on, Jones. I'm asking you a simple question. Okay, so let's say a certain venue. So let's say they want to play at a certain venue. All right, so they're gonna have to get marketing deals. So they're gonna have to get certain marketing deals and sponsorships. How do you make sure? I mean, obviously you can't use Gatorade. So you're gonna have to find partnership deals with companies to cover certain costs. Like, what company are you gonna go to cover the jerseys? If as long as those deals don't collide with any agreements that they already have with the NBA. I mean, like, how are you gonna set this up? Because ultimately, with all the people that you need to make this work, you're gonna need white companies and white people to help
Can
make
I
it
speak?
work.
Let me hear you. I hear what you're
You
saying.
asking him
But
that.
what I'm answering, my answer to what you're saying is we need to start over from the bottom up. Gatorade wasn't Gatorade till they got to the league and got them brand and endorsement deals with Michael doing his thing. We could find our own black companies and make them the next Gatorade. And I think that's where Kyrie's head is at, but nobody else seems to think like that, and that's fine. I'm not gonna talk about this no
But he
more.
didn't say that though, bruh.
All it comes down to is
You
black
saying
people
what you're
are not gonna
saying.
unify
You're
and
not
work
saying
together.
what
And I
he
respect that.
said,
You don't
man.
have
No, Jones, you're giving me the Martin Luther King rally cry.
I'm not giving none of that.
I want the real plan on how do we get these
Nah,
marketing
he
deals
giving me
signed.
what's that dude?
Invest in ourselves like they
do
did.
it,
Invest in
but
ourselves like they did.
Kyrie
They don't
didn't
invest in
see
y'all.
that, right?
They
Hold on,
take y'all
somebody got
money
some
and
back
spend it with
feed.
white
Somebody
people.
got some back feed, y'all.
Y'all come to their games and they spend it on white people companies. They take y'all money and spend it elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. Take their money and spend it elsewhere. That's it.
What does that mean?
Hold on, Marcus Kid, you got some like background noise, like your mic
You
has.
get, what is it?
I don't know, it's like a buzz going on or something.
Hold on, let me know. Let me see something.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear from Bees though, but Bees ain't took himself off mute.
What's up, Bees?
Bees, what's good?
Let me my mic real quick. Hold on.
Just because LeBron is worth billions or $1 billion, it doesn't mean he's gonna start a business with no way to no stream of income to support and keep it afloat.
Man, yes, he can.
He's not just gonna keep coming out of his bank account every month to keep the league afloat. This is why the WNBA is failing. The WNBA is failing. What's keeping the WNBA afloat right now? Because they can't generate their own menu. The NBA has to give them money to keep them afloat. They're really just getting handouts to stay afloat. That's not a good way to stay afloat. You need to have a steady flow of income from sponsors, from marketing deals, from apparel, from all types of media deals that you sign. You got to have all these income coming in, so you have constant streams of income coming in to keep your league afloat. You can't just go to your bank account every week and say, oh, okay, we don't have the money, so I'm just gonna pay it out of my pocket until we get it. No, you got to go make deals. Look, Ice Cube's big three wasn't just Ice Cube didn't go into his pockets and be like, I'm paying for the whole big three myself. He went and got a group of businessmen together and said, look, I got a great idea. All right, we're gonna invest. We're gonna use our networks or a network of people to get deals done, so we can get sponsorships and media deals, so the league can work. And that's what he did.
These rich players can't do
he had
that
a plan.
together.
No, because he had a plan. And that was years in the making. Everybody, y'all forget that if you watch his documentary on how he started the Big Three, he was working on that for 7 years. This is not something he just woke up one day and said. It took him 7 years to get it up and running, but he took the time to do it the right way. He didn't just say, "Oh, I want to start a new league." He went, he networked with people, and he understood that. Look at a lot of the businessmen that he's in business with to keep the Big Three afloat. There are a lot of white dudes. There are a lot of white co-owners to that. Well, it's not
co-owner, but he's an owner.
He is an owner.
Exactly.
But they're also owners too.
Okay, but he's also an owner.
He is.
Hey, Lamont.
Right.
Lamont.
So would you say the Big Three?
But it's not black owned, right?
Would you say the Big Three is black owned?
Come on, man.
Man, it's black fun. It's black, man. I don't know. I don't know how to put this in the words.
You don't know.
I wouldn't say
what
that.
do you?
I
Let
wouldn't
me
say
go
that.
to Cam.
You're
Let
right.
me go to Cam Dudley real quick, and I got BJ in here as well. They ain't said much. And I gotta get Bees when he fixes his mic. Go ahead, y'all. Cam, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just listening, bro.
Oh, okay. BJ, what
Saturday? Hey, Lamont.
Yo, what's good?
First off, the Big Three. It also has known product. Players that have played in the NBA that white people have already given money to. So it's a known product. It's not something super brand new. But the real question is, I'm almost 50. All the athletes, actors, singers, dancers, anybody that you can think of that's black, why haven't we seen any gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores made? Because that will better our community. That would free us from being under the economic umbrella that we're under, which is at the bottom. They need us to be at the bottom.
What?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No.
They don't want to hear that. They're gonna call you crazy.
Hold
I
on,
hear
hold
you.
on. When you say, see, the thing is, when you say they need us to be at the bottom, to me that makes no sense because
I mean,
how does that make sense if they're literally recruiting black people?
All right.
No.
I gotta go, y'all. It was
No.
Please wake up.
No, you're missing the point. The point is, we know Tulsa, Oklahoma happened. Black Wall Street happened when we had our own. Correct?
Correct.
So if we make our own, they're gonna destroy it. So why would they help us get our own?
Okay, so hold on. So according to I'm glad Elder came in here. So Elder, why would you create your own community if they're gonna just go ahead and bomb your
They ain't got no
community?
choice.
Yeah, that's not.
No, Elder already made it. No,
I'm not
Elder
listening.
already has a community.
Elder has
you
his own
gotta fix your
community.
mic, man. Yeah, you got that background noise. I don't. Yeah, and Elder's right. He says, I don't know. I mean, like I said, just because you create something, like Elder has a booming community.
I'm not.
So why did they bomb Elder and blew his shit up?
No, I'm not talking about Elder. I understand I understand he has his own community. He's not asking anybody for money. You can build something and not ask anybody for money, and it can go down. But as soon as you start trying to better the whole society of black people, what do you think they're gonna do?
I don't understand that at all.
So is your solution?
If they want to be entertained, they'll eventually open up the checkbooks if they want to be entertained properly. They'll open up the checkbook.
I mean, that's entertainment though. That ain't serious. That's not serious shit.
My point is that if you what
They'll
you're
open up the
saying,
checkbook for entertainment.
Yeah, I mean that's it though.
My point is that your statement makes it look like the fight for justice is pointless. It makes it, because the way you talking, you saying they're gonna bomb it anyway. What we supposed to do? Sit around and say fuck
Yeah,
it?
that's some. Yeah, that's some.
Yeah, why would I do it then? If you just said they want us at the bottom, anything we do is gonna fail. So why we do anything?
Right.
Yeah, that's some cap. But the whole thing about like, cause it's a whole. It's no coincidence that they get all of the tap dancers to say they get to all say the same shit that lead people in the wrong direction. Like it's no coincidence. Like you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but because you have to have the lower level of people on a certain way, on a certain frequency that cannot be what would be labeled as so wise and intelligent, because they make money off of the stupidity of people, not the intelligence of people. You know what I'm saying?
Even okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying anything that black people have tried to build, if they even try to work and get money from somebody else, they're not gonna loan you the money to get your shit. Depending on
money.
Depending on what you're.
But hold on, but I wasn't when I was talking about people building up this league.
But you want their money for anyway.
They're not asking for leagues. What you have to do to build up a league is you have to sign partnership deals. You have to sign partnership deals with apparel companies and merchandising companies and all, because they're not asking them for money. They're saying we need your product, and if it's a media company, obviously we get your dollars, but you also get to use our media, so you get rights to some of our media. So it's a fair exchange. So at the end of the day, when you're running a business of that magnitude, it's not about handouts. It's about what we can do for each other. What does Gatorade do for the NBA? Every game they get free Gatorade. Gatorade gets to market their products using NBA players, all this stuff. They partner up and work together. They use each other for whatever resources they have. Same with ESPN. What does ESPN do? We're going to put your players on TV. We're going to market you. We get to use the rights to your content, right? And ESPN has to pay the NBA billions of dollars to use that content. It's a fair exchange all the way around. It's not about asking banks for handouts. That's not how these businesses stay afloat. It's usually through major partnership and media deals. That's what keeps them afloat. What up, Bees?
Hey,
Bees. What up, Bees?
What up, B? How you doing, bro?
Whoa.
Facts, Elder.
What's going on, bro?
Nothing much.
What y'all talking about?
I don't know. The dude came in here saying something. It confused me because black people will probably. I'm just confused.
Basically, Kyrie, like his plan at one point was simply unity. Like he didn't give a direct, tangible, detailed plan. He just kept saying unity.
Yeah, I know that.
And basically for the past hour and a half, like Jones has been sitting there trying to come up with 1,000 different.
No, I was here for that. It made no sense. He also called He also called NASCAR racist, which is hilarious. Which is like the most.
I'm saying when people are bringing up that some black people investing in NASCAR, he started referring to it as a racist organization. Right? He started going off on LeVar saying
he said some crazy stuff.
Right? He's saying he just invested in a racist company, but like a lot of fucking sports companies or organizations have fucking racist past and shit.
You can use that logic with every black NBA player that invests their time into getting into the NBA, which has been. Like how does that make sense? That makes no sense.
Right. It just tripped me out because like when all Kyrie Irving said was unity, he came up with 1,000 interpretations of what he meant. But when
talking about his mind state and
right.
He's like he was a
LeVar, but LeVar Ball and LeBron, people actually got a bunch of fucking tangible solutions. He talking them down. He's another argue. He's another nitpicking they fucking success.
Hey. I'm gonna say this, bro. There are no tangible solutions for us until we ready to die for it, bro.
Right.
Until we stop taking that that baton over the head, there ain't no solution for us, bro.
What do you mean by huh?
What I'm saying is the only two ways that they listen to you is by force or with money. And it takes a whole lot of sacrifice and a lot of people willing to give shit up. And I don't know too many brothers willing to actually do that. A lot of them are taught.
You know one.
OG, what are you talking about?
Right over. He's
You
talking
know
about
one.
like a revolution.
Oh, yeah. But Elder know what I'm saying.
Like basically,
You know one.
or a revolution. Like those.
What's
are
that,
things his shit has always been.
He said that it would take someone willing to give up a bunch of stuff.
I know it.
And he don't know too many brothers that will. And I said he knows one, me.
Right. But you know what I mean,
right.
Elder.
I do.
What do you?
And I said in there earlier, for communities to be unified and to thrive independently from the government, because that's what you're talking about when you say whitey, all this kind of stuff. It's not impossible because I'm living it right now. It's not impossible. It's not
Every
impossible.
community has somewhat influence from the government in the U.S.
That's
Almost
not
every.
true.
No,
Almost
Get
every.
out of the community.
Not
nigga.
true. I'm telling you now, bro. I'm living it. I am literally living it.
What do you?
We have 11 communities, and we're starting 3 more probably before the spring comes
You live in
around.
Calabasas?
We'll have 14 then. All over. All over the United States. All
I
over.
said, do you live in
The
Calabasas?
key, though, I live in Georgia, bro. Well, yes, my main residence is in Georgia. But I'm telling you, you can do it. But the fact is you have, first off, it takes great sacrifice from the people that are leading it. You have to have leaders. Part of the problem is black folk don't want to submit themselves to nothing. Everybody wants to give their opinion. Everybody thinks that, my opinion is just as valuable as yours, and we got the same road. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to do what's right in their own mind. So you're never going to have unity when you do that.
Yeah.
But when you can get people that come together with a common cause, and they will submit themselves to those that have rulership or leadership over them, then it can work. Now, here's the key, though.
Mm-hmm.
Those people that are leaders have to do it from a physical standpoint, meaning they have to lead by example first and foremost. This community these communities, I should say, that I run.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I understand.
None of them will be successful if every single dime that I make, I put back into this community. Every single dime. I get not one penny for doing what I do.
Can I ask you this question?
I live, hold on, let me finish. Okay. I live on the same level as everybody else on this community, though. We have what they call all things common, and we are a self-sufficient community. Right. We're not dependent on government subsidy. Matter of fact, we're not even because it's run through what the world will call a ministry, right? A church or whatever. But we're not, because we're not 501c3 like these churches. We don't get tax exemptions and tax breaks.
Right.
Because we know that puts you in bed with the devil. It puts you in bed with the government. Because they will give you the tax break, but then they're going to regulate what you can do and what you can say. So instead, we say, no, we'll pay your taxes. Render to Caesar what's Caesar. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I understand your analogy with the community thing, but starting a league, like
starting a what?
Like Kyrie was talking about starting a league.
Again, you can do it.
That's
the problem. I'm telling you, you can start anything you want. The problem is that like say Kyrie says, I'm starting the league. Guess who has to make the biggest investment?
A lot of NBA players?
Guess who has to make the biggest investment, sacrifice the most?
Players.
Kyrie does. He does first and foremost. Because Because you're never, hold on, listen, you're never going to get the players to sacrifice if they don't see you 100% all in.
I don't agree with that.
Come on,
When
man.
they
No,
see, when they
I don't agree
see,
with that.
when
You got players that
no,
pay you
Why
by
you
contract.
don't?
They're not
You
going to
don't?
forfeit that for a
no,
point.
You don't agree with that? He started the shit.
LeVar, what
They're
I'm
not
saying,
okay. This is my thing.
who?
They're
I'm
not
saying,
going to
Kyrie,
started
if you
what?
start this shit, like I got to see you work.
Would you
least.
forfeit a
You
team
feel me?
Here's
a
the key.
possible league?
Will y'all listen for a minute? Will y'all listen for a minute?
Go ahead.
The key is the leaders have to be the number one people to sacrifice,
Right.
and they have to be willing to take what's theirs to bring others to their level. First and foremost, it can't be the type of thing where they invest and then sit back and expect a major return on their investment when it comes to the financial part. Why? Because now you're going to instantly, listen, you're going to instantly sow division because people are going to think your motives are impure. Oh, he's only doing this for the money, or he's only, what one thing you have to do as a leader, one of your major sacrifices you have to do is eliminate all the excuses of people that are with you. That's part of being a good leader. Go ahead.
That's okay. I understand your thing, but there is not one man on this planet Earth that's giving up $15-20 million contracts to forfeit and go join a league that Kyrie himself hasn't even planned out yet.
That's what I'm saying. He not being the type.
Again,
That's
bro,
what he's saying. He not being the right type of leader.
No.
Yeah, and that's why. Well, first off, Kyrie made. Hold on. Kyrie made a suggestion. He didn't go try to start a league. He just made a suggestion that we could do it ourselves.
And he was right about that.
You, he is. But what it would take is great sacrifice from the leaders. Whoever the leaders are of that league, they would have to be 100% invested first and foremost. And it couldn't just be for a financial gain, because it would never work. Because you're going to always have naysayers and doubters and people that's going to question your motive and not get behind you because they're going to question your motive. When people know that the leaders don't have ulterior motives and they are just as invested and don't mind them being on the same plane as the leaders, then they don't have a problem giving their 100. Now, you may bring, like I'll use examples, you may bring 15 million to the table, right? The next person coming along may only have $1 million. But his $1 million is just as important as your 15, because if you need 50, you see what I'm saying? And he has to know that. He has to know. Now, he may not get the same say, but he has to know that I need his 1 million just like you need my 16. And I'm not greater because I got 16 and you only got 1. We need all of us to come together.
That's the problem. Nobody's falling behind Kyrie because they don't trust him, and they're not.
Well, what y'all don't understand? No. All that is speculation. Y'all don't understand. Kyrie never tried to start a league, y'all. He just threw a suggestion out there. He never tried to start it.
I'm just saying.
What I'm trying to tell you guys is, it is possible, and it doesn't have to be a basketball league. I'm telling you how to do anything in a community type setting, meaning people coming together in common unity. That's a community, common unity, and be successful at it.
You see what you just did right there, Elder? Kyrie was not doing that.
Yeah,
he was just confusing everyone.
Again, we are no. He just threw a suggestion.
No. Not even.
And everybody,
Elder. When you was talking about the unity that whole entire time, Kyrie he never explained it. He just said we need.
I understand that because he just threw a suggestion out. He wasn't telling the people I have a plan to start a new league. He was just saying we can go do our own thing. That's it. It's a suggestion. Yeah. Now, we don't know what Kyrie and some of the big wigs in the league are behind. Big players are talking about behind the scenes. Maybe they're trying to come up with a plan. I don't know, but I'm trying to tell y'all. Period. It doesn't matter if it's basketball, business,
Jones was not
farming. I don't care what it is.
Not saying that. Jones was saying some other shit, like LeBron being like the guy that demands everything and shit. That he was saying some wild stuff. I don't know what
was saying every fucking
I'm
thing.
trying to tell y'all how to be successful in common unity. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
That's what we're saying is you're explaining. You see how you're explaining it. The whole thing that we was talking about is that Kyrie is just saying unity, and he's not like he's just confusing the shit out of people because nobody knows what he's talking about.
Well, that's what he did in that meeting.
Okay.
When Carmelo Anthony and Garrett Temple were like, when we asked him, he just kept saying unity, and it's just like.
Exactly. He wasn't like thoroughly explaining it like how
you're
Elder
using,
did.
if you're using like the word unity is like you know, some
It's too broad.
It's too broad. You just got to give us explanation.
It sounds great. It sounds great, but who actually knows how to execute
Thank
it?
you.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
he's saying.
Executing it for
And the reason why it's so confusing for them, so confusing because they've never done it. It sounds great. Everybody wants unity in the black community, want that. The stuff people are asking for, though, it's like, okay, well, who has actually lived that and experienced it? Because we would need that individual to come and show us all how to do it successfully. And that's the problem. We got a lot of dreams and a lot of goals, but the people that are actually successful at it, we don't want to follow those people because it comes with a great sacrifice.
Right.
It comes with a great sacrifice. We've been doing this for almost 3 decades, y'all. Almost 3 decades. This ain't no fly-by-night thing. We know exactly what we're doing. Do you think a lot of people want to follow our blueprint, though? Nope. And I'm saying it, and I come from a spiritual perspective, but this thing is just a natural law that works. You don't even have to love the God that I love for this to work. You just have to have the right mindset and be willing to sacrifice. If you're willing to do that, you can have it. Our communities thrive because the leaders all sacrifice. We give way more than the lay people under us. We do. But we don't care because we want them to have the same joy, peace, peace of mind, all that. We want them to have the same thing we got, so we don't care. So we're not greedy. We don't need Learjets. I drive a fancy car, right? I got a few of them, but guess what they are? They 10, 12, 15 years old. I'm not going out spending no $130,000 on no Audi i8. You see what I'm saying? I go get me an i8 like I just did. That's a 2012 with 80,000 miles on it, for 20 stacks. So that when the person's driving their Maxima, they look and say, "Man, that's a nice car." I'd be like, "Thank you."
Yeah,
You driving a 20 that cost you 40. You driving a 20 that cost you 40, and I'm driving a 12 that cost me 20. You finna be mad at me for that? No. Your car costs more than mine.
Yeah,
now mine's nicer than yours, but you gonna be mad? You see what I'm saying? There's a way to do the thing and still be common with everybody else because it meets a need. You take care of whatever meets a need. Well, you don't need no Audi A8. Well, I say I do. Why? I'm a bigger man and I do a lot of driving on the road and I don't like to fly all the time. So if I'm going to drive 14, 16 hours, I'd rather be comfortable. But I'm not finna break the bank and go spend 100 stacks on a new one. I'd rather drive a used one. And then because we skilled, our mechanics can fix it.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
How much do you think
Everybody brings something to the table.
Hey, how much do you think they pay
I'm
Adam
sorry.
Silver to say what he said?
No, pay?
What did he say?
Oh, I got
much?
Hold on.
You mean what's his yearly pay?
You wasn't here earlier. You wasn't here earlier when I because at the beginning of the stream, a memo that Adam Silver sent to all 30 GMs got leaked,
Okay.
and so basically it said Adam Silver was advising NBA GMs that they influence players to not speak publicly to address the Ahmaud Arbery case or the Kyle Rittenhouse case or any other contentious social issues. It says, further, the NBA is working on multiple media deals and does not want to spoil relationships with ESPN or partners that are not as left-wing as the NBA has seemed to be over the last few years.
Right.
That's a business. That's a. They didn't have to pay him like a specific amount to get up and do that. That's part of his job. So whatever he makes as a salary comes with that. But the problem is that the NBA people that pay their salaries, meaning the TV contracts and all that kind of stuff, because that's where the majority of the money comes from.
Yeah, I get you now.
They're the ones coming in saying, "We ain't gonna be doing this if this is what y'all gonna be promoting. Y'all been left wings for a minute here. So if this is what y'all gonna keep doing, we gonna pull back." So now the NBA, as the leader of the, because all this is contracts, y'all. They come up every 2 years, every 4 years, every 5 years. You see what I'm saying? It ain't.
But hold up though. Most of these people that own these channels, they agree with the left wing though.
That's why you.
No,
That's why
you don't understand.
That's why you.
No,
That's why
you don't
nah,
understand.
there's
No,
only
no, they don't.
There's
No,
only one Fox
no,
News.
not the
That's it.
TV. Not because think about
Not
it.
the
All the TV
consumers.
things, they're all different.
Oh, the
They're all
consumers.
different. All of them are different.
We're not.
And then they're trying to appease their consumers.
Which is us.
So if their consumers are on this side, they don't want to hear that thing being put out there and have their name associated with it.
Okay, I
So
got
they're
you.
saying, look, essentially saying this: if we're gonna be paying you all these billions of dollars,
Oh yeah.
don't be using that platform to push your political agendas. Is all they saying.
Oh, I
But
like
you
that.
can't
Okay,
stop someone from doing it. What you can say is, look, this is what we're trying to do to protect our brand. All of us make really good money.
Hey.
So you can go out on your high horse and start talking about this thing.
Right.
But if these people pull back, it's going to hurt all of us in the long run, because when it comes time to us to negotiate these contracts, that money won't be there, because if they pull their $200 billion, you ain't going to be able to make the $50 million you want to make in 4 years from now.
Hey, and you know how people.
So
always
they just
complain?
use their power financially. They use their power. This is the reason why we don't get in bed with the government, because they use their power financially to silence your voice.
Hey, but you
Remember,
know
I
what?
brought up the
But you know
501. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Remember, y'all, I brought up the 501c3. This is why people say, why are not the churches speaking out against all these crazy things? They can't.
Exactly.
The government gives them a tax break. They don't pay taxes on none of the stuff they buy, but they also regulate the things that they can say from those pulpits, and they can in their advertising books. And that's why you don't see none of these big mega churches talking about homosexuality and all this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
They can't talk
They
about
can turn it back though. It
They
can
can't.
go back in the other way though. They can stop them from talking about the homo stuff.
No, they already have. That's why they don't. And then what they use is their financial and political power to control your voice. Because if you do step out, what they do then, like with these churches, I can tell you what they'll do then. Not only will they say, okay, you're no longer going to be in that 501c3 status where you get no taxes, you're going to not only have to start paying taxes because you violated this agreement. All the taxes you didn't pay for everything for the last 15 years your church been open, you owe us that back now. And that automatically puts you in bankruptcy. That's how they work, y'all. And that's all the NBA people are doing. The people that run the NBA, the big TV contracts, all that really run the NBA, they saying, we're going to pull these contracts if y'all start using this platform to push agendas that hurt the bottom line for us.
Oh yeah,
that's simple. Okay. So then the GMs go to the organization. The organization starts talking to the coaches. The coaches start talking to the players, and everybody understands you got to play ball if you want to keep getting your paycheck.
Hey, Elder,
it's
they
just
teaching
that simple.
masculinity in China. They actually teaching masculinity in China. Straight up.
They have to.
Masculinity.
Because it's been robbed everywhere.
Yes.
This society is robbed, and then it becomes the most effeminate society ever.
Yeah,
all over the world, everybody's effeminate. Men and the women. It's sad. The women are freaking masculine. The men ain't though. Most of them are sissies and wearing tight pants and carrying purses and talking soft and all that bull crap.
Some of the women are still.
The roles are reversed, man.
They still kind of feminine.
The world has reversed roles, bro. They got women acting like men and men acting like women. But see, when you got common unity, you ain't got to deal with that. The world I live in, I don't deal with that. I don't deal with a lot of the stuff y'all deal with out there. I don't deal with that because the bubble I'm in, we don't have that. We now again, I see it, I know it, I know what's going on, but we just don't expose ourselves to it. And we stay in our little self-sufficient bubble and keep expanding it. When we get a chance to buy land, we buy it. And folks say, well, you don't really own nothing. Okay, that's fine. I can tell you this, they can't come take the house and the land because it's paid for. All they can say is give me taxes, and I got the funds to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Even when the fiat currency and when this dollar crashed, I still got ways to pay taxes to the man.
Man.
Because gold and silver, it ain't never went to zero, ever.
Man,
it's always accepted anywhere around the world. I can take one gold coin, y'all, and go anywhere in this world. And if something happens, I can use that coin to get home.
Yeah,
I can use that coin to get a ticket to get home.
Gold and silver, there will be a $10 trillion transfer of wealth into digital currency because that's where it's going. Because the new gold would be Bitcoin. Well, you heard it here first. It will be digital currency and cryptocurrency and precious metals.
I didn't hear it here first.
This has been said for like.
I've heard that many. I've heard that many
So how y'all
times.
feel if the players actually be quiet and don't say nothing? How y'all feel about that though?
I mean,
That's what they paid to do.
Hold on. So hold on.
They signed contracts saying they
When
would.
you go to your work, when you go to work, wherever y'all work, if you have a 9 to 5, like I work at a university. If that university, when I'm on that campus, I'm on their time. If they tell me not to do and talk about certain things, I can't do it. And if I do it, then I know what the consequences are.
What about the ones that say they act like they really stood for the people, like till they die? Like how you feel about
You can
those
still do that,
You
just
can
not
still
like in
stand
post
for the
interviews.
people.
No, you can't. No, you
Yes,
can't.
you can.
I believe
You're limited.
Come on, man.
You're limited, bro.
How you gonna do that? They control what you say.
Listen to me.
No, it's not. It's
Listen
not
to
like
me.
that.
You
can't do it like
you are limited, bro.
Stuff like that.
You are limited. I'm just telling you. If you're gonna keep making, if you are an employee, if you are,
You're right,
hold on,
Ahmad.
if you are an
You in
employee,
Rome, you do what the Romans do. That's exactly what that means.
if you are an employee, you are limited.
You are.
When you're not an employee, you can do and say what you want to say. But even hold on. And even in that though, you still got to be willing to face the consequences of your words.
Yeah,
See, I'm not an employee. I don't clock. Hold on. I'm not an employee, so I don't clock in for anybody, right? But if I get on YouTube, if I get on TikTok, or I get on all these social media things, and I start blaring out what I feel, believe, blah 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 blah, and they decide to shut me down and come do and bring negative attention out, that you pay the price for what you say. So do you have freedom of speech? Yeah. No, you may have freedom of speech, but some things you say, it still could cost you in this society because you don't run it.
Yes.
You don't run it. You don't see us getting up saying F the government and don't do this, don't, we're not even viewed as an anti-government group. What we tell people to do is become self-sufficient. Become self-sufficient. Don't be tied to it. Don't be sitting back waiting on no dang quantitative ease check to come. Don't be sitting back waiting on no food stamps and welfare. You go out and do it yourself. Be self-sufficient. So the day they take all that stuff away and it's not available, you ain't hurting no way. My grandparents lived through the Depression, right? They lived through the Depression. And guess what my grandma told me? We didn't know it was a depression. Never affected us.
Hey,
it didn't change their way of life.
We're gonna see who about
because they wasn't the middle class and the upper class. They were poor. It didn't change how they lived.
We're gonna see who really about it.
So when you live, this is the thing. When you live simple and you content, it don't matter what the world got. Like right now, they could cut the lights off. They could turn the water off. They can do all that stuff. You think it's gonna affect my community? Nope. We prepared for all of that stuff.
We're gonna see who the real coons is.
We prepared. We prepared. So they can take their water, their electricity. We still gonna function every day the same way we've been functioning.
Can I say this? They're not telling us to shut up and dribble. They're just saying, like, don't do that.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Not what it is.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are, bro.
Yeah, they are.
There's certain major news networks is telling you to shut up and dribble. The Laura Ingalls of the world.
Hold on. Let me give you an example. Okay, you just finished a game 6, and some rando dude is asking you, "What do you think about a case?" While you're thinking about game 7. Why? Like you see what I mean? Like that.
Hey, bro. I'm gonna tell you where this really comes from.
Well, the media is gonna ask that question anyway.
They losing money.
Hold on.
Media is not asking those questions.
When LeBron went after that
If
kid,
they not.
When LeBron went after that kid that was crying or whatever he was doing, right?
Okay.
LeBron got a big enough platform he can speak for himself, but he still represents the league. He is he is the face of the NBA, bro.
Period. Point blank.
I don't.
He's the logo at this point.
I don't agree with that. I don't think one man represents.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Yes, he does.
He is the logo at this point.
Hold on, bro. You think these dudes?
The league goes as he goes.
Okay. With that, let me give you an example. Conor McGregor, 2016.
No, bro. Hold on. No, stop, bro.
No. I'm going to use your analogy.
Hold on, bro. We're not going to use Conor McGregor because Conor McGregor ain't LeBron, bro.
Oh, in 2016?
He ain't black. He ain't black.
Exactly. You got it.
It's not the same.
Oh, my God.
You got it.
Not the same.
Understand?
Okay, John Jones. Let's use John Jones.
No, bro. Let me tell you something. If this kid gets off,
Floyd Mayweather.
Hold on, bro. You got to understand. See, you don't understand what's about to happen. You just talking.
Let me give you an example.
If this kid, let's say this kid gets acquitted, you know what he gonna be? He gonna be on every conservative news channel, talk show, radio, all that. They gonna champion this dude. And guess who's the dude going against him? And what does he represent?
Dun, 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 dun.
Let me give you an example. Let's say Floyd Mayweather, boxing, right?
Not 6.
Bro, you're bringing up people that aren't even equivalent to the same level.
Yeah,
Exactly.
let him make his example though, because
Let me give you an example.
Yeah, none of these people are on his level.
Bro,
I was going to use McGregor, but apparently since he's not black, it don't count. Even though he was the face of a sport,
and he's not. Hold on. He may be one of the people that they use to advertise the sport, but he doesn't run the sport. The sport doesn't dictate around him. It doesn't. That's why our boy was telling you that it doesn't. That's why they was telling you it's not a good example. That's why he was trying to tell you that. And he's white, so it's just different. You got to get somebody. Basketball is run by LeBron. If LeBron pushes his issue, the NBA gonna comply. Because you know why? He's making them the money.
Right.
He's the reason why they can get all the contracts.
I don't think one man represents an entire league. That makes that.
He is if he making you that much money, man.
Hey, just because you think that doesn't make it true.
Because let's say
the financial. Hold on, bro. The financial.
Right.
The financials proves that he does, though.
Who did they tell shove and dribble in the first place?
Let's just say LeBron does something like outside of the NBA. You can't just well the NBA must be terrible. Letting this guy.
No, it's not. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying
it'll mess when
LeBron, hold on. When LeBron does something outside the NBA, the people that are truly making sure that the NBA bills are getting paid, they go to the people under them and say, "Look, set him up."
Right.
He can't use this platform to push that agenda because it hurts. Everything is about the money. That's all everybody care about. So the people that are paying that money, they're saying, "Look, I don't care who he is. Tell him to shut his mouth because what he's saying is hurting all of our bottom line.
Right.
And if he can't keep his mouth shut, he's going to have to get off of our platform. Right. And it doesn't matter who he is. And LeBron will push it to the limit to where, for y'all in the world just looking from the outside will say, well, there's a balance. He's free. He can say this. He says this. But he can only say so much. He can only go so far.
Okay, what about...
because they know where that line... They know...
Like people say that all the time.
You shouldn't watch no sports then.
Right.
You shouldn't watch no sports because none of them can do it. Man. None of them can do it. You don't have no athlete that can do it. You ain't had athletes buck the system like that since way back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, but look at them athletes though. Look what they sacrificed.
Right.
You got two main great athletes that bucked that system big time. Jim Brown. Look what he got. What, a 9-year career and had to walk away. And you got Muhammad Ali. Look what he got. Stripped of his titles and everything. And when he came back, he wasn't that political monster that he was before he left, was he? Let's just keep it on the real. He wasn't that political monster once he came back that he was before he left.
No, I don't. I mean, okay.
Hey, and I'll give you another reason why LeBron's going to shut up. You think those partners in that Fenway group are going to stand for that? You think Hollywood? Some of these movies he won't with Disney, ESPN is Disney, bro.
All the stuff he's trying to do, they gonna tell him be quiet. This is not something you can touch. They'll let him know when he can say something about certain things, and they'll tell him when he can't. And if he crossed that line, just like Bill Cosby tried to do, they will tax his ass. I promise you they will.
Not every sport.
You wasn't the whole time out. Whoa, what did you just say?
You would what now? Every organization or sport right now.
What you mean? They all it's the same six corporations own all
I'll
the
let you
media.
say naive, bro.
That's facts.
I'll let you say naive.
Let's use the UFC for example, right? Mm-hmm. They literally have a person who is running, like using a political thing as like his character.
No, bro. What? See, you misunderstood what advertising.
No. Even the president of that organization has come out and said he does not care.
Bro. See, all they're doing is pandering.
Who cares about the UFC?
Right. They're pandering to the base.
You act like the UFC is like something huge that people talking about. This guy you saying I don't even know his name. He's not mainstream. USC not even mainstream.
Nathan
It's
White isn't
not.
mainstream.
He's just diving into his avenue.
I'm telling you, bro. No, not like the NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL. No, not even close. Not even close.
Why you think them fighters still? The UFC's making money. Them fighters ain't making no money.
Exactly.
Heck yeah.
When you
Dana
get
White
that
making
big,
all
you
the money,
get
but the
money
fighters
from
ain't making
different
crap.
avenues. You can't divide up your money into 50%. Are you fucking crazy?
No, because some fighters they can make $6 million.
That's what the NBA do.
Just make
Yeah,
like,
that's why they telling them to shut their mouth now.
You talking about
some fighters can literally make $4 million in one night. Some make like
$4 million ain't dog shit.
In one night?
Yeah,
that's a fucking veteran's minimum.
Hold on. Here's the key. You may have a guy make that, but that's not the top of the thing. Boxing still got people making that 10 times more than that in a
boxing
night.
has been existing for like almost a century.
Look, you're out of touch. You listen to too much media. Boxers, mid-level boxers, go out and make what the top UFC guys make.
You know why?
Exactly.
Because boxing has been around for over a century.
No, because it's bigger than you think it is.
That's why.
Right.
Got more money involved.
More money in this, bro.
Got more advertising
I'm
involved.
agreeing with
Got more viewers involved.
agreeing with you. It's been around for over a century. MMA hasn't been a thing since like MMA has been a thing for like 30 years.
Elder told you this earlier, but I don't think you heard it.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that you're right.
When you get a paycheck from someone, you must follow their rules, or you go somewhere else. It's just that simple.
Right.
You're a W-2 employee, bro.
Well, that's what Lamont just said earlier.
Yeah. And all them guys that are getting a paycheck from somebody, they gonna comply to what them people that's writing them checks say. Period, point blank.
Like that in any job, pretty much.
And those people that are writing the checks, they're getting their wealth from somewhere.
Right.
And those are the ones that's dictating what they get.
The product on the field, mainly.
People that are writing checks get their money from consumers, which is us.
No. Believe me, you don't make enough money from ticket sales and all that. But you don't make enough money from that. You need that TV advertising dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
Merchandising.
You need that to make the big bucks. That is what's taking sports to the next level. Advertisement. So now you're talking about the big boys.
Hey, and you also,
Yeah.
who do you think buys the most merchandise in this country of these sports teams, bro?
You say what?
Come on. And them niggas will pull their money too.
All this merchandising?
Us?
It ain't 12% blacks in this country. I can tell you that.
Right.
It ain't us,
man. You know that.
We ain't got the money for the jerseys.
Come on, man.
We'll find it though. We'll find the money for the jerseys. We'll find the money for the Jordans.
We'll
I
money for
guarantee
the
it.
shoes and all the new Kobe's is about to release.
Right. But you gotta understand that their money.
We ain't got no land.
Shoes
We ain't
ain't
got
the
no
jerseys,
houses. We ain't got no animals. We ain't got no cattle. We ain't got nothing that's real true wealth. Nothing. We don't have nothing. We don't have nothing that can reproduce itself. Do you understand that is what true wealth is? When you can reproduce yourself, that is what true wealth is. I go buy two cows, and guess what or 3 cows, and guess what I'm gonna be 4 years from now?
9 cows.
20 cows greater.
People
say, well, I don't want no cow when that cow worth $16,000. I bet you want it.
People don't grow up in that lifestyle, so they're not accustomed to it.
That's their problem. That's their problem.
They can't do it.
They're
grown up in a certain way. Some people,
bro, we gotta
change your mindset.
The world is becoming more
people
automated.
do whatever they want.
Everybody doesn't live in a village.
Okay, that's what they want. That's what they want everybody to believe. But what's automated about the chicken you eat, the beef you eat, the vegetables you eat? That stuff still got to be raised. That stuff still got to be planted in the ground.
Even that's automated.
And that's the one. That's the one thing they're gonna control y'all with. Hey, are you listening to me? That's the one thing they're gonna. No, it ain't. I guarantee it's not. That's the one thing they're gonna control you with. Is your food. I'm telling you, they're gonna control you with your food. When they cut your food off and you can't produce it, that's when you're gonna start going crazy. Because none of you never seen the child when that belly hit that spine, what they look like. the pressure that's on a parent when they know their child is starving to death. You don't know what's going to go through your mind to try to provide for that child. Y'all living in these population centers stacked up on top of each other, this is going to be Beirut for y'all. I promise you it is. And that's how they know they can control you. And the reason I say it's not conducted by automation, that's what they want you to believe. That's the only way it can be done. That's how they mass produce it for you. But I don't have nothing automated. And I don't even have the big, industrial greenhouse and all that kind of stuff. And I'm feeding 60, 70, 80 people every single week. Every week. From gardens and small greenhouses. It don't have to be automated. We still go out and use hoes and rakes and put our hand in the dirt. Seed time, harvest. But you know what? We don't never worry about eating. Yeah. We got plenty of food. Yeah, even if they shut my gardens down right now, they could pollute my land. Guess what I got? I have canned preserves. I got food to feed. Man, I don't even need to go through that. I got enough food to feed 100 people for years, bro. That they can't do nothing to. Besides come in and try to take it from me. But why would they do that when they got millions of people in these cities fighting over where they're going to get their next meal from? You think they're going to be worried about me out here in the country? I'm in a city with 500 people, y'all. You think they care about that little city?
Nope.
When they got Atlanta, Birmingham, Chattanooga, Nashville, Knoxville, they got all these millions of people in these cities around that's going to be acting like Beirut. Because they ain't got no food. Why? Ain't no trucks running no more. Ain't nothing in the grocery stores. Y'all see how it is now. You have they tell you that the weather's gonna drop 20 degrees and they go run to the store and buy all the milk, bread, and cereal. Can't find nothing on the shelves now. So what you think gonna happen when something really go down? Man, you just need to be prepared. And see, when you got common unity, you prepare. You are ready for stuff like this. And people say, well, what if nothing ever happens? What do I lose? What do I lose for being prepared? Nothing. But boy, what do you lose when it do go down? Who are you going to be? What you think, this is what you think. You think, well, I know a guy. His name is Elder. He got a community. I've been friends with him. Oh, I'm going to be able to go there and they'll take care of me. First and foremost, you ain't even going to be able to get to me. You ain't going to be able to get out of your city because they're going to shut their highways down. Remember, those highways are owned by the government. So they're going to shut them boogers down to keep you trapped. And the few people that do get out and say you straggly make it here, you think I got space for you? When you ain't been investing, you ain't been putting in with what we've been doing? You think I got space for you? You really not gonna want to deal with me when you see what's coming your way if you get to me.
So how much you think they're gonna find the players
Man,
if they tweeting?
Say it again.
How much you think they're gonna find the players if they tweeting?
Whatever the max they can find them. I'm gonna tell you, bro. It don't even have to be about fines. The NBA, these sports teams, they ain't no joke. This is what people don't understand. Is what? Let's use the NBA. It's what 450 players, right?
Yeah.
Is it easier to deal with 450 players, or is it easier to deal with 30 owners?
Right.
Look at a player like Carmelo right now. Is he not still a great player?
Oh yeah,
great.
Did he not get blackballed though just a few years ago?
Yeah.
These are little tests and trials that show you the control that they have, y'all. When these little things be happening, oh, it's unfair. Everybody talking about it. Can't nobody do nothing about it. See, they don't have to deal with the 450. They can reach the 30 and tell them, do this.
I want to see Kareem as a coach.
You, because he's on your team, don't renew his contract. Cut his ass.
Hey, but that makes sense.
Let him go.
That makes sense.
And then tell the other 29, then tell the other 29, don't you hire him.
Hey, but Elder.
It's that simple.
Hey, but Elder.
I don't buy it. Carmelo Anthony's garbage.
I'm not saying he washed up, but he ain't.
First off, I don't think Kareem really wants to be a coach, honestly, bro. I don't think he really wants. I think he likes giving individuals. Who's garbage? Who?
Carmelo Anthony. Can't be an NBA player and be garbage.
Whatever, man. That's fine.
That makes sense.
He's better than you. I know that. He's better than whoever said that. He's better than you. That's all I know.
Congratulations. He's still garbage.
He's better than you.
You can't be garbage and be
to you.
in the most.
He's better than you. So what are you?
That's
If
not
he's
the
garbage,
point.
what is you?
He's still garbage. My
What's
opinions
the
he
point?
washed up.
What's the point then?
Don't
What's the
get
point?
mad at
Your
me because
opinion
my
is the
opinion
point.
that he ain't no good.
Well, no. Why is your opinion valid? Why does it mean anything? You making
That's
it
not
like
the
it's
point. That's
like
I'm
God
just
just showed
expressing it.
up and dropped the commandments on us, bro. You come out the blue giving your opinion about a player that's in the NBA and that's a all-time great, gonna be a Hall of Famer, and you think he garbage, and all of us
Well,
supposed to
right
stop
now
him and
he
say,
is.
okay, yeah, thanks, bro. That's your opinion, and it don't mean nothing.
Well, don't get
It
in
don't
your
mean
feelings.
nothing.
Don't get in your feelings.
I'm not in my feelings. The fact is, he's in the NBA and he's still making millions of dollars
So
and
what?
he's playing
Okay, if
well.
he's in the
That's a fact.
WNBA.
He still would be a scrub, right? In your opinion,
Carmelo is shooting like the
I said
highest.
what I said, and I'm not getting off my square. He's
bro.
garbage
You
right
ain't got
now.
to justify Carmelo. This is just somebody that hates Carmelo. That's all.
Carmelo right
That's
now.
somebody that don't like
Best dude in the
Carmelo.
league.
Tell you
That's
what his
fine.
skill level is at this
Let's
point.
get back to the real talk. His opinion is irrelevant about
Carmelo
Well,
Carmelo.
then if it was irrelevant, why are you entertaining it?
Bro, you trolling me? Okay.
Like we were
I
saying,
don't watch Lakers games.
we entertaining it because you interrupted a good conversation. It wasn't even about Carmelo. We use him as an example of how you can be blackballed by the 30 owners. That's what we were talking about. You got sidetracked with your personal opinion. We'll get back to it. That's how you do. You deal with you deal with doesn't matter.
Just like
You deal with the
7
30
billion people that's not
and
farmers.
not the 400 and not the 450. You deal with the 30 because it's easier for you to control 30 owners instead of 450 players. That's what you do when you running the show. Like these advertising agents, these TV companies, they running the show. That's how you deal with it, and that's how you control the masses. It's simple.
That's how they did Colin Kaepernick. They used the owners.
I don't think that's the same thing.
No, I'll tell you another one. Craig
Money
Hodges.
is the key, man.
Why you think Craig Hodges got put out the league, bro?
Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
Hey, Lamont, I got
I'm
a
telling you,
question.
bro.
That's like two different.
We got dozens of examples of people that push that issue and they ain't no longer in the league. They ain't tied to the league.
I got a good question for Lamont. I want you to
Nobody
hear
believed Carmelo would be a bench player for like the longest time because the way he played. I don't think that's the same thing as Kaepernick and all them dudes.
Hey, Lamont, what's your price for this YouTube channel?
What you mean by price? If I
If
sold the
somebody
channel,
wanted to pay you to take over this YouTube channel, what would your price be?
oh, $5 million.
You said $5 million?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and you just out of here straight
I'm
up.
out of
Like,
there. If you give me $5 million,
fuck
you can
out.
have it.
Oh man,
And see, and Lamont knows this. This is what these people do.
that's what I thought.
They don't want to take over they don't want to take over control and run your channel. The reason your channel is what it is because of you. Everything you've invested in. So this is what they do. They see that it's a cash cow. So they pay you out to get the ownership right, but then pay you to run it.
That's what they'll do.
They will pay you a salary. They'll say, hey, $5 million, cool. We'll
money,
give you
man.
3.
No, remember,
we'll give you $3 million. We'll give you $3 million, but then we'll pay you $500,000 a year to run it for the next 10 years.
Early on, I told
That's what they do.
I told y'all early on. I had a meeting. That's what happened with Spotify, but it was way less amount. They wanted to buy it out.
I wonder how much Ticket will get for his if you want for his. What's his?
Lamont, I know that, Lamont, because when I was in the agent business, that's what happened with the agency I worked for. A company from China came in, they saw our client list, and they said, we'll give you this amount of money, this amount of millions of dollars.
Hey, Elder.
And the people that were the owners got to, the people that were owners got to split that, but then they came right back and said, but we still want you to run it. So we'll give you a base salary plus commission, because it's a commission-based job as an agent. So they sold the company, the two guys that owned it, split the money, made millions of dollars. And then they make millions of dollars now because they get a base salary of a few $1 million plus the commissions, which add up to another few $1 million. So they still making multi-million dollars running the same company they had and then put a big chunk of money in the bank. And now they don't own it, but they still run it and control it. That's what these companies do. That's all they do. That's all they do. What's your question, man?
It might be a bad time to bring this up, but how much you think Ticket would want for his? What you think his price be?
Y'all niggas still on this?
Because you know he
Hold
had,
on.
because he a rich
I
dude
don't.
though. He a rich dude though. How much would
Look,
he?
don't
I'm
know.
gonna give you an example. Look, the reason why you can't ask, like, because
I don't know.
right now GCU, the Grand Canyon University, they're in the middle of expanding. They're buying up neighborhoods. They're buying up homes so they can continue the expansion. There's one small old man whose home and his cows and horses is right in the middle of our campus because he will not sell. They've offered him like $6 million for a property that might be worth like $300,000. So the thing is, your value is based on you. You determine your value. He's put no numerical value on his property. There's no amount of money GCU can offer him to get him to sell. He's gonna die on that land, and then his kids will probably sell it to the school. That's probably what will happen. But you can't tell what Ticket's channel is worth. Like,
And they dealing with him honorably, Lamont, by doing that, because you know as far as well as I do, they could go
get him
to the
kicked
county
off.
commissioners and the city, and they could actually do the eminent domain thing and use it for the university and preserving and all. They could come up with all kind of political reasons to expand that university and force that man to sell that land. They could.
He's right there in the middle of campus.
But they're dealing with him. They're dealing with him honorably because he's there, and they'll just wait. Because what'll happen is he will eventually die, and it'll get inherited by somebody, and whoever that is, they're not gonna care like he is, and they're gonna take that money, and they'll be able to. They won't have to pay $6 million. Then they'll probably be able to get it for half of that or a third of that. But they dealing with him honorably. They could force him out if they wanted.
They've done everybody like that on campus, and they'll just wait you out.
Man, we just dealt with that. We just dealt with that on we got a piece of property that's 85 acres, right? And it's in the country, but there's a highway dividing it, and then there's a city part on the other side, right? Well, they wanted to run this cable line. You know, when they putting all this stuff in, they had to run it right through our land. So they negotiating back and forth. We said crazy numbers, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, at the end of the day, they had a number. They had a number that they were going to get to, that they was willing to pay without taking it from us. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we found out what those limits was, and guess what we ended up doing? Now, again, it's just a pipeline, no big deal. But that actually had to let them come out on that land for up to a year to install all that stuff. And then put an easement so they have access to get in and to work on it and maintain it. You see what I'm saying? They can do stuff like that, man, when you in areas that they need. This is why I say move far away from the cities. Move far away from them. Because out in the country, you never hear about stuff like that. Only in these population centers, you hear about stuff like that happening. But yeah, they could force that old man to move. I guarantee it. It's a school too. They could easily go to the city and the county and force that man to sell his property or literally take it from him.
They've been patient though. They haven't done anything, and I've been thinking the same thing.
That's the school. That's the school dealing with him honorably. That's all that is. The school is dealing with him honorably and not forcing the hand. Saying, you know what, we'll just keep building around until we can get it down the road 80 years from now or whatever it'll be.
Yeah, he's up there. I think he's 87. So.
And that's probably what they figure, like, let's just wait it out. This guy, even if he lives to be 100, it's 10, 15 years. It's better to do that than to have that negative press against the school for forcing the man out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to do things for a college to invite people in. You don't want stories like that attached to your school. And that'll literally stop people from even considering going to your school. And in turn, that hurts you from getting money because they ain't paying no tuition, buying no books. Yep.
So, yeah, it's
all about the dollar, man.
Salute, Michael, in the chat. Salute to just seeing Robert, man. Appreciate you hitting the cash out. A couple other guys, y'all hit the cash out. Salute to y'all. We're gonna be shutting it down pretty soon here, though. We had a good conversation. We wanted to chop it up about these NBA topics. Hey, and before we get out of here, Elder, because I know you out there in Georgia now, man. What are your thoughts on this? I don't know if you even been following it, the Ahmaud Arbery case.
That was the guy that was running and the people shot him.
Yeah, run off his property.
That's in trial right now.
Yeah, I didn't know if you've been following it.
How's it going?
Well, see, the thing is, the trial,
I have not.
So it's a really weird trial. It's like, so when jury selection happened, the judge came out and he said that he found that he came out with a ruling saying that he found that there was racial bias in jury selection. Then the defense attorney for the two guys that killed Ahmaud Arbery, he got mad at the Ahmaud Arbery's family for sitting in court. He said he doesn't want them to be sitting with any more black pastors in court. He says they should ban black pastors from coming into court to sit with his family. And then I'm talking about this case is just getting all off the rails, man. Because
they didn't honor that, right? I mean, he just said that like it should, but there's still black pastors sitting there, right?
The judge shot that down quick. The judge was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
He's like, "You must be out of your mind."
Yeah.
And then there was another statement where he was about to say something about Colonel Sanders and dressed like a KKK, and the judge literally had to interrupt him and end the whole court session.
You know why they're going that route, though, right? Because they know that if the thing becomes about black and white fully, if it becomes a race thing, which it already is, but if it really gets pushed and blown up, they have no chance of winning. The defense people don't. They got in this climate we in, they got no chance. So what they're trying to do is keep the race out and keep it strictly about what is the law in Georgia. That's what they're trying to do. What is this stand your ground law? What they want to that is what they want presented. They don't want this race stuff out there because all it takes is one juror. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. All it takes is one juror. And in this type of climate, you don't, and then see everything's public now. Remember how it used to be way back in the day? You didn't even know who the jurors was on major trials or what they voted or what they said. Now what happens is everybody information comes out after the trial. Who the jurors was, who voted yes, who voted no. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Everything because of social media has become public information. So they don't want that because people know, man, I'm not, think about it. You a juror and you vote against Arbery. Your life over. You finna be lambasted. You're going to have to move. You see what I'm saying? So this is why they're trying to keep race out of it. But they're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to do it because this is all about race. Because if I was a white boy running down that street, they wouldn't have had no problems. And I guarantee you they would have took their guns to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about, it's all about race. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care why he was dogging, running, whatever he was doing out there. He didn't deserve to die the way he died. I know that.
Yeah.
You know?
That was crazy.
He just didn't. Yeah. He just didn't. And see, that's another thing I be talking about, and I get in trouble with a lot of folks. I don't get in trouble. They get mad at me. I don't get in trouble because they ain't gonna do shit to me. I ain't worried about it. But the fact of the matter is again, as a good leader, you eliminate the excuse. Don't put yourself in a position where your motives have to even be questioned. Yeah, see, like with him, everybody's questioning, why was he there? What was he doing? They got video of him walking around this empty house and blah, blah, blah. Was he trying to steal? Why was he running? You see what I'm saying? There's all these questions. My thing is if you ain't in that neighborhood and you ain't looking through them houses, we ain't got this problem.
Sure don't.
I deal with what I can control. I can't control the racist hillbilly. I can't control him, but I can control me. And I'm in building, y'all. I'm in building. I know what it's like to just pull up and say, man, let me go check this out. This is a new home, and I want to look at the way they design the trusses and do all this stuff, walk in, walk out. But you need to be looking a certain way. I've walked in, I'm not lying, I've walked in hundreds of houses like that. But do you know I've never had one person look at me crazy, but you know why? Mm-hmm. I don't walk into those houses looking like some thug that could be ready to steal something. Now, if I'm gonna walk in that house, I look like I'm from some kind of construction company. You see what I'm saying? Like most times I will go, I'm gonna be looking like the manager because I have on a pair of khakis or slacks, tucked in shirt or something, a polo shirt. You see what I'm saying? And walk up there. I don't look like somebody that's trying to steal or could potentially be trying to steal.
Yeah.
You can't stereotype that. It's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm in construction. I want to see what this is like. Am I trespassing at the same time? I never even had anybody ask me that. What you doing? Never. And I done walked in hundreds of houses like that.
Hey, Elder, we would be called coons for this, right? You know that, right?
Say it again?
You know we would be called coons for this, right?
Who gonna say it, though? Who? And why would their opinion matter what they think about me? I've been called coon, but when this stuff all went down, I was when the guy got killed in Atlanta at the Wendy's, I was called a coon by a lot of people on Ticket Channel and other people's channels. You think I care?
Hold on, what happened?
Your opinion is irrelevant. Remember the guy in Atlanta that fell asleep in his car and ended up fighting with and then they shot him and all that kind of stuff. Remember that thing? And I looked at them tapes and I was like, I'm sorry. We got to eliminate the excuse. You telling me this is an innocent man?
I'm almost certain.
That cop went out his. That cop went out his way to try. But then you engage in fighting, everything's up then, bro. And everybody says, well, you know, tase him, do this, do that. Everybody got all these things. When you in a fight, is that what you thinking about doing?
But
not me, baby.
Or you thinking about surviving?
A lot of people don't know that.
When you in a fight,
I'm almost certain Umar Johnson would have called you one.
Hold on. A lot of people don't know.
Yeah, and look what he got going on.
I'm sure Dr. Umar Johnson would have been the first.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on. With cops, a lot of people don't know that when you fight a cop, they have the right to go a level higher than any level higher than what you're given. So if you're fighting with fist,
right,
they can go a level higher and fight back with something higher that's going to incapacitate you. They can go a nightstick. They can go a gun. They can always go a level higher than you. So again, the thing is, you're never going to win fighting with a cop because they have the right to go a level,
above.
2-3 levels higher than you to incapacitate.
They never going to
you
stop.
never.
And
the common civilian don't know that.
Lamont,
They never gonna stop.
when you come to these southern states, you got that right. That's why old boy got off down there in Florida with old boy.
You do that
That's
to a
why he
cop,
got
it's
off.
automatic file.
You talking about
That's stand your ground?
Who you talking about?
In Florida.
Tavon, you talking about
The young
Zimmerman?
boy in Florida.
You talking about Zimmerman?
No, yeah, Zimmerman. Yeah.
Yeah, Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Yeah. He used it.
In the South, it's called stand your ground. So once you are engaged in a fight, you can do whatever it takes. If someone's fighting you and you pull out your gun and shoot them and you're illegal to carry, you ain't finna you're going to go to jail immediately, to just get processed and go through the thing. But you're going to win that trial.
Hey, hold on.
You're going to win
Let's
that
put
case.
a caveat to that because there's a black woman that tried to use that law in her favor and she got slammed. She shot in the air and she didn't, and she ended up getting hammered with a heavy sentence in Florida. So she tried to use that same stand your ground law.
Time out.
And it backfired.
Time out. No, stand your ground is different. That woman was not engaged in a fight.
It was.
That's why she could take her gun out. No, she wasn't. She wasn't being
It was
fought
a
by a
classic
person.
castle doctrine she was using with stand your ground.
I'm telling you, brother, she tried to use that as a defense, but it didn't fit the law. She was not engaged in an actual physical fight. She took her gun out to try to.
She was being threatened. That's all the case. It's subjective. She felt her life was in danger.
That.
That's the nature of the law. All you have to do is feel that your life is in danger,
bro,
and you take action.
That's not stand your ground, bro. I'm sorry. That is not. I'm in Georgia. I don't know where you are.
I'm talking about
but
Florida.
I'm in Georgia. That's the same law, bro. It's the same law. It's the same
way
law.
it's applied in the state of Florida is real loosely when it comes to a person of color.
Well, I would agree because all the laws are applied. They don't view us as people, bro.
That's my whole point. That's what I was getting to.
Yeah, we 3/5 of it. I'm sorry. I agree with you then. We 3/5 of a human. None of these laws truly apply for us. They don't.
Right. That's what I was initially getting to. That it's not applied.
Yeah, but I remember hearing about that case about that lady down in Florida. She wasn't in an actual fight though.
I don't think
she just said she thought her life was in danger. To stand your ground, to my understanding from what I've seen in Florida and in Georgia, if you are engaged in a physical fight and you feel like your life is in danger, you can do what you got to do to protect yourself. So if you're a legal gun owner, you can take that gun out to fend that person off of you. Now, you can't just take your gun out and threaten them with your gun, and then when they come at you, shoot them. That's not standing your ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's not standing your ground. But once you engage, because see, remember, old boy, everybody like, why you following? They like, we can't do nothing about him following him. Why'd you get out your car? We can't do nothing about that. And then remember, old boy was saying that the young boy was the aggressor. He attacked him. Well, because the young boy is dead, we don't get his story. We don't know if he's telling the truth or not. He could have been the aggressor and went at the young boy. But because his story was the only one told, that's all they had to go by. And he said he came at me, locked up with me, was aggressive with me, and I had my gun and I shot him to get him off me. That's the stand your ground law.
But that's the major loophole. That's a major loophole because that's still subjective because the dead person can't speak.
And you know what? I'm glad you said that. And this is why, and I don't have a problem saying this publicly. This is why I train, like my wives or the women and all that. I train them a specific way. If you ever have to pull that gun out, you better use it. I better not ever hear about you taking that weapon out and then not using it. Your life better definitely be in danger when you take that gun out. But once you do, I don't care if you got 17, 19, or 21 rounds in that gun, because you're going to have one of those. It's going to be 15, 17, or 19, or 21 rounds in there, right? You better use every one of them. If they breathing, you better keep shooting. They're a threat. Because by the time I get there and else, all I want to hear is your story. Nobody else's story to be told. Empty the clip. If they moving, they still a threat. Scream and yell. You panicking. It's gonna be a tense situation. Don't stop yelling. Then once that slide cock back, meaning you out of bullets, set the gun down and sit. But I promise you, whoever's attacking you, I better not hear their story. Their story should already be told, meaning they getting buried. That's how I train them. And I'm telling you, what else could you do? You don't have the other person's story. So what else can you go by? Now, you may have some eyewitnesses, but I promise you this. You start shooting that many rounds, who's going to be an eyewitness to that? Who's going to stick around and watch you while you do that?
Oh, this is the age of social media and instant journalism. They'll watch it.
Bro,
just like they watched the 9 minutes and 46 seconds.
Now, if they way out into a safe place, if they way out in a safe place, yes. But like the places that I allow my wives to go to, you in the grocery store like that, everybody gonna be ducking and running.
I got a question for you, bro. And
the bees.
So what you telling me is that if you'd have seen that cop on George Floyd's neck, you would have done something about it?
I would have done something about it. Yeah. I would have barked. I would have been barking at him. I wouldn't have probably launched him and did it physically.
You wouldn't have done that. There was a lot of people there barking at him. A lot.
It's getting real.
He wouldn't have done nothing because he'd have got shot. He would have got shot. The way they had that thing set up, he would have got lit up.
Cop, no.
And that's what that
you'd have watched George Floyd die like everybody else did.
That all goes back to what Bees originally said. If you really for this stuff, are you willing to risk your life for it? If you really see something like that happening, are you really willing to put your life on the line?
It ain't many folk. Like us that's willing.
I can't say what I would have did at that time because I don't know what I would have been feeling.
You don't know for sure.
Right. I agree. I agree with your statement. But the statement you made that prompted that question, you can't say that statement either. Like all those people just sitting there, putting it on social media, not doing anything. What do you want them to do?
No, I'm saying that he's saying that they wouldn't have sat there and watched. I'm talking about as far as watching and filming. I was coming from a filming standpoint. They would have stood there and watched.
That was my father.
That's why I was coming into that.
If that's my father.
No, I'm saying the bullets are flying. I don't in a grocery store or something. I don't see too many people sitting there trying to film. They trying to get away from them bullets.
That's the point I was coming at.
Going all out, baby.
I got you.
If that's my father, we going all out, baby.
Why is it got to be just
in George Floyd position? Hey,
I'm gonna tell you right now the way I'm wired. I'm gonna tell you right now the way I'm wired. I couldn't watch that. There's no way.
Exactly.
The way I'm wired. The way I'm wired. I couldn't watch it. They probably been having 2 funerals.
What you say, Lamar?
But I would have been strapped as many apples you can carry there. I would have had my gun on me. So it probably would end up being a showdown between me and the cops. Because I would have drew on him.
Yeah, if that was my father.
I already know I'm a better shot than them boogers. They don't train. They don't do shit. They only do to qualify. Pretty much most of them.
I'm gonna turn into a whole crash dummy. If that was my father, then that Floyd.
It wouldn't have to be my father. I don't know George Floyd, but that right there, that would have got me. I already know. Just what's in me would have responded. I already know.
Yeah.
I already know. But it ain't many folk built like us. I'm telling you now. It ain't many people built like us. It's just not.
Like they ain't got them right buttons. Not. They ain't got them right buttons for somebody.
Nah,
to push,
we just got a bunch of talkers, bro.
Oh yeah, they talk.
Yeah. Facts.
I mean, what?
Niggas
But
ain't
the
gonna
way they
bust a
had
grape
that,
with
the
the
way they
police.
had that man
They gonna pull
surrounded,
that camera
the way
out.
they had him surrounded, the only thing somebody would have been able to do was pull their gun out on the cops. That's the only thing that was going to change. Like somebody said that earlier, you got to be willing to die for this thing. And if somebody pulled their gun out, that would have changed that whole George Floyd situation. Because them three or four cops around, there were 4 cops around. If it was 4, it would have definitely been some more dead people.
It just would have been more people
definitely
dead.
been a
That would have
bunch of
just
dead folks. It would definitely been some dead folks.
the fatality rate would have increased.
Right.
Yeah, because that little Chinese cop, he would have been the first to die. He'd have been the first to die because he was standing there, and I'd have drew on his butt. As soon as he went for his weapon, I'd have shot him in his neck.
You know what's been so quiet?
And then I'd have had a clear path. I'd have had a clear path to George Floyd because them other two was on the other side. Remember?
What's been quiet is the trial on the other 2 guys. I haven't heard much about their trial.
Didn't they plead guilty?
They pleaded, didn't they? Didn't they plead?
Well, yeah, but if Minnesota's supposed to be one of them states that allow you to open carry, then here's the perfect template, the petri dish for the whole Wild West showdown. Well, why come the Wild West showdown didn't happen?
Bro, you may have an argument if you actually was to kill that cop because he was violating that dude's civil rights, so he would lose his qualified immunity in that situation. But you got to understand, these cops have qualified immunity, bro. So they can pretty much get away with anything as long as they don't violate your civil rights. That's pretty much the only area you got to push back on them.
Well, I would think George Foreman's civil rights got violated, but they wouldn't. They don't think it was.
Yeah, but how about the average citizen that's walking down the street, busting out of the saloon, strapped to the hip, that's walking with spurs and supposed to be busting caps at people because everybody's loaded?
Hey, I got you now. See, you
That's a myth.
Stereotypes on people, bro. There's a lot more dudes in tennis shoes and slacks carrying a pipe than you think, bro.
Man, but we got
everybody in the South carry. I can say that
this
now.
fairy tale that we got an equal protection in the law, bro. We behind enemy lands with this shit, bro.
Bingo,
People
we
gotta
don't.
stop being.
You right about
You gotta
that.
comport yourself as that. You can't be walking around here loafing like white folks because we not white folks. We can't do the shit they do.
And that's my whole point. That's why that whole notion that just because you strap to the hilt gonna mean it's gonna be a better outcome.
No, but you know what?
I think if a person is strapped and they're trained and they have the mindset that they're willing to sacrifice for something greater than themselves, that's when the outcome changes. You need all 3 of them components together. And that's why I said a lot of folk ain't wired that way. Remember, I went back to the beginning of how do you really have this common unity thing and make it successful? The leaders have to be willing to sacrifice on the most highest level to bring everybody up to the same level they at.
We seen in
So
history
when you wired like that, it's just different.
Don't nobody, the rest of our people, we do. Everybody go back to okay. So say somebody that was in the, you feel me, around George Floyd would have bust off the police, and then they would have got smoked, but they would have got at least George Floyd life would have been saved. What black people's gonna go? We gonna you feel me, protest for 3 weeks. 3 months riot or whatever, however long that shit was. Then niggas gonna be going right back to watching the NBA, the NFL, and doing all the rest of the shit they was doing. That shit don't be
no
sustained.
doubt. But here's the key though. No, you're right. But you're right. But here's the key. The person that needed their life, he's still here. George Floyd will still be around to tell the story of the man that saved his life and gave up his for him. And that man that sacrificed his life, he been ready for death a long time ago. He already done made peace with his maker.
And he gonna be right next
and
to Tupac in his house.
He knew that George Foreman's life was more than his life. Now, I'm gonna tell you, the right trained person, he might not have lost his life that day. Because I just remember that whole scenario and where everybody was placed. He might not.
Elder, your picture would.
Because you hit that Chinese cat, you hit that little Chinese cat first. You hit that Chinese cat first, because the other two was around the car though. You hit that Chinese cat first. You got a clear path to the guy with George Floyd. And he don't want me already.
The other guy was a rookie on the job. That was his first day on the job.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Because
Elder,
you,
you would have
if
been
you
right
So
just
I'm
next
get
to
not
the
saying
Nipsey.
that
you ain't
person
getting
would
by the
have
police,
definitely
bro.
I
died.
would
Hey,
agree.
Properly trained, he may not have to die because the goal is to get him off him neck from killing him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Get him off his
Nah,
neck
I
from
would have
killing
did
him.
this shit. I don't get
That's
no
the
fuck what
goal.
nobody
Yeah,
say.
I would agree with
I don't
that,
care
but
who it was. I be
take the
seeing.
cast of characters being in the right having the right frame of
No,
mind
no,
at
no,
that
no. Hold
particular
on.
time.
Crypto. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing
Elder,
right
you'll
here.
be right next to
Hold
Nipsey
on.
Hussle
This
and
is how
Snoop
you know
Dogg.
our mindset as a
I'd
community
have
is
been
different
dead.
because
I'd
in
probably
in
been
in,
dead.
I'd have
in
been dead.
Mexico,
Honestly,
there
Yeah,
was a situation in
y'all would have
I
been
Mexico.
next to
probably been
Nipsey
dead.
Hussle.
Yeah.
Hold on, there
I
was a
don't get no
situation
fuck.
in
But
Mexico.
I'd have killed a few folk. I
What went
guarantee
on in
that.
Mexico?
So what happened was one of the cops shot and killed like somebody's son on a traffic stop, like when they wasn't supposed to. It was one of those towns where that type of stuff don't go down. So you know what the whole community did? The whole community, literally everybody, went to the police station and they said, "We coming in to get the cop, right? We coming in, or y'all gonna bring him out." But one of the two was gonna happen. Like they was ready to die if they didn't bring that cop out. And you know what them cops said? They said, "Well, y'all can have him."
They gave that cop
They
up.
gave that cop up. And they killed him. I
They
mean, the
not,
thing
but
is,
Lamont, bro, they not
bro,
doing that shit in
but the thing
Mexico is
is,
a
the
They're
cop.
not doing
Not in
that in the
America.
What
United
I'm
They not.
saying
States.
is,
I'm
no.
telling you
But what
that
I'm
right
saying
now.
is, I'm
the
just saying.
cartel got better military than their own
No.
military.
What I'm saying is,
Right.
I know it's not America, but what I'm saying is, as a community, they had a mindset that we not going.
Right, yeah.
But
There you go,
that's
Lamont.
the
There you
thing.
go, Lamont.
Their mindset was, if you do this, we
Yeah.
coming. And the thing is, they knew the cops had guns. Like those cops could have probably took out 20, 30, maybe 40 of them people, but they wasn't gonna get all of them. So there was a lot of people there willing, understanding that I could probably die trying to get this cop out, but
Yeah.
the goal was going to get accomplished either way. We're going to get him up out of there. And they going
I'm
Even
gonna tell
if
you
it
this
take
right
a
now.
wave of them, like a
Hey,
wave of people just dying, they eventually gonna get them. It's like the
I'm
Man,
Spartans.
black
I'm
people
gonna
ain't
tell you
built
this.
like
The
that
I'm gonna,
these
300
days.
is gonna
Black
I'm gonna
hold
tell
it
you
for a
this.
people's too
while.
comfortable, bro.
Hold on. Yeah,
Black
I'm gonna tell
people's
you
too
this right
comfortable.
now
They
because
not built like that
this
these
is
days.
real life stuff. We do with people like that. I live on a community full of folk like that. I got men and women here, no lie. And I'm not saying it because they told me. I have actually seen it and witnessed it. Where they've been in certain scenarios of situations where they were willing to put their life right on the line in these same types of situations for me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. Where do you think they got that type of courage and all that kind of stuff? They seen me do it. For the people that I submit myself to, put myself right in harm's way.
Hey, Elder, you want to know something?
But they will.
Your face would have been right next to Nipsey Hussle and Tupac in L.A. somewhere. If you
Yeah.
say what you were saying
But
about in that Florida situation, man.
What the fuck do that mean?
No,
He
I
said
know,
Nipsey
I know,
Hussle.
I know what you. I understand. He just saying I'd have been dead, and they'd have made me
A martyr.
But I
They
wouldn't
would
do
have
it
made
for.
him a damn
Yeah,
martyr.
you don't. Yeah. But
That makes sense, nigga.
when you have the mindset you got, you don't do it for that. You ain't thinking that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because
That
your
shit
whole makeup,
That's an
your whole
afterthought.
makeup when you got the mindset. Yeah, it ain't even
That's an
that. The whole makeup we have, the people that would actually do that is to preserve life. That's all you care
of
about.
course.
And it's just an instinct now that kicks in when you see an atrocity and injustice taking place and somebody couldn't lose their life. It's just in you to step in. It's just flat out in you to step in. And if you die, you die. It's just how it is. You know, real true soldiers, they don't hear bullets and take off the other way. They actually run towards the bullets. You see what I'm saying? And it's just, you got to have a specific mindset. And things have to be more important than you. Most people are selfish. This is why they can just yell and scream but not do anything. Because in the back of their minds, they're thinking about them. And I got a daughter, or I got a son, or I got a wife, or I got this to go to. That's in their mind. But somebody like me, that ain't in my mind. Preserve life. Do what's right. That's what's in my mind. And would I be tripping if I die now? Man, I'm good with the Father. I've served him my days. You see what I'm saying? So I'm ready to go be with him. I'm ready to go be with him. I ain't tripping. But I
That's
couldn't.
what
I
I'm
know me is
saying.
just the way I'm built, the way I'm structured. No way possible could I have sit around and just watch that take place. I just couldn't
But
have
see,
done it.
the people in
Especially the
our
place there,
community,
because if I'm
man,
in a city, I got a gun on me. I know that for a fact. I'm carrying a gun inside these crazy cities. So if I'd have been up in Minneapolis, I'd have been strapped. Well, I'm strapped everywhere, but you know what I'm saying. I definitely would have had a gun on me, so I know something would have been done. I'd have met their force with what they had. I would have done that.
You're right. I gotta admit, because I know I'm not built like that. So you know, I don't ever go around talking that.
Man, and the fact is, most brother, we know most people. Again, most people they don't care about others' lives more than their own life. They don't sacrifice on that level, and they're selfish. And when we really honest, it's just self. We think about us and preserving us is what we think about. Yeah, it's going to be that way. But like Lamont gave that example, those people are a tribe. Those people are a community. They have common unity. So when that guy died and he shouldn't, everybody there was willing to die. And see, like the community I'm in, everybody here will be willing to die. Let something happen to me like that. Everybody in this community would be ready to die. Every single one of them would be. This is why another reason I know they're not coming messing with us, because first and foremost, we ain't in situations like that. We prepared to make sure we not in situations like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if something do befall, they already know you're not going to just kill one. You're going to kill a few hundred, a few thousand, depending on what then took place. Because we definitely will come. If it's some injustice, we ain't going to sit back. You're going to get this thing right. Turn him, like they said, turn him over. Because what we believe in, it says a eye for an eye or a tooth for a tooth. So if you take a life, guess what? We want the life back for it. So you ain't just getting away and you're going to hide behind the system and go get three squares in a cot and get 8. No, hell no. Nope. There are higher laws than the laws of this land. That I can guarantee you. And them the ones I live by first and foremost.
All right.
So you kill one of mine, I guarantee you we getting that life back. I'm getting that life back. I guarantee you I am.
Hey,
yeah.
All right, y'all. Hey, we about to
let me get off this phone. It's midnight, man.
We about to
salute,
shut it down.
fellas.
Salute, Elder. Appreciate you pulling up.
Thank you, Elder.
Yep.
Hey, salute.
Long.
Absolute bees.
Yep.
Everybody pulling up. Bishop,
Alrighty.
Crypto.
All right. Thank you.
We're gonna be back live. Hopefully, we can go live tomorrow. It just kind of depends on the time and everything. Hopefully, so just make sure you guys check your notifications. Twitter, Instagram. Remember all my links. Make sure you check all my links. And follow us on Twitter and IG. I'm gonna put that right here in the chat. Put it right in the chat one more time. Make sure y'all follow us. Click that link. Follow us on all social media: Twitter, IG, Snapchat, all that good stuff, man. Make sure you follow us so when we drop these links and we go live, man, you guys can get the notifications. And then also we expand into other platforms as well. So it's also good to just kind of have those as well in case we just decide to do an IG live or a Twitter live or something like that, because we are going to be expanding to other platforms. Who is Brandon? He says, peace out. Salute. Who is Brandon? Vessel Vision. Salute. Natalie Florell. Salute. Ron the Don. Man, you didn't pull up today, but salute, man. Glad you showed up. We got Neil. Salute to Jones, man. He came in with a crazy take. He started off cooking, man. Then he got crazy on us again. He got inertial, man. He said the Bulls just went off, so I'm assuming the Bulls must have smacked the Clippers. Got to check in on Mookie, make sure he's doing all right, because he real high on that winning streak. But man, we got a lot of stuff going on. So we're gonna get back to the NBA talk tomorrow. We're gonna do our stream, because again, I want to take this same angle and find the connection between sports and the R. Kelly case. All right. Well, then we have the Deshaun Watson case that went quiet. What's going on with that Deshaun Watson situation, man? We're gonna have to dive into that. Why is it going quiet? Is it because the victims don't really have much of a strong case? And then what's going on with R. Kelly's appeal? I'm hoping to have some people in here that really follow that situation and give us some real insight. And then how can we connect all of that? We're gonna try to connect all of that, and we're gonna try to bring all of that back to sports, man. How does that all relate to sports? How can we tie this into sports? I think I got a really neat angle on that and a really thought process on it. So we're gonna be bringing that to y'all tomorrow, because it's something that a lot of people are scared to talk about. A lot of people are scared to talk about it because it involves kids. And, it's always fine and dandy to say, guilty. But I think there's some culpability there. And I think with R. Kelly, I think he got railroaded a little bit. I can't honestly say I feel like they locked a guilty man up. When you look at the facts, when you got to railroad somebody and use dirty tactics legally to lock somebody up, man, that's pretty crazy. So we're gonna have to dive into all that. Y'all calling my Kyrie take? No, I didn't call your Kyrie take crazy. I mean, you can support Kyrie Jones, you can support Kyrie, but the fact remains is he left a lot of people confused. When they asked him questions, they wanted to know how they could support. And he didn't give answers. So when he was needed most, he didn't show up. When he was needed most, he just caused more confusion. And that's not me. That's the other NBA players directly invested and involved in the situation who said that. So, I mean, we can cook on that later, but you know, Kyrie is Kyrie. He's not he's not your normal run-of-the-mill everyday cat, man. He does things on his own tune. I mean, he says things the way he wants to say them. I remember an ESPN interview he did. When he left Cleveland and went to Boston, and he just kind of had Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman just kind of baffled, just like kind of ducking around questions, not answering anything clearly, and just kind of giving some loopy answers. That's just how he is, man. So we just got to accept who he is. But he can still he can still be chastised, and we can still criticize him for some of the things he says. We're gonna talk tomorrow about a crazy comment, man. I was on another channel today, AB the Hero. This dude. Y'all might know this dude too. I actually might just do a video. I think I'm gonna do a spoof video on it, man. I'm not even gonna ruin it, but man, the links that people go through to try to say that Kwame Brown was not a bust, it's absolutely amazing. And I caught a guy who came in and made the same argument. He tried to come in and make the same argument that Kwame Brown wasn't a bust, but then I caught him on another channel calling another player a bust that wasn't named Kwame Brown, and this guy's actually pretty good. So I had to call him out on his hypocrisy. I said, how do you say Kwame Brown's not a bust, but this guy is, and he's actually a good player, man? We're gonna get to that tomorrow, so make sure you guys watch out. Watch the channel, man. Check the notification for all the new content. Make sure you're tuning in every Friday for our Flashback Fridays, where we are playing ESPN Classic games, NBA Hardwood Classic games. So tune in for those games as well. Those Hardwood Classics are going to be dropping every Friday night, man. But, hey, it's FYF Sports, man. It's been another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports news later. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.